Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Here's Johnston to free kick with 1 second left. Lets it rip. Downs back deep at the 13. He's going to run with it. Across the 15-20. Laterals back to Pittman, and Pittman laterals back, and the ball is loose, and the Texans fall on it, and it's over. The Texans are going to the playoffs. They knock off Indy 23-19. Back to the postseason. Demeco does it in year one.
I love Demeco, man. He's a great coach. I think Nick has done a great job as well. Our ownership has. Just the city of Houston, like you said, man. Like, I don't know about what happened in the past, but I know now, like, just the buzz in the city just feels great, you know? Just feels like how it's supposed to be.
Hell yeah. It does. It does feel great. CJ, that was CJ Stroud on Pat McAfee yesterday. That was Mark Vandermeer on the final call. We're counting down now. It's Tuesday. We got a playoff game on Saturday here. Good times, good times. National championship game last night over at NRG Stadium. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
McAfee show doing. It looked like they were broadcasting from the spot where Drew Doherty. Or no, I think it's where the Drew Doherty used to do his thing, but now the DJ is up there. So they had McAfee in the DJ spot up in the northwest corner of the rafters, basically.
Yeah, yesterday. Yep.
So CJ was really good on there, and I think that the cool thing was that, you know, McAfee's a Colts fan, lives in Indianapolis, as are all of his cronies there. So they that was the fun little dynamic there was them kind of just hating the fact that CJ is going to be so good.
Yeah, they didn't hide it. Yeah, well, you know, and this whole thing, like you're looking like you're a top 5 quarterback. This really sucks. I want you to know. It really sucks.
We're going to forgive McAfee for wearing the belt buckle and the cowboy hat because he was in Houston. He did the most obvious thing you can do, which is, yeah.
Did he at any point say, Houston, we have a problem?
I don't know. I doubt it.
Okay,
I
then
doubt
he's fine.
it. I don't think
he's fine.
Yeah.
He's just trying to fit in. Then I'll let it go. I'll let it go for Pat McAfee.
I don't honestly. I don't. Yeah, I guess I don't know what else you do if you go to anywhere in Texas. I mean, it doesn't like what would be more emblematic, I guess.
He's on TV, dude.
Wear a fajita on his head or something.
They're based out of Bristol, Connecticut. I grew up 10 minutes from there. Nobody knows what the hell to do when they try to fit in down in Houston, up in Connecticut.
Yeah.
He's doing his best. What are you going to do? So national championship game last night. So we got that. That's done. That's in the books. If you're just waking up, Michigan destroyed Washington. I say destroyed Washington. It was a one-score game in the third quarter, but Michigan was clearly the better team last night for 60 minutes. You and I were talking about this before the show, Seth. For a national championship game in, you know, what is the most, you know, probably maybe the second most popular sport behind the NFL, college football, at least by TV viewership numbers, the stories coming out of this game, like nobody's really talking about the aspects of what happened in those 60 minutes. The big stories coming out of this game are, one, a story we can relate to. Is there an asterisk on this championship for the University of Michigan? And two, and probably more relevant and crossing over and bleeding into what we're going to talk about for most of the show today. And by the way, Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joins us at 7:30 on the show today. What happens with Jim Harbaugh now? You know, he is a heavy favorite to land the Los Angeles Chargers job for whatever it's worth. Like, so we could get some Harbaugh news. Harbaugh, who coached half the season because he was suspended for the other half of the season this year twice, could be on his way to the NFL. And I would imagine it feels like he's that candidate, maybe a little like Demeco last year, where Harbaugh's name's getting mentioned for possibly every job that's out there right now.
Chargers' next coaching odds are it's heavily favored to be Jim Harbaugh, followed by old Giff Smith, and then Ben Johnson, and then Bill Belichick.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I try to ignore like the fact that just a lot of these futures odds are just so ridiculously off. I don't know what the odds were that Demeco was going to get the Texans job, but obviously he did then. It seemed like public sentiment was that there was no chance in hell that it was going to be.
Yeah, it had more to do with the Texans than Demeco, probably.
Now, the actual substantial definite thing that happened was, yes, that the Panthers officially put out a list of people they were interested in, and Bobby Slowick is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bobby Slowick. And Patrick Storm tweeted that Washington's looking for permission to talk to Slowick as well. But Carolina was the first one that I saw. You know my feeling on this. Bobby Slowick should take every interview that he gets asked to go on, in my opinion, until he decides I'm definitely not doing this. Or even if in the back of his mind he knows he's not doing it. I think interviewing's a skill. He's never been on an interview to be a head coach before.
Yeah.
And I think he can get a feel for what are the type of questions you're going to get and things like that.
As far as I'm seeing, there were multiple reports that the Commanders have requested to speak with Bobby Slowick.
Okay. So there you go. So in one season.
Sorry, was that a well actually? I was just trying.
No. That's because Patrick Storm was the only one I saw. No, that helps. You need two sources, Seth. So now we've got two. Not a well actually. The Demeco Ryans in 1 year as a head coach has now had more offensive staff folks get requested for an interview than Bill O'Brien had in 6 seasons as the Texans head coach.
Yeah, that's and he's still. Bill O'Brien still seems to be the major employment opportunity for a lot of coaches in the NFL.
Yeah,
he tried to insist on. Reportedly, he wanted to bring his whole. He wanted a clean house in New England and bring all of his buddies.
Right.
And they only allowed him one, Will Lawing, who some of you might remember was a tight ends coach after being a GA. Basically was Bill O'Brien's intern, and now he's his right-hand man. So, let's see. Tim Kelly will likely, I'm guessing, get fired in Tennessee, or will he stick around? Okay.
Yeah. No, me saying that is more complimentary to Demeco than it is shade at Bill O'Brien. Well, I'm not. Let's not lie. It was both. But look, Demeco hit a home run on his first offensive coordinator hire. It looks like, at least if we take the rest of the NFL and what other front offices see Bobby Slowick as, and interest in him as evidence of that.
Okay, this is the question: is since Bobby Slowick and Demeco Ryans made a blood oath to each other that if one got a head coaching job, the other one would come along with him. They did it they had constructed a fort when they had a sleepover in the living room
with Niners blankets as the roof. You always have to have blankets as the roof.
They're sitting underneath it with a flashlight pointed upwards like it was a lantern, and they made a blood oath. But that is okay. That's partly true. They had kind of been committed to each other. Like, hey, if I get something, I'm bringing you along with me. Mm-hmm. So does Bobby Slowick's loyalty extend to? All right, yeah, I'm going to give you a few good years before I bail for an exotic place like Washington, D.C. or something.
Yes, hopefully that's the case. I think if I had to guess, a total guess, I would guess Bobby Slowick's going to be the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans in 2024. That would be my guess.
I think he honestly, for his own purposes too, just even if you were being completely selfish, with zero loyalty to Demeco Ryans whatsoever, hypothetically, the best thing for him, I think, is to get at least another year of seasoning, because it takes a lot of time. You're just, like he's talked about it multiple times this year, he's had to learn a lot as he's learned how to be an offensive coordinator, and taking all that in while simultaneously perhaps preparing yourself to be a head coach, hard to do, I think. And I think maybe he takes a cue from Demeco, who pulled himself out last year and just says, all right, I'm going to focus in on being the best coordinator I can be. And then also maybe in the background, get things humming along, what my plan is for being a head coach.
Yeah, I don't know that as many jobs are going to open up as people thought. I mean, last year there were only 5, and so everybody's like, well, there were only 5 last year, so this year there's going to be like 9 or 10. There's 5 right now with New England still this oddity sitting up there. We don't know what's going to happen up in New England, but Washington and Atlanta both opened up yesterday, and there were already 3 other openings before that: Vegas, the Chargers, and the Carolina Panthers. And if Jim Harbaugh is a candidate and Bill Belichick moving somewhere else is a possibility, and I think it's a lock that Ben Johnson of Detroit gets one of these jobs. He was last year's guy that pulled his name out early on because he wanted to do his thing for another year up in Detroit, then the chairs are starting to fill up pretty quickly. I think it's a combination of what you talked about, Seth, and I just don't think there's as many openings this year as people thought there were going to be.
I wonder, too, remember there was that memo put out by the NFL last year showing how much dead money teams were paying to former coaches. That's not dead money against the cap or anything, but it's cash that they're spending. And the NFL put it out, I think almost supposedly as just an educational thing, like, hey guys, look at what we're spending our money on. Let's be careful. But I wonder if there has been kind of conversations about, all right, like this is getting a little bit out of hand. We got to try to reel this back in a little bit. At least, give let's not make it standard operating procedure that we got $100 million of pay out there that we're not actually getting any employment from.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Again, Nick Casario joins us at 7:30 on the show today. We'll look ahead to the Cleveland game this Saturday, get his thoughts on some of the things going on with the team. We'll ask about Bobby Slowick, get Nick's take on that as well. We should mention, if you're looking to go to the game, there is a big buzz going on right now with this game, man. It's cool to have the Texans back in the postseason. I'm told there's still a couple thousand tickets available for Saturday's game. So if you're looking to get into an NFL playoff game where the atmosphere should be awesome, and I think the Texans have a good chance to avenge the loss from a few weeks ago, Ticketmaster.com, you can get your tickets to get out to the game on Saturday. Saturday, 3:30 kick. 3:30 kick, Browns 2.5-point favorite. And let's go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Again, Nick Casario joining us at 7:30 on the show today. Up next, we'll continue to get you ready for this Browns game. We got some leftovers from the weekend as well. It's fun to hear young players super, super psyched to be Houston Texans. You're going to want Will Anderson injected right into your veins when we come back. We'll do that next. But first, I got to tell you about Texas Sinus and Snoring. Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. If you are having sleep issues, if you're having any sort of snoring or sinus issues, Dr. Ben Salento is where I went to go fix that problem back several years ago. It was back in February of 2018, and he's been just a godsend for me. My wife, too. She had major sinus issues. He did a procedure on her sinuses, and she feels great now. If you were a loved one, especially if you have a loved one, because you probably hear the sleep issues, you hear that snoring.
WeekDay.com/winter sale for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
CJ, Ty just mentioned you don't listen to what the media says, and I assume the team doesn't, but just so you do know, right now, the biggest threat to the Ravens is Joe Flacco and the Browns. So just so you know.
Stephen A. said you guys have no chance.
No chance. No, I'm not a Browns fan, but I'm just telling you.
We have no chance?
Yeah, right, Stephen A. said a rookie quarterback
there's no way.
is not going to do anything in the playoffs.
That's not happening.
All right.
And the Ravens don't want to see. They don't want to see Joe Flacco. They don't.
All right.
See,
The best part of that was CJ going, I've heard worse. You're like, yeah, dude, he played at Ohio State.
Well, the
Stephen
best part about that, I felt bad. There are a lot of Texans fans that just one person takes that and then does their little caption above it where they say, these guys tell CJ that nobody thinks they have a chance, and then it gets cast about. And there are all kinds of people angry yesterday that apparently that the McAfee show was saying things to CJ that were never actually said. That guy, was that Connor, was just kind of sarcastically saying that Stephen A. says that they've got no chance. The Texans are 1.5 point underdogs in this game, so it's not. It's actually about maybe a little bit more than half of America thinks that they have less of a chance than the Browns.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a no-chance type of scenario or feel right now.
The Browns are getting a lot of love for being – there's one of these every year. Being the team that's a lower seed that could really spoil the party for some of these teams that are making Super Bowl plans.
The team that's the Ravens the last time they won a Super Bowl.
Correct.
With Joe Flacco as their quarterback.
Great
where
point.
They got hot at just the right moment. Joe Flacco could do no wrong. I mean, Joe Flacco had a stretch of 4 games in the playoffs where he threw 0 interceptions, which is something that happens rarely in Joe Flacco's career. And he just threw incredible deep balls. The Ravens defense wasn't actually that good that year. I'm guessing the Browns defense this year, if you adjusted for offensive, inefficiencies and everything that offset everything, it's probably better than the Ravens defense the year they won the Super Bowl with Joe Flacco.
For sure. I mean, the Browns defense is the best defense in football this season. So
it wasn't a classic Baltimore Ravens defense that year.
No, a lot of names. It had a lot of name power, but some of the names were getting older. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, guys like that.
You know what they had was the old the
deer antler spray.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yep, they sure did. Should there be an asterisk on the Ravens 2012? That'll be the theme of today's show. Let's put asterisk on everything.
Joe Flacco and his deer antler Musk teammates, or Jim Harbaugh and their iPhone sign-stealing ways? I don't know.
Let's take it a step further. Which Harbaugh brother is dirtier? Because John Harbaugh did oversee the deer antler spray Ravens that season.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Harbaugh versus Harbaugh. Dirty bastards. Hey, one thing you should know about this game, Texan fans, a couple things you should know. But the big one, they announced the officiating crews yesterday, and I know if I'm gonna say the name here, and you're probably gonna be like, all right, Sean, thanks, great info, bro. The officiating crew is the Clay Martin officiating crew, and I bring that up because he was the lead official on, I would say, Seth, probably the game this year where the most complaining was done by Texan fans after the game about officiating. Mm-hmm. The Jacksonville loss in Week 12. And if you go look at the box score, I think the Texans had 7 penalties for 64 yards or something. Not some outrageous number, not like this past week where they had 11. A lot of the ones this past weekend were their own fault. I'm not complaining about the officials. But in that particular Jacksonville game, that was the game where Jacksonville drew 4 either defensive pass interference or defensive holding penalties on crucial third downs in that game. Crucial. DeAndre Houston Carson got called for a PI in the end zone on 3rd and goal. That was super sketchy. Made it 1st and goal at the 1, and they just marched right in after that. Steven Nelson had that weird phantom holding call, which might have been misidentifying him, but still, it was. There were several third down passing infractions on the Texans defense in that game that were super sketchy. So
they just seemed really ticky-tack. It wasn't even in line necessarily with the way the game was being called otherwise. Yeah. That was the frustrating thing. It's okay if you got a crew that's really, really strict with it, then fine. But they were calling some things that were not nearly as egregious as other things that were not being called. So it was frustrating. And one of those ticky-tack ones seemed like a makeup for a previous bad call. It just it was almost like a makeup bad series. The officials made a bad call that went in favor of the Texans, and it felt like the officials were then committed wholesale to like allowing the Jaguars to score after that on the ensuing series because they made multiple sketchy calls.
Yep. So now you're dealing. Okay, that was Jacksonville. Now you've got an opponent where last time around the Texans allowed their leading receiver to shatter the team record for receiving yards in a game, Amari Cooper. So just something to take note of. So Derek Stingley Jr., Steven Nelson, be on your best game. That Jacksonville game was the one that almost ended Tavierre Thomas's career. It felt like where poor Tavierre was running around, getting called for DPI, letting guys get behind him and so forth. So should Stingley follow Amari Cooper around the field? I'm seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, that's where I get that asked a lot because people remember really upset in that Browns game that when Steven Nelson was injured that they let D'Angelo Ross cover Amari Cooper, who hadn't played defense at all that year. I think this is the biggest thing about it because I understand all the arguments for letting Derek Stingley travel with Amari Cooper. I think the biggest issue I have it with right now is that this Texans defense, their biggest issue is mental errors and coverage busts. And whenever you take Derek Stingley and then move him over to the right or move him to the slot, then all of a sudden you have to shuffle everybody else around. And then a backfield that's prone to making coverage errors probably makes that many more coverage errors. So I don't think it's as simple as just, hey, you let Derek Stingley follow Amari Cooper. And the other part of it is just that. Derek Stingley doesn't have a lot of experience playing in the slot in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Fewer than 20 snaps total over the past 2 seasons. So I don't think it's just so simple that Derek Stingley is going to be an awesome slot corner versus Amari Cooper. I'm A-okay with them keeping Derek Stingley on the left side, feeling very, very good about him there. And then theoretically, when you ask your safety to help out on Amari Cooper, he doesn't start jumping underneath routes. Yeah. That's all on the mental busts of various other defensive backs, more so than not having Derek Stingley travel with Amari Cooper. There's a good chance that if Derek Stingley had been over on that side when D'Angelo Ross was there, and if he thought he had safety help over the top and didn't get it, then Amari Cooper still catches that ball. He probably wouldn't have run for a touchdown, but still.
Yeah, if we recall, to your point, Seth, the Cleveland game in Week 16, 3 weeks ago, was the game where Jalen Petrie got benched like 19 snaps into the game because of the play you're talking about, where D'Angelo Ross, Amari Cooper gets behind D'Angelo Ross, and there's zero safety help back there for him. So Petrie can't. That can't happen again. I mean, you don't have the depth at safety to allow it to happen again.
I mean, that is and that's just it's not. Like, this is a team. This is where it's so frustrating. The entire 49ers philosophy, offensively and defensively, over the last few years with Kyle Shanahan is all about explosive plays. It's all about having the most explosive passing and running plays on offense. And then on defense, it's been about limiting explosive plays, which you can do if you have a really good defensive line because it means you don't have to blitz a lot. So far, the Texans' defense has done a pretty good job of getting down that path. The defensive line has gotten better and better at rushing the passer as the year's gone along. And defensively, though, they keep having these coverage busts where in situations where all they need to do is prevent big plays, force the other team to try to nickel and dime you, they just go ahead and let guys get behind them. They jump underneath routes. They're too damn aggressive for their own good at times, or at times just not certain enough of what they're supposed to be doing. And it's got to be driving DeMeco Ryans insane because it yields things like, Zach Wilson goes off and has a career day for you
yards,
in a monsoon. The majority of it is mental. Some of it's physical, but the majority of it is mental. Not to mention the fact that you let any NFL quarterback kind of get into a groove because you're making mental busts, and they become that much better too. So Derek Stingley not traveling with Amari Cooper is like 9th or 10th on my list right now of things that need to be done better against the Browns.
Here's DeMeco Ryans on what needs to improve against the Browns.
For us, looking back at our first game versus the Browns, it was a lot of self-inflicted penalties. We made big plays. They were negated by penalties or just mishaps on our part. So, again, we have to play clean football versus a really good team. You can't go out and make mistakes, right, or they'll capitalize on it, and they've shown that time after time. And that's on the defensive side. We gave them too many explosive passes. And Amari had an outstanding game. Watching the game, he had some of the best catches I've seen all year, right? Even though guys were in coverage and in position, he still made unbelievable catches. He had an outstanding game. So we have to be in position to cover him better. We have to be able to make plays, right, to get off the field on third down as well.
Yeah, and that's where it's like you just, without taking anything away from Flacco and Amari Cooper and David Njoku, who just had some awesome connections and passes, like Demeco said, that's going to happen likely with this offense. You just can't then spot them another 14 to 21 points and hope that CJ without Tank Dell on the other side is going to be as explosive as the Browns have been. And it really is. The other part of it that makes me nervous is the Browns have not been running the ball well at all. And they're very much like the Texans in that regard, in that they're not running the ball well, but they're going to stay committed to the run because it sets up the play action. And the Texans' defense has been really bad at biting on play action and letting guys get behind them and allowing those big plays. They're really good until they aren't, and then they're atrocious. And it's the old 80-20 principle. Those 20% of the bad plays are the ones that are doing the most damage to you.
Yeah.
They've got to quit that. Like, the Texans held the Browns to 1.8 yards per carry on the ground. The run game was not the issue. If you're nervous about the Jonathan Taylor experience from last week, worry about that come the Baltimore Ravens or somebody else. The run game isn't going to destroy the Texans when you play the Browns, but overcommitting to the run and not being on your P's and Q's when it comes to play action, the way they also did against the last week a little bit, like, that's what's going to hurt you. You just got to be smarter and sharper about that.
Okay, so that's on the defensive side. Here's DeMeco Ryan.
The Texans actually did a pretty good job. Like, if they held Gardner Minshew to 130 yards passing. Like, versus the Browns, that was the biggest issue.
Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the offensive side of the ball, spreading the ball around to other wide receivers besides Nico Collins.
Yeah, you talk about our passing game, Nico, CJ, playmakers. In the position we're in now, the game we're in, we just have to find a way to move the ball, right? To me, Nico has done an outstanding job this entire year. He deserves a ton of credit for the season that he's had, a career year. He's shown up every single week and made play after play, whether he's double covered, it doesn't matter. Like, he showed up with a willingness and a want to, right, to be that leading receiver for us, and he did that. And he deserves a ton of credit for that. Anytime you have more guys who can make plays, it's a plus for us. And we would like many more guys to step up and make plays for us. But at the end of the day, however you get it done, you get it done. No matter if it's Nico, right, no matter who it is catching the football, right, we just have to find a way to get the win.
Seth, on the injury report this week, the Texans will be back at practice today, by the way. Like last week when they're playing on Saturday, Tuesday becomes what Wednesday is during the regular season. So they're going to be practicing today. We'll get an injury report today. Jonathan Grenard's certainly going to be a name everybody's keeping an eye on. They've got to get one or both of Noah Brown and Robert Woods back for this game. They've just got to. I don't think they can deploy the same strategy against this defense that they did against the Colts, where they can just pound Nico Collins. They can just pepper Nico Collins and target him a whole bunch. These are really good corners on Cleveland. They've got a better pass rush than the Indianapolis Colts have. And I just, with John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson as the next two guys, both those, anytime those guys are targeted, it feels like the defensive back is draped on them. They're just not getting open. Not that Robert Woods and Noah Brown are, elite wide receivers or anything, but they're vets who I think are going to be able to find some dead spots to at least get open for CJ.
Well, Robert Woods just is so good with his timing and his route running and understanding what the defense is doing that he and CJ have a really good connection there when they need it. And we saw that early in the season, and then Tank Dell started to take over. You're going to start to see Robert Woods emerge more, as he did last week when he was healthy. The big number to remember for 2 weeks ago against the Browns regarding Nico Collins was that he had 4 catches for 18 yards.
Yep.
He just averaged 4.5 yards per reception, which was got to be the lowest of the season for him. Yeah, that was the lowest of the season for him. And, it was not C.J. Stroud throwing him the football.
Right.
It's been one of the more proof positive things about C.J. this year, at least. If you want to look back on the 2 games that he missed, where some of these other guys, when Bryce Young went out, Andy Dalton came in and was better than him. Gardner Minshew probably was better probably as a pure NFL quarterback than Anthony Richardson would have been in his rookie year. Where CJ, it was pretty damn obvious. Okay, this is a different. This is a team that is much worse without CJ Stroud.
It's like the Chiefs losing Mahomes or the Ravens losing Lamar Jackson. It's that's what it is.
Though that's where because there's promising rookie performances where you could still say, yeah, it was a really promising rookie performance. Sure. They had a veteran on the roster, maybe somebody like Ryan Fitzpatrick or somebody behind them. Maybe it may have been better this season, but for the long run, you got to develop the quarterback. There's been zero of that.
No, CJ's just he's legit. Yeah. He's not rookie legit. He's legit. If you want to get fired up for being a Texan fan or for this game or for the direction of the team, take a listen to Will Anderson in about a minute of audio in the locker room after the Indianapolis game.
This is what you live for as a little kid, man. And to see everybody's dreams coming true, man, like just starting in rec ball, backyard football, college, and then you get here, and these are the type of games that you live for, man. And I know that everybody's super excited, man. We just got to keep going, keep doing us better, man, and just keep grinding and being gritty and just I'm so hyped right now, man.
There's a lot of people talking about the postseason saying if they can get in, the Texans, you better look out. Is that the feeling inside here?
Of course, man. Yeah. We just say you don't want to see a pissed off Texans, man, but it's amazing the type of guys we got in here, man. The type of guys, we got special guys all over the place, man. And I'm just so happy to be a part of this, man. I just got to give a huge shout out to my teammates, man. Because them guys, man, I would rather not be on any team but this team.
So you took care of your job today. You're in the playoffs tomorrow. It could be a AFC chance, depending what happens. You get to sit back and relax. What are you going to do?
What you mean?
What are you going to do tomorrow? You get to chill during all the football.
Ain't no chilling. We got work to do, man. We got to recover. We got to rest, man. We got to get back to it, man. It ain't no chilling.
He's the best.
That's the kind of guy you need to get next to during training camp. You want your locker next to Will Anderson because the positivity is infectious.
Dog days of summer,
Yeah, you don't necessarily want to be next to the guy that's pointing out every negative little thing all the time. Because Will Anderson's a good guy to be next to during camp.
Good call.
As long as he also knows how to turn it off every now and then.
Right.
It's not always. I don't always need the pep talk, but just that positivity goes a long way.
Yeah, it's authentic, man, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. About a little under an hour from now, Nick Caserio, Texans GM, is going to join us on the show. So we'll get a chance to chat with Nick, State of the Union with the Texans as we head into the playoffs for the first time in 4 years. The Browns coming to town on Saturday afternoon. Up next, headlines. We will hear some more from Demeco Ryans, get you up to speed on coaching searches, which are now bleeding into some of the Texans' plans, college football title game last night, and a whole lot more in headlines next.
Kirk Holmes is an award-winning third-generation full-service.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's start with the Texans. Browns-Texans, 3:30 Saturday. Browns a small favorite against the Houston Texans. These two teams just met a few weeks ago, and the Browns put it on the Texans. 36-22 in a game that was not as close as the final score would indicate. But different Texans, obviously, with C.J. Stroud. No Will Anderson in that game either, we should point out. No Blake Cashman in that game, so they were missing a few guys. Hopefully getting a few guys back this week that have missed the last game or two. Demeco Ryans was caught on camera following the win over Indianapolis, kind of in the runway back to the locker room, just a moment by himself, reflecting, looking up in the sky. It was a really cool shot by ESPN. He was asked yesterday at his press conference what was going through his head during that moment.
Yeah, I was there in the hallway just congratulating every player that walked in, and then just took a moment to just reflect, just a moment of prayer, and just thankfulness, gratefulness just for being able to be in this position to lead this team, right, to lead this special group of young men, right, and for us to accomplish what we set out to accomplish of getting that spot in the playoffs. I know how much it meant to each and every one of our players, each and every one of our support staff, right? It meant a lot to everyone in our entire organization. So that moment, just a moment of gratitude and prayer, just thankful.
Okay, two things. One, somebody was coughing incessantly during that press conference, and that person needs to be escorted out. This is not the time. This is not the time to be putting pathogens out into the air, the common air, which the Texans coach and players in the press conference later this week will be breathing. I don't know who it was, and I apologize
we'll find
if
out.
I'm messing. What's that?
We'll find out. I'll text.
Yeah, I apologize for trying to keep you from infecting a playoff football team with whichever nasty stuff you picked up from God knows where. My goodness. So there's that. The second is the other part of it is the epilogue to that little story of Demeco in the hallway was that when C.J. Stroud came by, Demeco just starts running in behind C.J. into the locker room, and that's where all hell broke loose in the locker room. So I wondered whether he was getting his thoughts together and composing his speech to the locker room. I don't think so. I think that comes completely from the gut for the most part.
100%. Yeah, there's nothing rehearsed about Demeco in the speeches at all. The other bit of news for the Texans outside of this playoff game is that teams are coming calling for Bobby Slowick now, at least requesting interviews with him. The Carolina Panthers, Washington Commanders have both requested interviews with the Texans offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick.
Oh my gosh, man. Okay, if you're Bobby Slowick, you think about this. Let's say that Bobby Slowick is considering taking a job. I personally hope that he's kind of got this, pinky swear with Demeco. They're in it through thick and thin for at least a few years until they win a championship. But let's say he's considering taking a job. Man, for me, if I just think about the owner alone and who do I want to work for, I'm going with the Commanders. And then the other side of it is, I think that, man, Slowick's got to have some conversations with people about Bryce Young and just exactly what do I think about Bryce Young? Am I going to have to modify things to him? What are the obstacles? So far, and he's got to, Bobby Slowick's got to look at the Panthers and say, oh yeah, I can do all the things that Frank Reich could not. I can get the best out of Bryce Young. I can manage a Okay, it's not. I'm using the word psychotic colorfully. I don't think he's clinically psychotic. But a psychotic whack job of an owner who's going to blame me for everything no matter what happens. There's no way in hell I want for Bobby Slowick to go to the Carolina Panthers.
No.
I really like Bobby Slowick. I've enjoyed watching his development. He's got a great relationship with CJ. If he does go off somewhere else, God, please do not go to the Carolina Panthers, Bobby Slowick. No. I've grown to like you. Go to the Commanders. They've got an owner who's overseeing other successful sports franchises, and it seems like a common, rational sort.
Yep.
You don't have, and also I'd rather go the unknown at quarterback than Bryce Young, who right now if I'm being completely dispassionate about it, more likely than not that he doesn't work out.
Right. I would agree with that. College football playoff championship game last night in Houston here at NRG Stadium. And Michigan beats Washington 34-13. Close game in the third quarter, 20-13. But if you watch the game, Michigan was the better team throughout. It looked like a different Michael Pennix last night for Washington. That's been a kind of a funny thing to watch over the last week or two, which is, you get a many more eyeballs on these semifinal and championship games than you do during the regular season. And Michael Pennix put together a performance for the ages against Texas. He was incredible. It was funny to see the reaction of a lot of folks who you could tell didn't watch a ton of college football, haven't watched a lot of Michael Pennix. Pennix was great all season for Washington. He was a runner-up for the Heisman. So this is not me saying Pennix is an overrated college player, but there's a reason he's a cut below Caleb Williams and Drake May and other prospects like that. And if you've watched him throughout his career, you know that. But when you get to people that are the first time they've watched Pennix really hardcore is the Texas game, like, how is this guy not the first pick in the draft?
Right.
Oh my God, this guy's incredible. Caleb Williams went 7-5 this year at USC. How is Pennix not the number one pick? Last night you saw why. Like he's not the physical specimen some of these guys are. He's accurate, but he doesn't have a howitzer for an arm. He's injury prone. And he's also in his sixth year. He's a little older than these guys too. He's been around a little bit longer.
The highlight reel stuff of quarterbacks might be the most misleading and damaging to how you feel about various quarterbacks, because every single quarterback that's eligible for the draft has a highlight reel of stuff where you're like, well, that's an NFL caliber throw right there. But so when you have to remember, the difference between success and failure, just like in baseball, ends up being like one play out of 20 ultimately. And and then the durability part, you're right. And the age. Okay, you just talked me out of Pennix, Sean. I was all for just drafting Pennix and trading CJ off for whatever you could get him.
Sure you were.
Get for him. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like the answer he gave about something. I think how Bill O'Brien would figure out a way to hate Michael
Penix.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, Stroud. Yeah, look, Penix is probably still going to be a first-round pick, maybe late first round. I just when I was watching everybody say like, "Oh my God, he should be the number one pick last week," I'm like,
They did it with Anthony Richardson in the limited time he had in the NFL this year, where Anthony Richardson makes some incredible throws.
Yeah.
That was known already, and people kept doing it. People who I otherwise respect would show an awesome Anthony Richardson throw and say, "Oh, I thought Anthony Richardson was inaccurate." Like, not 100% of the time.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing about inaccuracy. Nobody actually makes it to the NFL being inaccurate 100% of the time.
Text message, that was maybe the worst college football championship. Sir or ma'am, I will point out to you, last year the score is 65-7. So it's not even the worst one in the last 2 years, okay?
Yeah.
Let's not overreact.
That was, the downside of it is that I read 4 articles this morning. Like, I was looking for long-form articles about the game. And of 4 long-form articles, I would say less than 20% of the articles were about the game itself. Like, I'm just looking for some nuance and stuff, and it's all about Jim Harbaugh, where he's going, the legacy of this, previous championships that Michigan had won. And it was more about all of the extraneous stuff than it was the game itself.
Yep. All right, that's headlines. Quick other blurbs here. Rockets lose in Miami last night, 120-113. Tiger Woods and Nike are breaking up after 27 years. Yeah, the super couple. Yes, the super couple.
Did they chase his car with a golf club?
That would have been symbolically.
Did they cave his face in with a 9-iron? What happened?
If Tiger had a retired Tom Brady level sense of humor on social media, they would have had Nike breaking up with him by whacking his car with a 9-iron.
Him drugged up driving a Cadillac while Nike is running behind him.
Step up, Tiger. Step up, all right? All right.
Nike found some text on his phone.
Yep. Okay, bottom of the 7 o'clock hour.
Having an eyes wide shut party with Adidas. Nike found out about it.
Perkins waitress shows up out of nowhere in the whole thing. Yes. Nick Caserio is going to join us.
Waitress.
Yeah, man. That happened.
I know.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Up next, let's talk C.J. Stroud. Is it possible the Texans have drafted the only good quarterback since 2020? It might be possible. That is next.
Now you want scandalous. It is scandalous? Daisy, sour cream, and seasoning packs. No more.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So I had a buddy send me a graphic yesterday that showed the one-loss records of all the quarterbacks drafted in the first round in 2021. Remember, that was the draft where 3 went in the top 3, 5 went in the top 15, and it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good draft class for a little while there, and now there's all kinds of questions about it. And the five quarterbacks were Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, all went in the top 3. Justin Fields went 11th. Mac Jones went 15th. And I looked at that and I said, wow, their records are all below 500. Some significantly below 500. Trey Lance is the only one who's not below 500. He's 2-2 and on his second team now as an emergency quarterback for the Cowboys.
Yeah. You know, and I think this is where I think the cautionary tale in a lot of ways is it's more of a crapshoot than ever, and it's always been and always will be a crapshoot with projecting NFL quarterback talent. But if you look at Trey Lance, who had such minimal college experience playing at a non-Power 5 conference as well, that it's really hard to know exactly how they're going to latch onto the mental side of the game. Trevor Lawrence, likewise, played a very simplistic NFL offense. And so far, it really looks like he's a first-read guy the same way he was in college. It's just in college, it didn't matter because that was the offense. It's a credit and a testament to Deshaun Watson that he picked that up over time. But it was a much steeper curve. With CJ did a lot of more advanced stuff by current college quarterback standards, and he did it for 2 years. And I think, likewise with Bryce Young, that made people more comfortable with that side of it. It's just more of a crapshoot with guys like Trey Lance and Trevor Lawrence than it's ever been because of the way college offenses have evolved. And then with guys like Trey Lance, they're getting drafted in the first round with very little actual quarterbacking experience.
Yeah, CJ actually said that, and I think it might be in this cut that we have here, Ben. If you have the CJ on McAfee cut that I've got in this segment right here, he may have said it in this. They were kind of riffing about the S2 test on the show yesterday with him. That was very uncomfortable, I thought, because they kept using the word dumb.
They were using it they were making fun of the S2 test, but they were, and people continue to do this, they were treating it like it's an intelligence test, which, again, intelligence tests are notoriously fallible, but it's not even an intelligence test.
No.
But it's almost like saying that you got a bad IQ score or something, which it's not. It's a visual cognition test.
Yep. Here was CJ when he was, he listened to these guys riffing about the S2 test, and he chimed in with this.
I always say that the eye in the sky don't lie. So you watch the film, you put on the tape, even from college, you can't play at Ohio State and under Coach Day, who's a world-renowned offensive coordinator, play caller. His offense is pretty deep when it comes to being knowledgeable. You have to know everything. I even have more responsibilities in college than I do now in this offense, in this scheme. So,
yeah, but that means you're only going to get better, which sucks for us. They haven't even unleashed you completely, which is a whole different animal.
All right, so that last part, McAfee's coming at it from an Indianapolis perspective on that last part. So kind of backing up what you're saying, Seth, where Trevor Lawrence is playing in this pretty remedial offense at Clemson, I think it's a testament to Ryan Day getting guys ready for the NFL, or at least giving an offense where there's a lot of buttons in the cockpit that they need to push, Well,
the other thing, too, is, and this is just a lot of coaches that tell you, they get frustrated when people talk about their scheme. Kyle Shanahan has talked about this. Okay, your scheme is going to change based on what your quarterback can and can't do and what their skill sets are. So there is no quote-unquote scheme if you're genuinely trying to tailor your system to your quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Different guys excel at different things. Some guys are great at reading coverages, but don't account for the fact that sometimes there's mistakes in coverage. They can read the coverage perfectly, but they can't adapt on the fly when the defense actually isn't executing it properly, when they're not doing it by the textbook. There's so many different nuances to what quarterback skills are and are not. And I think that S2 cognition test is one diagnostic tool, but it's one of 20 or 30 things that they're going to look at. And you wonder, with the Panthers, if a guy if the hedge fund manager gets to see this data and he feels like it's so overwhelming, Dave Tepper, the owner, being the hedge fund manager, if maybe he doesn't really fully appreciate that it's still an art in predicting these quarterbacks more so than a science.
In 2020, Joe Burrow, Tua Tagovailoa, and Justin Herbert were 3 of the top 6 picks in the draft. That was a good draft class. That's by NFL standards, a really good quarterback draft class in the first round. In the 3 drafts since then, Seth, there have been 9 quarterbacks taken in the first round. And I'm going to rattle through these names, but my overall premise here is that I think the Texans might be the only one of these 9 teams that feel really, really good about their quarterback right now. And here are the names. In 2021, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. In 2022, there was only 1 first-round pick. It's Kenny Pickett, who's backing up Mason Rudolph right now. And then in this draft, there were 3 quarterbacks taken in the first round, all in the top 4. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson. I would submit that the Texans are the only one of the 9 teams drafting those quarterbacks that feel great about their quarterback, great about them.
Okay, so if I were to do devil's advocate, I would say the cautionary tale is, how did the Patriots feel about Mac Jones after his rookie year?
I mean, right now. I'm talking right now how they feel about Mac Jones.
I know. I'm saying the cautionary tale in terms of feeling good about C.J. Stroud
I got
is, okay, how did they feel about Mac Jones after his rookie year?
I misunderstood.
Yeah. So, again, I'm doing devil's advocate because I think the Patriots felt really good about Mac Jones. He had a really good year. That was more of a testament to Josh McDaniels, and I think that's still – if I'm out there and I'm thinking about bringing in Bill Belichick, it's got to be with Josh McDaniels as his offensive coordinator. Because that part of it, I think McDaniels might be a horrible head coach, and Belichick is lost without a really good offensive coordinator. So at the very least, they did a really good job of bringing Mac Jones along slowly. And the one thing that illustrates that, 6.1 yards per attempt. Like, it was a whole lot of dinking and dunking and managing him. Whereas with CJ, it's the exact opposite. Like, they've just kind of released the hounds with CJ Stroud. So the level of confidence and the feeling that, okay, this is going to travel well and age well is a lot higher right now, I think, for most people around the league with CJ Stroud than it was for Mac Jones, who people were very bullish about at the time.
Yeah, and I guess if we're using that as the analogy, the Josh McDaniels dynamic with Mac Jones is, okay, how much do we feel Bobby Slowick has to do with CJ Stroud's rookie year?
Yeah,
can they groom the next guy to come in and CJ Stroud not skip a beat, right?
Because, if you look at, the big thing they always point to this year is, you look at the other two teams that have a lot of the similar aggressive traits, huge chunk plays downfield, and it's the 49ers and it's the Dolphins. They're Kubiak, Shanahan systems, and do you feel that good about those quarterbacks like that? Like, there's that combination of natural ability and then actual scheme. And I do feel, and obviously I'm biased, I feel like C.J. Stroud's is much higher on the natural quarterbacking ability married to the perfect scheme than those other two guys.
Than Tua and Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it highlights just how hard it is to find one of these guys. And if you're a Texan fan, you got to feel so good that you landed on him. That these are the 9 guys who were drafted in the first round in the last 3 seasons, and one is on their second team. A few of them have been benched. One can't stay on the field. The other one's 5'10", all these things. And you got C.J. Stroud, who is the toast of the town right now.
Who do you think of all those? Boy, that's a whole nother episode. Just talking about which one of those guys might work out.
Yep. We can talk about it later for sure.
No,
for sure.
That's another.
Yep. All right. What is Cleveland saying about the Houston Texans? We're going to dig into what they're saying up in Cleveland this week about the Texans. A reminder, Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joins us in about 20 minutes. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Bayway Chevrolet.
I know, my stupid screen wasn't refreshing. Bayway Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Casario is going to join us in about 13 minutes or so. Texans Executive Vice President and GM. Looking forward to the
bump
conversation.
Ross Tucker yet again.
He did, yeah. Ross Tucker will join us at 9 o'clock on the show today. So that'll be a little later on.
He's like Matt Damon is it Jimmy Kimmel that messes with Matt Damon?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Not quite the same way as with Aaron Rodgers.
No, yeah, they don't. Yeah, no.
Matt Damon's gonna start making vague accusations about Jimmy Kimmel.
Right. So Cleveland.com. That's the Cleveland Plain Dealer's website. Cleveland Plain Dealer, the paper up in Cleveland. Tim Bielek writes for them, and he's got 5 things to know about the Houston Texans. The Browns.
And I thought to myself, I saw this article, Sean, and I thought to myself, what's this joker think he knows about the Houston Texans?
You don't know me.
Cleveland people, yeah. This stuff is good. Sometimes they expose a blind spot, to something. They can see the dimples in your butt the way you can't.
I'm going to read these. I'm going to let you assess how well Tim Bielek of Cleveland.com knows the Houston Texans. He thinks he knows the Houston Texans. Yeah. We'll see about that. All right, number 1. C.J. Stroud is the true difference maker for the Houston Texans.
Whoa, well, hey, I didn't realize this Tim Bielek was a Rhodes Scholar. Okay, look, I better stretch out a little bit before I take on this fella. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think he does point out that, man, the drop-off was pretty extreme, dude, obviously.
I didn't realize the numbers were this bad. The Texans' backup quarterbacks combined to throw. Okay, keep in mind, the Cleveland game was a game where they were doing all that shuffling in and out of Case Keenum and Davis Mills in the first half.
Two-headed monster,
yeah.
Deal with this.
The Texans' backup quarterbacks combined to throw 53 yards in the first half compared to Joe Flacco's 246 yards in the first half.
Ugly. Oh. The number 2 thing, now this is interesting, and he understands the dynamics here as well, but number 2, the Texans' edge rushers also will be difference makers. And this is twofold. One is that Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard are banged up, and you hope you can get the healthiest version possible of those two. But if you look at the Browns and their roster, like when I go through and I try to identify the weak spots on the Browns roster, honestly, the only genuinely weak spot is the offensive tackles. Jerron Christian is starting at left tackle as of right now, and those are opportunity areas if those guys, if Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson are healthy.
Well, and we should point out that neither of those guys, basically neither of those guys played in the first Cleveland game. Will Anderson was out, and Grenard started, and he hurt his ankle 3 snaps into the game.
Yeah. So that's that's true. I'd forgotten just how banged up, because I don't like to make excuses, and C.J. Stroud is the big one. But it was all your best players. You had pointed out before the game, it's like 5 of your best 6 players were out, and all 6 of them were banged up.
The five best PFF scores were all out for that game.
Yeah.
So PFF, Pro Football Focus, for those who are unindoctrinated. So I agree with the first 2. Yes, C.J. Stroud, kind of important. The Texans' edge rushers also will be difference makers. I'm glad he pointed that one out, though, because I forgot just how early Grenard went out in that game. Because the first series, he was done for the game, done for the next few games.
So far, Cleveland.com is painting a pretty good picture for the Texans. Like this.
Got a pretty good beat on us, I think, so far. Right? There's 3 more. Let's see how he does. Number 3, Nicco Collins has come alive again since Stroud's return. It's true.
I think that's important. People up in Cleveland would want to know that, because all they know of Nicco Collins, if they just watched that one game versus the Texans, was that he had 4 catches for 20 yards or less. I think it was 4
18
catches
yards.
For
4 for 18
yards.
Yep.
And that he was very limited. But again, we'll go back to who was throwing him the football, and as well as also the team's still kind of adjusting and compensating for the loss of Tank Dell at that point.
So I would agree with that. Nicco Collins has indeed come alive again since his return. Number 4, don't expect much in the run game from either team.
Yeah, the Browns came into this last week's game ranked 12th in the NFL in rushing, but they were 22nd in yards per rush. And in a lot of ways, the Texans and the Browns are very similar. Remember, Stefanski runs a Kubshanistani system himself. They're going to commit to the run whether they're doing it well or not. And the Browns commit to the run. The Texans held them to 1.8 yards per attempt. It didn't keep the Browns from destroying the Texans defensively. And it's all to set up the play action. So, yeah, I would agree here. My one little asterisk would be that, man, Singletary has come up big in just the right moments, and that their overall rankings on the season don't really reflect what they've evolved into. They've been a more dependable run game than certainly they had been in the first half of the season. Even Singletary's numbers on Saturday were not great in the box score, but man, that final touchdown and another key couple moments during the bulk of the game, Singletary was big.
Yeah, they've got to get. I don't want to say the run game that they got against the Colts is going to be good enough to win this game. They're going to need to be better offensively overall to beat this defense. But I'm not expecting a huge explosive day for the run game, but they've got to get into 2nd and 6 and 3rd and 3. They got to stay ahead of the chain. They have to stay ahead of the chains against this team. They have to.
By the way, if you're overly concerned about the Texans' rushing defense, that was awful against Jonathan Taylor. But for whatever it's worth, their 2 worst rush defenses of the season were against the Colts. Both of them in the regular season. The other one was 126 yards in week 2.
I went back and tallied it up also, Seth, last night. After the Jerry Hughes injury stoppage, which felt like an NBA timeout where it kind of like takes the wind out of the crowd sails, the rest of the game, Jonathan Taylor, after that stoppage, 13 carries, 21 yards.
Right, yeah, that's what it's driving me insane when I peruse even Indianapolis media. None of them are mentioning the fact that Jonathan Taylor had been kind of trash especially after his ankle got banged up.
Yep. Last one from Tim Bielek of Cleveland.com. Number 5, Houston has had problems protecting the quarterback. Have we had problems? Has it been a huge issue or just sporadic problems?
He missed 2 games because they couldn't protect him. So yes, I think that's it's been an issue.
Yeah.
And that they do have to account for it with the play calling. CJ's only been back for 2 games,
right?
And in the first game, their strategy of getting rid of the ball quickly in the first half, combined with a defensive score, worked out so well that they didn't really have to risk putting him in harm's way.
Yeah.
I think they've done a really good job again this last week of using a combination of max protection and play action and getting rid of the ball quickly to keep him relatively clean. But it's something I'm still nervous about, especially against a defense like the Browns.
This Tim Bielek knows us pretty well. I feel like he might be stalking us, actually. Like he might be peeping in our window to see just what we're all about. You know what I mean?
Well, I do. Much like a celebrity that, like when these people go to the Star Trek conventions and Will Shatner will be like, I don't know this much about Star Trek.
Right.
I feel like this Tim Bielek's a little bit like that.
It's a little obsessed, I would say. Yeah. All right. Nick Caserio, Texans GM. He's joining us next. We will take a look ahead at this Cleveland game. We'll chat about some of the things going on with the specific guys on the team, the coaching staff, the whole 9 yards. We do that with the Texans Executive Vice President and GM, Nick Caserio, next.
I love Daisy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there it is. We got playoff football in Houston, people. Let's get it going. Cleveland Browns, Houston Texans, 3:30 Saturday. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you at 12:30 for Texans Countdown. Clint, Stoerner and I with a hopefully victorious postgame show, just like this last Saturday night against the Indianapolis Colts. That music can mean only one thing. Joining us right now on the program, first appearance in the year 2024, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Nick, how we doing?
Morning, fellas. Thanks for having us. Good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you. Congrats on everything. Congrats on the season. Congrats on the division. Congrats on the playoff appearance. We just got done going through a list that Cleveland.com put together about you guys, kind of their observations on the Texans, and it got me thinking, you're from up that way. Does this game take on, for you personally, like a little more significance? Like, do you have like in Week 16, did you have buddies texting you and things like that after that game?
No, most of my buddies are in other cities or throughout the country. So other than my family, I'd say that's probably the extent of my connection to Cleveland. So, no, I mean, I've got family up there. Obviously grew up there, but don't think it brings on any more significance other than my family wants to come to the game, so they want to show up and fly down to Houston. So I guess I have to accommodate them.
There you go.
Yeah, you've been in this business long enough that they've had to have abandoned their original loyalties by now, right?
The flags constantly change, so my mother will send me texts before games with whatever flag is appropriate. So she flies. Hey. Texan flag now. So.
Yeah, look, your mom's had it pretty easy as NFL parents go. It's like, every 20 years or so, they're going to change teams. Yeah.
And they're going to win 6 Super Bowls along the way. Nick Caserio.
My parents are very proud and happy.
They should be. They should be. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nick, great to talk to you as always. I'm sure as we look back at Saturday night and the weekend, the whole thing that went with the weekend, and you guys winning the division and what a journey it's been, I'm sure you got to see the video of Demeco kind of alone in the hallway there, kind of reflecting on everything with his thoughts. Did you have a moment like that after everything this weekend where you've had a chance? I mean, yesterday was your 3-year anniversary being hired by the Texans. I'm not sure if you knew that. Have you had a chance?
I didn't know the exact. I figured it was around there.
Yeah. I mean, you've got maybe a different perspective on reflecting back on all this.
Yeah, I think it's important to just kind of be in the moment and live in the present. We're all a product of our history, and we experience things at different points. And not to sound kind of cliche-ish, but I've always just taken things sort of one day at a time and just appreciative of the opportunity in front of us. I think what you saw from Demeco was real, kind of reflective of who he is as a person and a human being. He's invested so much time and energy and effort, I'd say, into this organization, into this city, and just to have an appreciation for what we accomplished, have a tremendous amount of respect and admiration and appreciation for him and the job that he's done. Certainly grateful for the opportunity that ownership has provided to be in the position that I'm in, that we're in. So it's a cool accomplishment, but I think the big thing is we want to just continue to move forward, and you don't want to look back and necessarily reflect. I mean, there's time for that. It's probably more appropriate for, I'm sure you guys have taken some polls on that or have more discussions about that, but I think our job is to kind of focus on the present, focus on what's in front of us, focus on what we control, and really it's a credit to the coaches and the players that we're in this position. It's taken a lot of work by a lot of different people, I'd say, along the way, going back to, honestly, last February, March, when we had some of our players after the 22 season that were in the building training and preparing, for what was going to happen here in 2023. Stingley was one of those players. Petrie's one of those players. I'd say some of our, younger players, better players that have been in the program. They were ready to prepare, and really what that shows is the mindset that they all had, that we had, and as we put the team together over the course of the spring, I think we felt that we would have a competitive team. Now, what does that necessarily translate to? That's not our job. That's your job. That's for you guys to have fun with and kind of figure out, all right, how many wins are they going to have? Where's it going to, like, we can't worry about that. All we can focus is on putting together the best team possible, making good decisions, and then once we get into the season, being able to adjust and adapt to the circumstances. And then once you get to the end of the season, then you kind of take inventory of where you are, and you're either in a position to continue your season or you're not. So, certainly thankful and grateful. I mean, Sunday morning was kind of a normal day, I would say, in the Caserio household, which is, kind of get up, go to church, and just kind of not make it about football, but just make it about our family, make it about our girls, and just kind of, it's a normal day, and not kind of get too caught up in some of the hoopla, but also understand that, we're excited and appreciative of the opportunity that's in front of us. So I would say that kind of is a quick snapshot and summation of the, of the weekend. But I would say, like, that video, Demeco, that's real. That's who he is. And, you saw it all right there, what he's about and what he's really brought to our program in a short period of time.
Nick, I got to be honest with you. I had struggled with figuring out exactly how to ask this question because, last year there was chatter and speculation. It seems like around the combine time onward that you were going to end up back in New England. And last week there was a report by a guy who's been wrong about GM reports with the Texans going back to 2014, and yet it got some traction that there was a chance that you were going to end up back in New England. So I guess I would ask two parts. One is just, is there any truth to that? And two, does it feel better that at least this time it doesn't seem like as many people are like running with it as they did last spring?
Yeah, I'm going to try to hold my tongue here a little bit, but I would just say this time of year there's a lot of things that are said, and anybody that makes a jackass statement that they either know me or trust me, you can rely on this information, honestly, is totally off base. So I would say I am grateful for the opportunity that I have here. Respectfully, I know there's a lot of reporters out there that think they have information, but this becomes silly season. It happens every year, whether it's during the January, February cycle when you have coaching changes, whether it's around the draft. Those that really know me know how I operate and what I'm about. And other than 610 Sports Radio, I'm not really a big media person, but I keep it to myself and just try to show up, try to do my job, try to support the people that I'm with on a day-to-day basis, and just focus on the things that I control and not worry about some offhanded statements that are made out of left field that, quite frankly, have zero validity. So, I'm excited about the opportunity that I've been presented here in Houston. I'm excited about where our team is, understanding we have plenty of work that's in front of us. I've loved every second of the opportunity to work with Demeco since he was hired, since he and I have been together, and to work with his coaching staff and to work with our players and to work with the people in our building. And I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, which is doing the best I can for the Houston Texans organization for as long as ownership provides the opportunity for me. So, whoever these reporters are that make these, ridiculous statements, maybe you want to talk to me about it first before you put some information out there that has actually zero basis.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, you came from an environment up in New England that was kind of unique in with Coach Belichick and how that structure went. You're coming here, it feels like a little bit more of a traditional GM, head coach kind of structure. Here in year 3 with you and Demeco, is this kind of what you envisioned when you went into the role 3 years ago of what a GM, head coach relationship would look like?
Yeah, I would say every situation, Sean, is probably different, and I think what you have to do is look at your situation and understand the gravity of running a football team is massive, and I would say very few people can handle the overarching, I would say, operation. I mean, you could probably count on one hand the number of people that could do it at a high level, with Bill being at the top of the list. I'd probably put Coach Reed in that category as well, but every situation is a little bit different. So our job, my job, is to support the coaching staff, to support the players. And as you work through any relationship, there's always going to be things, maybe a little bit less here, maybe a little bit more there. You try to figure it out. But I think if the relationship is built on trust, respect, and communication, then in realizing that we're all trying to accomplish the same thing. We're all trying to win as many football games as possible, put the best team together that we can on a year-to-year basis. And whatever role and responsibility that entails, it takes a number of different people. My job, and I've kind of, alluded to this or mentioned this, is just to kind of, navigate through and sort of steer the ship a little bit and be a resource and be a conduit of information. And, wherever I'm needed, whatever job that is, whatever role that is, however big or small it is, I think we all have to have that mindset. So, I think sometimes the head coach and general manager get, more of the credit, less of the credit, but we all have to support one another, and everybody that's in our building has an important job. So, I'd say our relationship from the time that Demeco has started back in January or whenever it was, I think it's grown each day, and we've learned a lot about each other. I've come to appreciate him and respect him and admire him probably even more than I did before he got the job. So, and each year is going to be different. So I think each situation is always going to be a little bit different. The bottom line is you need a number of people to put a successful product on the field, and at some point you're going to need everybody. And I think we're fortunate to be, in a pretty good position, and hopefully the relationship continues to grow, and we can kind of build on some of the things that we've done this year.
So I saw you on the sideline last night at the national championship game, which was I know your travel schedule's brutal, but it was good of you to get out there and be scouting those kids. It did remind me of
a long walk from upstairs.
Yeah. It's almost like you probably didn't even want to go, right? You were just trying to get to your car through like the different security things. Well, no, it reminded me of the fact that the Panthers sent basically it felt like their entire organization to the pro days for C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. The Texans sent far fewer representatives to those pro days. What went into that decision to not necessarily go full force at the quarterback pro days?
I'll be respectful when I say this as well. I think sometimes there's a bunch of BS fanfare that's associated with some of those pro days. When you send hordes of people, I'd say if you have a specific reason why you're going to do that, then whatever you believe in organization or philosophically, then you should do that. I think sometimes you can actually get more work done doing it other ways. And the reality is you evaluated those players over the course of 1, maybe even 2 years. So you've done comprehensive study, and then you have an opportunity to meet with the player at the combine likely. And there's probably a good chance that you're either going to, bring that player into the building, or you're going to go to their campus and kind of spend more time with them. I know these have become, I would say, to a certain extent, certain pro days have become a little bit more media-driven. When there's 56,000 networks that show up and evaluate when a guy throws routes on air and then walk away from the workout and talk about, how well the guy threw the football. I mean, okay. I mean, my daughter can probably evaluate that as well and show up at the workout. So I'd say it depends on what you're trying to get accomplished and what you're trying to get done. In the end, we're going to do what we feel is best for organization. We'll get to the end point that we feel is appropriate, but we're not just going to do things that, quite frankly, might just be for surface level or some fluff associated with it. I'm not saying every workout is like that. What I'm saying is that some of these have become that. Now, if you have a school where you have, let's just use Michigan as an example, well, I'd say there's a good chance they're going to probably have 15, 20 prospects that are going to be draft eligible or in the draft. So there's an opportunity to watch a wide swath of players over the course of a day. Maybe there's something that you haven't seen during the course of the fall, or a player's coming back from an injury and you want to see him up close, or if there's something specific you really want to see. And then as you move around from like that program to another group of players, you're kind of comparing and contrasting. But I think sometimes it's just so quarterback-centric, so quarterback-driven. Let's make sure we show our face. Okay, well, it might be important to do that. Like, quite frankly, it might be a bunch of look, there's going to be how many cameras? Like, there's going to be 1 million cameras that are there. So I would say the way Demeco and I operate is pretty low profile. Like, we're about work. It's about substantive work, not necessarily getting caught up in a bunch of fluff. But, get our work done, get what we need to get done, get what we need to get accomplished, make sure we have the right information so that we can make the best decision for the Houston Texans organization on every front. So that's where hopefully we'll keep our focus.
Texans.
So hopefully that answers your question.
No, it does. It does. Texans GM on with us right now on Sports Radio 610. So, Nick, that trade, the Panthers trade up on March 10th for the number 1 overall pick. And those pro days for C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young aren't until a couple weeks after that. So your evaluation process, once you realize the Panthers have the number 1 overall pick and they're almost definitely going to take a quarterback, does it change kind of your approach to how you evaluate the quarterbacks? Or maybe does it shift over into okay, whichever one of these guys we might take, we're going to start focusing on how we would coach them? Or is it just business as usual?
Yeah, what you're doing is wherever you're slotted, you're probably evaluating a certain pocket or group of player within that however many picks it is, understanding that, okay, said player gets picked 1, all right, you're going to have your options whenever you pick next. So I would say, fast forward to this year to some degree, where we're going to be picking, unless we trade up, in which, again, I'm not coming on air saying we're not going to trade up or we're going to trade down, because then everybody will be like, oh, man, well, here's what their draft plans are. But anyways, we're positioned to pick in the, call it, 20-ish sort of range. So if we end up staying there's probably a good group of players, 15 to 20 players or 12 to 15 players that you're not going to see, but you're still going to evaluate them so that you're well-positioned and prepared in the event that circumstances change. So I think the big thing is just go through your evaluative process, understand what your options are, understanding kind of where you're slotted to pick, and then ultimately you make the decision that you feel is in the best interest of the organization. So we'll try to stay consistent with that process. I don't think you're necessarily steered one direction or another just based on what other teams are doing. You have to focus on your team, what you're doing. It's not too dissimilar to kind of what we're doing this week. We have to focus on the Houston Texans. What are some of the areas that we can improve? What are some of the ways that we can play better than we did against Cleveland, a few weeks ago? So it's the same thought process and the same mindset as it pertains to the draft. So what other teams are doing, you kind of have some maybe understanding or awareness, but in the end, you're not going to let that drive your decision-making. Your decision-making is going to be based on the work that you've put in, the information that you've gathered, and the endpoint that you've arrived at this collective group, and just making sure you're prepared, come draft day or whenever it is, to make the right decision for the organization at that current time.
Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio joining us on the show. So I think we're all really happy it worked out the way it did, that C.J. Stroud is the quarterback for the football team here. So, Nick, do you have I've been thinking about this, do you have a favorite C.J. Stroud throw this season? If I'm playing word association with you and I say 6 C.J. throw, which one immediately comes to mind for you?
Yeah, you probably want to start with the throw to Nicco the other night. Essentially it was a 75-yard handoff. You're talking about 2 really skilled players. I'd say that throw, I think that throw against Jacksonville, the tank there when we were, early in the first quarter. Those were 2, I would say, top-notch throws, which when you throw the ball down the field, typically it's pretty, not lower percentage, but, there's just more incompletions than there are completions. But to be able to throw the ball with accuracy and placement in those particular situations, I'd say those are, 2, that kind of jump off the tape. I think just overall, the passing game, for the most part, we've done a good job with the overall execution of it. There's been moments, where we've had some throws we'd like to have back, some plays we'd like to have back. But overall, made good decisions. TJ's made really good decisions. Anytime your touchdown-interception ratio is what it is, it means you take care of the football, your ball placement is in the right spot, you understand the integrity of the play, you understand what's being asked to play, you understand what your options are on the play, and that goes back to the play design, which goes back to Bobby, Gerard, the offensive staff. So, CJ's a talented player. He's done a great job. Collectively as a team, we put ourselves in a position. So I'd say those are 2. If you want to start there, you could probably put that poll up in 610 as well. I'm sure everybody.
Twitter doesn't have enough choices. There's only 4 choices on Twitter. CJ's got 50 of these.
Why don't you talk to Elon Musk and see if we can get some changes?
I got him on speed dial. We need. You know what? You know what we need, Nick? It's not Twitter. We need a full bracket of CJ throws, like a 16 or 32 team bracket of his throws this year. Hey,
it's like the college football playoff going from 4 to 12.
That's it, man. Yeah,
changes are possible.
That's right. That's right. Hey, along those lines, you mentioned Bobby, and the reports yesterday that there have been a couple requests to interview Bobby Slowick for head coaching vacancies. I guess just thoughts on your year working so far with Bobby Slowick, and I guess just as importantly, maybe more importantly, as you plan here, do you guys have a kind of a succession plan with, Demeco's a defensive coach, so there may be some churn at the offensive coordinator in the future. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, this time of year, I mean, there's a process that the league has in place, so, we'll certainly comply with those, parameters and rules and regulations. I would say specific, to Bobby, Bobby's done an unbelievable job for the organization this season. We'll support him in any way possible. There's obviously a lot of dominoes that are going to fall relative to this whole, I would say, process. So we'll take it one day at a time, but, we've put together, Demeco's put together, a really good coaching staff, which is the reason we're in the position that we're in. So we'll look at, our options if we get to that point, but certainly grateful and thankful for the job that Bobby has done for us here this season. The goal is to try to keep as many good coaches and people and players in the building for as long as possible. So, we'll work through the process, whatever that entails, and you always have to have sort of contingency plans in place. You're trying to balance multiple things right now. I think the focus more than anything is on the players and getting ready for the Cleveland Browns, which is certainly a significant task ahead of us. And if there's other things that we have to deal with at some point, then we'll handle them in due time. But, Bobby's done a great job. You guys have talked to Bobby, or he's talked to the media, once a week here. And, I'm sure Bobby will tell you that he's grown and he's learned a lot. And, we're fortunate to have him here, and, hopefully we can continue to work with him moving forward.
Yeah, what upset me about Bobby Slowick was that I'd heard from all these people beforehand that he was going to be all business and just wants to be left alone. He steps in front of the microphone, and he's delightful. He's like, all I can stop thinking about is the fact that this guy will be awesome in an interview, and it angers me. So
it's probably the same reporters that said I was leaving. So take that. You probably have to take it with a grain of salt.
I will say I'll back off on him a little bit because he finally called a flea flicker, which was successful, even though it didn't end up being a pass. That was my favorite.
Hell of a run on that flea flicker.
Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. The flea flicker it works 100% of the time. Why are there not more flea flickers?
You have to talk to the offensive coordinators in the league. So there's a time and a place. So anytime you run a gadget, you're trying to catch it within the rhythm and the appropriate time to make the play call. So I'm sure we'll have a few others up our sleeves here maybe over the next few weeks.
You guys could be innovators. You could be like Daryl Morey. You could revolutionize the use of flea flickers.
The flea flicker's the new three-pointer. Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to go analytics now? We're going to shift gears and go in that direction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, I don't need no analytics to tell me 100% is good, and it works 100% of the time.
And a Cornell degree. Yes. Hey, Nick Caserio joining us on the program. Nick, you've had a ton of success on the waiver wire since the trade deadline. You brought in some guys who've really contributed. And I'm curious, were there any of the guys that you've picked up? I mean, just for the audience's information, Derek Barnett, Kareem Jackson, Tierre Tart, I'm missing one. Adrian Amos was picked up as well. Were there any of the guys that you picked up that you were surprised hadn't been claimed in front of you?
That process, Sean, it's just you never really know how it's going to work itself out. So early in the year, the claiming process is based on what your record was the previous year, and then after week, I want to say 5 or 6, then it's whatever your position you're in. Then you're trying to weigh, all right, do we have an opportunity to get this player? What other teams may or may not be interested? What teams have been taxed at certain positions? So what we try to do is each day we go through the waiver wire. If there's a name on there that we feel warrants discussion, we'll talk about it as a pro scouting staff and kind of get some background information. You have 24 hours, which is a good thing. You have an opportunity. It's not like you have to make a knee-jerk decision. It's the waiver wire. Honestly, none of us, anybody that tells you, nobody has any idea who's going to show up there on a day-to-day basis. So our job is to, when the waiver wire comes out, evaluate the players that have been released, whether it's from an active roster or a practice squad, look at our situation. Is there a player that's worth discussing? So we'll talk about it as a pro scouting staff. Demeco and I will sit for a few minutes. Hey, might want to think about so-and-so. Let's go back maybe if they have to do some work. And the good thing is the way that the video system is set up and the way our database is set up, so you can actually go to the said player, find the number of plays that he's actually played, and in a kind of 15, 20-minute period, you could probably find the 50 or 60 plays that he's played. So you can actually watch an individual player. It's not the old, I would say, beta tapes where you literally have to, which I've done this, time code, mark the tape, and if you're dealing with multiple players, kind of set up a ledger, then go back and then record it and create an individualized tape. So the benefits of technology, like we're seeing those on a day-to-day basis, I think it helps teams from a scouting perspective as well, specifically in pro scouting in season when there's a timely nature to this. So we'll go through the evening or the day, do our film evaluation, have a discussion as a scouting staff. Demeco and I will meet about it. Hey, if we do this, here's the residual move we'd have to make. Okay, here's a player, here's a role he may or may not have. Is it worth discussing? And then we have to look at our team. A lot of this is driven by where you are with your team at that time. So with the safety position, we've had some players that were in and out. Then we lost MJ, then we lost Eric. Brought DHC back. So DHC was here earlier in the year to practice squad play. Then he left. He was on Baltimore's practice squad. Had familiarity with the system, both defensively and the kicking game. So we thought it made sense to bring him back. And then the situation of Adrian and Kareem and some of the other players that you had articulated that you mentioned, those players had a vast amount of experience, have played. For whatever reason, it wasn't working out on their team. So then we have to do is make a decision. All right, does it make sense? All right. And then really what you're trying to a certain extent, you're taking a little bit of a flyer, but then once you get the player here, then you have an opportunity to evaluate it, and you're not really, I would say, beholden to that player, because if it doesn't work out after a week or two, then you can release the player and move on, or maybe you want to get the player here, and you want to have him in the building, but the way to get him here is to claim him, and then you eventually maybe try to get him to the practice squad. So there's a lot of gymnastics that potentially can be involved, but it goes back to understanding the player, knowing his skill set, knowing his strengths, knowing how he might be able to help your team, and then talk about it as a coaching staff, and then figure out whether or not it's worth pursuing. I would say in Tart's situation, we were a little bit banged up on the interior of the defensive line, so it was a way to, I think he was released. There were 3 or 4 games left, whatever it was, so a short period of time, here's a player that has experience, for whatever reason it's not working wherever they were. We can't necessarily worry about what happened there unless there's something that's going to affect what goes on a day-to-day basis in the building. So I know it's a long-winded answer, but the bottom line is we look at everybody, and the more knowledge and more information that we have on the players, the better, and then we can make a decision, and we either put a claim in or we pass on the player and then just figure out, when the appropriate time to bring in players as needed.
Nick, I mean, you talking about the way the video systems work now, I get like super excited and jealous, because it's amazing what these kids can do now. I mean, pass rushing is completely different than it used to be. Because they can watch this stuff on YouTube from the time they're 12 years old, and then just like CJ Stroud talking about how he learned a lot of his mechanics from watching Drew Brees on YouTube. But then when I listen to either Demeco or some of the players talk about it, it sounds like Demeco and Bobby have really incorporated just the ability to show video of anything and everything, like as a teaching tape, and in a way that maybe wasn't done until the last decade or so, where you can really just see, you can show guys things and they can imitate it instead of having to spend half an hour in the classroom trying to figure things out.
No, absolutely. We're fortunate to have the resources available, and I would say this is the benefit of technology. Technology moves fast, as we all know. It's constantly changing, constantly evolving, and you can use it to your advantage however you see fit. So coaches are always kind of going back and looking at, I'd say, old cut-ups or old tape, but if there's maybe a specific, I would say, technique or specific skill or specific play, the timely nature of it is probably where the biggest change is taking place. So you don't have to go search, try to code it, and try to go back. Do we have the film? Do we not have the film? There's multiple avenues that are available, and what we have to do is, just as a team and organization, is just be able to utilize the resources that we to the best of our ability, understanding you can't use everything. So you want to be judicious with your time and your use, but if there's something specific that you think can help a player or your team, then we have a responsibility to try to go find it. So this is just we're reaping the benefits of, I would say, the advances that have taken place in society from a technological standpoint, and some candidly embrace it, more than others. So we'll use whatever we can to help our team to try to improve and try to make ourselves better.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Nick, I'm not going to ask if you have how you're doing on time. I'm just going to promise you that we're going to get you out of here in the next couple minutes.
You got it.
Okay. Hey, Dameon Pierce was on the postgame show with us, actually following the last Cleveland game when he had the kickoff return for the touchdown. He was on the postgame show with me and Clint. He was very honest and open about the struggles he's having this year adapting to the new offense. That's why we love Dameon Pierce. He's just very forthright. And he even said, to the extent, he said it probably won't happen this year to where he fully attains what your guys' vision is for what he can be in this offense. In your mind, what does Dameon need to do, maybe in the offseason even, to become a bigger part of the offense again?
Yeah, I think the reality is the players just have to be themselves. DP's a great kid. He's got a great attitude. He's about the team. And, I think the way that he's embraced his role, his kickoff return, is certainly emblematic of who he is and how he operates, and just his willingness to do whatever he can to help the team. So I'd say, just generally speaking, at times players maybe sometimes put a little bit too much pressure on themselves, and they're trying too hard. I mean, Dameon's a skilled player. He's got good playing strength. He's strong with the ball. He's good with the ball in his hands. So each year is different. So whatever happened the previous year, quite frankly, doesn't necessarily have as much relevance relative to the future years. So any way that you can improve as a player in the offseason, whatever you feel that you can do to make yourself a better player, whatever that looks like, that's a responsibility of the player. Each year is different. Dameon has helped our team. He's going to help our team here for as long as we're playing over the next few weeks. And we were fortunate to have a pretty good group of players in that room with Motor, Dare in his role, and everybody has a lot of confidence in DP, and DP's got a great attitude, shows up every day with the right mindset. And I'd say, quite frankly, I've seen players handle that situation, going from playing to not playing very poorly, but Dameon has handled it exemplary. And we're fortunate to have him here, and he's got a bright future in front of him. So I think sometimes players, maybe they just need a little bit of a reset, or they got to just take a little different approach, or, not put too much pressure on themselves, and just realize, just make it simple. This game is a simple game made hard. Just keep it simple and just try to improve, try to figure out ways to improve. And, when the off season comes, that's where you devote time to that particular area. So DP is going to help us. He's helped us win games, and, we're glad he's on the team.
Nick Caserio joining us on the show. All right, Nick, before we get you out of here, we had multiple texts saying, hey, ask Nick who his pick is for the Royal Rumble.
Do we have a roster yet? Or was
month.
there 3 or 4 entrants? I think I've read Shinsuke, CM Punk.
Cody.
It's 30 though, right? So we're kind of waiting on the heavy hitters, right?
It's 30. We know Cody and CM Punk are going to be in there. Those are
Cody and CM Punk.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
We don't the Miz. He's gonna. Now I would say the Miz. I know he endeared himself to the Browns fans, right? Didn't him and Njoku? I know we're playing Njoku. We can't really hate on him that much. The fact that he's doing a day in the life of the Miz, or some garbage, since they're both Cleveland guys.
Right.
So, but anyways, the Miz, I would say big LA Knight fan. So I think he's kind of, I don't know if he's in the mix. Reigns is kind of up in he's in his own category of acknowledgement. So he's,
he won't be in the Rumble because he's the champion right now. But LA Knight, right, I think, is in there for sure. I didn't know you were an LA Knight guy.
Yeah, he makes me laugh, honest to God. His whole shtick, he really kind of makes me laugh. Yeah. And the fans seem to like him, so wasn't sure, but, anytime I see him, it's not, and The Rock showed up the other night, right? And he looked like he hadn't spent too much time in a weight room, I know that.
Yeah, you think?
Holy cow. So,
all right, so I'm hearing.
I think once we have a full roster, maybe we can, maybe I'll call back in or something, or we can.
We're going to get you on the Friday before the Rumble.
Pick.
Friday before the Rumble, you're going to come on and you're going to preview the Royal Rumble.
When is the Rumble?
It's January 27th, so we're going to get you on Football Friday to preview the Rumble and preview the Texans versus whoever in the AFC title.
Omar is probably going to he's probably rolling over in his chair on this, but we'll see we'll make something.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking around.
No, you're not.
It'll be on Thursday.
The fans aren't.
Exactly. Hey, Nick, before we get you out, just, we know how the last game went against Cleveland. You guys are a different team, obviously, this time with CJ and some other guys back now. Just thoughts on if there's one big thing you can improve upon as a team over Week 16 against Cleveland, what would it be?
Yeah, look, bottom line is, we didn't play very well in that game. Cleveland played really well. I think if, we limit the explosive plays defensively and take advantage of our plays, offensively, we had some opportunities. Quite frankly, in that game, we're able to take advantage of them. But I would just say, generally speaking, this time of year, it comes down to the teams that really execute the best. Everybody's talented. Everybody has a number of good players. The teams that execute the best on a consistent basis will be the teams that have success at the end of the day. So, we didn't play very well. We got off to a slow start. They were able to get on top and kind of play from ahead, and they're a team when they can play from ahead. Look, they have the best defense in the league. They've got a lot of great players on that side of the ball. Great players on the offensive side of the ball. They're a good football team. They've won 11 games for a reason. Certainly present significant challenges, but if we can improve some areas, take care of some of the things as it pertains to the Houston Texans, not necessarily Cleveland Browns, and hopefully we can give ourselves an opportunity to win the game in the fourth quarter. So, but I'd say limiting the explosive plays. I mean, Coop's a great player. I think he broke the career receiving record for the Browns or something like that. So obviously, limiting, his touches, limiting the explosive plays, and, taking advantage of our plays offensively when they're going to be important against a really good defense. So I think the team will be ready to go. We're excited about the opportunity in front of us. Hopefully the city of Houston is ready to go on Saturday afternoon as well. We're certainly excited and grateful for the chance to still be playing meaningful football in January.
Yeah, at home. I mean, it's really, really exciting. Texans GM Nick Caserio, by the way, a text message. The Rock is clearly on Nick's Royal Rumble waiver wire. Okay, that sounds about right.
He might be. He might be.
He's there. You have film on him.
He's too busy forming the spring league. So.
Right. But Nick, it's very easy to go find film on him. You just go to the Peacock app and go to the WWE Network, and it's just like scouting Derek Barnett. It's the same exact thing. But you're going to get in the Rock for the Royal Rumble. Same exact thing. Hey, Nick, best of luck this Saturday. We always enjoy the conversation, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you guys.
Yep, appreciate you. Nick Caserio joining us here on the show. All right, I think the crown jewel from that conversation was clearly the answer to your question about the rumors that for 2 years in a row now have bubbled up about him leaving Houston. That's clearly an emotional trigger point for a guy who doesn't get overly emotional when he talks to us on the radio.
Honestly, and I was hesitant to even ask the question because I didn't want to add fuel to a fire unnecessarily, except that it's like put out there this time by a reporter who somehow continues to have high-profile jobs and yet has been continually wrong about the Houston GM spot. One of our listeners was upset about me asking the question about 300 others were super.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and then there's the 500 others that loved it.
Yeah. I think, honestly, sometimes people just want a chance to make a denial of something, and, I think Nick has to deal with this crap a lot. And a lot of it is just kind of a holdover from when the Texans had a lot of dysfunction in the organization, and people could say almost anything about the Texans, and people would laugh it up and agree that it must be true. Now it's getting absurd to the point where now, they're speculating that a GM who's overseeing a turnaround to a team that with a rookie quarterback has made the playoffs would somehow want to jet out of here. On the face of it, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. So.
Yeah, I don't want to put myself in the same category as that anonymous GM who said, oh, yeah, he'd go back to New England, trust me, where I'm putting words in Nick's mouth. I'm just going to say, just observing, Seth, just listening from his answer, I'm going to say that he was happy that you asked the question.
Yeah, sometimes people they want to be able to have a chance to, without coming out and issuing a formal statement or something and that, because that does almost kind of put a report over. They want to be able to just answer a question about it and then move on.
Yep, absolutely. So that was good. The word jackass came out in that answer. I think he was talking about the opposing GM who said, "Trust me, he'll go back there."
Well, yeah. The other thing too was as far as he kind of touched on that whole topic again. When I was talking about how Bobby Slowick was, I was led to believe that he wasn't going to have all that much personality, or wasn't going to embrace being in front of a camera, which made me think, okay, cool, the guy might not be head coach material. That actually came from people who worked with him at Pro Football Focus. So I think I bet when Bobby was at Pro Football Focus, he really was just obviously he wasn't out facing the media or anything necessarily, other than having to do whatever media spots they do. He was mostly in a research role there. So I think he's probably been kind of a surprise to some of the people that worked with him at different roles, that he lets his personality out in those press conferences. And he looks like a guy who will interview really well, because he's got a definite mindset and approach to how he coaches and teaches the game of football in a way that's way above just the X's and O's. That's what I like about Bobby Slowick. He's not one of these kids that learned football playing Madden that think you can just maneuver little spots around on the screen and that's all you got to do. He very much understands the teaching aspect.
I wonder if that is something that if the Texans brass were sitting around, and by brass I mean basically Nick and Demeco, the day-to-day operation of the team, of the roster part of the team. If Bobby Slowick getting this kind of attention early on in his career is it's got to be ahead of the schedule that they thought. Maybe Bobby Slowick shows up on a long list of candidates for jobs, but that Bobby Slowick is a coordinator who's getting requests for interviews the day after the season ends is pretty heady stuff when you consider there's 32 offensive coordinators around the league and 32 defensive coordinators around the league, several of whom have been in the job cycle for many, many cycles now.
Well, and honestly, I don't want to take anything away from Bobby Slowick, but as far as Kyle Shanahan goes, as a guy who grooms and teaches coaches, it's been pretty damn good. I mean, in the stories you hear about how much he tests those guys, the way he, for somebody to present a play that's going to go in the game plan, you got to have every single answer for what might go wrong, how the defense might respond, everything else. And that Shanahan also talks to these guys about things like interviewing. I think in a way that I don't get the sense that Belichick does it that same way. Neither's better or worse in terms of that guy being a football coach, but when it comes to, okay, am I going to get a guy that's actually had some training or mentoring about it versus it feels like some of these New England coaches are just kind of pushed out into the wild without necessarily having really learned about the head coaching part of it from Bill Belichick. It's different with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like there's no right way. There's just different ways. I think that Kyle Shanahan's way, which I'm guessing is going to end up being DeMeco Ryans' way as well, you're going to have a better chance of attracting elite coaching talent under that umbrella than you will a Belichick umbrella.
Right, and I think ultimately, too, the one thing that we talked about immediately as soon as they hired DeMeco was, okay, the question is, what are you going to do when your offensive coordinator gets plucked? The real big benefit of running a Kubiak-Shanahan system now is that so many teams are running it. There's no absence of really talented young dudes out there who understand this system that can come in and build on it and become an offensive coordinator. And likewise, Gerard Johnson, is in the building working in this system. Case Keenum is in the building working in this system. There are multiple. Bill Lazor in the system. So, not to mention people from outside the organization. I don't worry about it nearly as much because of that dynamic.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I saw another list yesterday that talked about coordinator openings. With all these firings come coordinator openings too. And so Gerard's getting some run there for his work with CJ. It's a difficult balancing act. If Bobby stays,
you can block Gerard.
Oh, can you? Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, that's you can. Now, do you? It's one of those.
Right,
things.
That's the question when you're trying to encourage guys to come and get that. I don't think you do. I think you got to be really careful about blocking people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus, that's always. I remember my defensive. They've changed the rules somewhat, but I remember Todd Grantham when he was a defensive line coach was getting the chance to interview for the Browns, and he kind of had to. Really try to. He had to argue for it. He had to argue for the opportunity to go up and interview. Well, And I want to say that was in the middle of a head coaching change too. That might have been after Capers.
So was he looking to get bumped up to?
Oh no, that wasn't after Capers.
Was Grantham trying to move from position coach to coordinator up
to
there?
Coordinator,
yeah.
And he got it. He was able to, but he had to argue for it.
Yep. Boy, a lot of people weighing in. They like fiery Caserio on the text page. I'm loving text message. I'm loving feisty Nick. Another text message, that denial by Caserio. For those who missed it, because it's been a good 30 minutes ago, Seth asked Nick about the rumors that had bubbled up from Jason LaCamfora with corroboration from GMs who don't really know Nick Caserio, evidently, according to Nick, that he would definitely leave to go back to Houston or to go back to New England. Seth asked him about that, and Nick gave about as emotional denial as I think you could expect Nick Caserio to give text message. That denial by Caserio of that report, that's probably the most emotion and firmness I've ever heard in his tone. I 100% believe him. Nick's got some fire in him with 3 exclamation points afterwards.
You know, the funny thing about it is I think there's a little bit of what was going on with Denver for a long time, which is people kind of get this image of a franchise stuck in their head, and they refuse to believe that the franchise has changed at all. And with the Broncos, it was the Broncos had how many losing seasons in a row, Sean? Was it 6?
All of them since 2015, however many that is.
They've been much worse than the Texans since 2015, but people were acting like the notion that anybody would choose the Texans over the Broncos was just the dumbest thing in history. Why on earth would DeMeco Ryans do that? Because the Broncos aren't that good anymore.
Right.
I think likewise, you take Bill Belichick and Tom Brady and everybody else, like a lot of people have left that organization, Nick Caserio amongst them, that it's a different organization than it used to be. So it's not so simple as like, wow, because they have the same logo and they say playing the same. I think there are a lot of GMs out there, that anonymous GM, that just think like, well, same logo, same building, sure, of course you'd want to go back.
It's lazy. It's just lazy. Yeah. It's lazy. All right, let's do this. We've got, for those who missed it, this emotional answer that Nick had about staying in Houston, and by emotional, angry. It sounded like he got legit worked up about some of the people who are speaking for him to some of these reporters out there. It's a long answer, so let's do this. We'll play it for you in the next segment. If you missed it earlier, Ben's got it. We'll have it for you coming up next. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
The AFC South belongs. Available in all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We just got done talking to Texans GM Nick Caserio. If you missed it, the entire interview, we went about 35 minutes with him or so. We'll be up on the podcast. You can get the Odyssey Rewind feature if you want to do it that way. Seth asked him the question about the rumors that for the second straight year, rumors of Nick Caserio possibly wanting to go back to New England. I can't imagine a more emphatic denial and really just taking aim at the people that started the rumors than we got from Nick Caserio this morning. Here is Nick's response to that question.
This time of year, there's a lot of things that are said, and anybody that makes a jackass statement that they either know me or trust me, you can rely on this information, honestly, is totally off base. So I would say I am grateful for the opportunity that I have here. Respectfully, I know there's a lot of reporters out there that think they have information, but this becomes silly season. It happens every year, whether it's during the January, February cycle when you have coaching changes, whether it's around the draft. Those that really know me know how I operate and what I'm about. And other than, 610 Sports Radio, I'm not really a big media person. But I keep it to myself and just try to show up, try to do my job, try to support the people that I'm with on a day-to-day basis, and just focus on the things that I control and not worry about some offhanded statements that are made out of left field that, quite frankly, have zero validity. So, I'm excited about the opportunity that I've been presented here in Houston. I'm excited about where our team is, understanding we have plenty of work that's in front of us. I've loved every second of the opportunity to work with Demeco since he was hired, since he and I have been together, and to work with his coaching staff and to work with our players and to work with the people in our building. And I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, which is doing the best I can for the Houston Texans organization for as long as ownership provides the opportunity for me. So, like whoever these reporters are that make these, ridiculous statements, maybe you want to talk to me about it first before you put some information out there that has actually zero basis.
And there you go. I mean, ridiculous, jackass statements and zero basis. He checked all the boxes.
Jason Lockenfor was the one that most recently did it. And I think back in the spring there were anonymous executives or anonymous league people that were, at the end of the day, I think, speculating about what they think Nick would do. I don't know. Jack Easterby is still out there, for instance, like a former executive. Just as by way of example of people who are out there. There are people out there who might have loose lips at various times to various reporters. I think this will be the end of it, because so much of it before was that there was a period where the Texans were pretty much open game for anything anybody wanted to throw at them, including, this is what you have to remember, the same people that would be speculating or giving anonymous quotes about Nick Caserio leaving right now, many of them are likely the same people who were saying that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback at all. Remember when people were angry about the fact that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback? Because and then they drafted a quarterback. Now those same people, presumably, I need to listen to them and their opinion about whether or not Nick's going to stick around.
Right.
There's a lot of garbage that's thrown at the Texans. I think that there is one thing. I think both Demeco and Nick are two guys who are very much what Nick just said, which is you just put your head down, you go to work. You don't worry about the sidling up to reporters and the political side of the game, where there are many successful coaches and GMs who are those guys. Sean Payton is that guy.
Bingo.
Very successful coach, but also plays the game. I think Belichick, back before he got a bully pulpit, he played that game to a certain extent. Bill Parcells, they all massaged and coaxed their message in the media, but then there are a lot of other coaches and GMs who just want to put their heads down and go to work. I think that's the cool thing about Demeco and Nick is that I think that they're both those guys. I guess the only thing I worry about is it's almost like you feel like they're almost like innocent children that need to be protected in those instances, because there are
bad
shady
people out there, man.
Yeah. It's like you're sending your kid off into Times Square with a wallet full of cash. Go play that 3-card Monte game over there.
Right. Here's my thing with it, Seth. Is it we know the one quote that Jason LaCanfora had from this last rumor thing, and it almost feels dirty or silly to be paying any attention to it again. But Nick just gave us this answer on this show, so I think it's worth kind of sifting through it. There's no harm in it now. Like Nick Casario just came on and said that those rumors are silly and they're stupid. They're ridiculous was the word he used. My whole thing is when your only quote is you talk to a GM who said he would go back there, trust me, and that's all you use. My question would have to be what I would want to know, especially in light of the fact that Nick is now the GM of a team that has one of the best quarterbacks in the league, a rising young head coach, all the resources he needs to do his job, not to mention oodles of cap space. My question would be, okay, why? Why would he go back to New England? That's what I need to. That you're basing a report on just some guy saying, "Trust me, he'd go back." I don't give any substance to a report like that unless it tells me a reason why you would leave a situation like this one.
Honestly, and think about Nick Casario, or really, realistically, anybody that's been in the NFL any length of time, is so much of your job and what you do hinges completely and totally on whether or not you have a good quarterback.
Yes.
Look at Chris Ballard up in Indy. Chris Ballard is largely regarded as one of the brighter and better GMs in the NFL, and yet it feels like he's reached a point where his job might be hanging in the balance every single season because they haven't found the right quarterback. And sometimes, no matter how smart you are as a GM, it just comes down to dumb luck and where all the cards fall in that situation. And I think that, like Nick, I don't want to try to make it sound like it was all Brady up in New England or anything, but you understand and appreciate, okay, with any other number of quarterbacks back in 2001, 2002, it could have gone completely a different direction if you didn't have that right guy in that right moment. So I don't think there's a chance in hell that any sane or conscious GM would right now choose to leave C.J. Stroud. Like, unless there are personal reasons behind it.
Personal reasons is the only thing.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no chance in hell that you would leave after you as a GM drafted this quarterback. There's no professional reason you would want to leave this situation. It would have to be extreme. It would have to be extreme.
Yeah. I mean, you've created, as a GM, and Nick, and as Nick would point out, in collaboration with many other people, have created, I think, a foundation when you take into account quarterback, young players, head coach, staff, the whole thing, potential assets for the future, because this quarterback still has 2 years left before you're even entertaining extension conversations about him. I'm anxious to see the articles that start to come out once the season is over, Seth. It talks about the 32 teams and ranks them in terms of how positioned they are moving forward. Not power ranking how good they were in 2023 or how good they're going to be in 2024, but how good they're going to be in 2027, that kind of thing. Because this, I think you can make an argument this organization is best positioned to be kind of like the Astros when they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated in 2014, saying we're going to be 2017 World Series champs. I think similarly in 2024, you could do a Sports Illustrated cover with C.J. Stroud on it, saying the same thing about 2026 or 2027.
They have the cap space is extreme. They have a whole bunch of cap space when you look at 2025 and beyond, and that'll change as you re-sign guys and everything. But I think it's not going to be uncomfortable for them after they sign C.J. Stroud's contract initially, as long as everything goes well over the next 3 years. The other part that I asked him, then I didn't want to get I knew he wouldn't tell me, where they had the power ranking of Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud. But the one thing I get a little bit annoyed about with the reporting right now is where people kind of casually assume that the Texans would have drafted Bryce Young number 1 overall if they'd had the number 1 overall pick. They act like Indy did them this huge favor or Lovie Smith did them this huge favor. Just to remind everybody of the timeline, the trade, Carolina traded up on March 10th. The pro day, C.J. Stroud's pro day wasn't until March 22nd. So, there's no part of me that thinks that the Texans or the Panthers on March 10th knew exactly who they were going to take at quarterback, number 1 overall. If so, then why even bother going to the pro days? Why would Carolina send 29 people or however many it was to those pro days?
Well,
like the evaluation process is still very much ongoing at that point.
Because we know one of the discussions was the Texans moving up from 2 to 1 and Carolina moving up from 9 to 2. Carolina was content to move up to 2. Remember, the Texans pulled out of that scenario at the last second. So Carolina was content to move up to 2. So they definitely didn't know who they were taking at that point because they didn't know who you could take it to. You know what I mean?
That was they were okay with taking 2.
They were okay with being at 2.
They wanted to have a chance at a crack at whoever it would be.
Whoever was left over. Yeah, they would have been fine with either of the 2 guys. So good stuff from Nick Caserio earlier today. You can get that interview on the podcast or on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
Regarding the national championship game last night, I told you I was upset because Nick Caserio was at the national championship game.
Yeah,
scouting people or just trying to get to his car or whatever it might be. The one thing about the coverage this morning that annoyed me was I wanted to find some tidbits out about the game itself, and I read through 4 pretty long articles. And I would say like 20% or less was about the actual football game. The vast majority of it was about Jim Harbaugh, where he's going next, the actual scandal, all of that.
Yep.
And it did make me, like the whole time I'm reading, I'm trying to figure out, would you have preferred it if news of the sign stealing scandal had broken before the playoffs that year? Would it have been better if it had just broken in September?
You're saying, you're saying for the Astros.
With the Astros.
Yeah.
With the Astros, and then the Astros ended up winning a World Series.
No, I don't think so. It wouldn't have been good. I think it would have torpedoed their run. That was a young team still at that time. I think that might have been something that really messed with them.
Like psychologically.
Yeah. That would have been a pretty big matzo ball sitting out there in the postseason.
The worst would have been if it had came out. Well, it wouldn't have come out. I mean, it would have necessarily come out after the memo, I guess. The timeline would have been a little different. But I guess there's just, in general, I wonder, it's been weird with Michigan because I feel in a way, because it's not going to be some surprise or bombshell that comes out afterwards, I think they're going to get off cleaner long term.
Yeah.
Than the Astros did.
No,
because there won't be these. There's so many people out there that haven't really read that much about the Astros sign stealing that think and assume that they were doing it all the way up through 2019. Like that's the part that annoys me. I almost wish it would have been better in the long term if it had been blown out of the water right like at the beginning of the playoffs.
Yeah, you can't tell the difference. Like if you didn't know there was a sign stealing scandal or didn't know the timeline of it coming out and all you did was sit down and watch Michigan football all year.
Yeah.
And then somebody told you afterwards, like, those first 5 games, they were actually stealing signs from the other team. I'd be like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said, they just stopped?
Yeah.
At all?
Yeah. They just stopped.
Your first without learning the details, you think like, well, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah. Oh, and then they won and then they won a bunch of really hard games with their head coach sitting at home because he was suspended for it. Like Sharon Moore was the head coach for it. So it was wild. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Again, big thanks to Nick Caserio for joining us a little bit earlier. All right, let's circle back to the playoffs here, and not just the Texans but the other games. What are the other 5 games? If you're a Texans fan, which one or 2 are you going most out of your way to check out this weekend? We will go through the schedule next, but I got to tell you about West Point Lincoln and Chris Poulos. He was the owner now. He was the VP GM for a couple of decades, and now he's the owner of the dealership. West Point.
Available in a combo, single item at regular price.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Couple quick things before we get into some of the non-Texan matchups here. We're going to talk to Ross Tucker at the top of the hour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got Rossi coming on at the top of the hour. Our Odyssey.
We bumped him for... Oh, I told Ross that I would give Nick a hard time about us always bumping Ross Tucker for him, and I forgot to do that.
Yeah. We had a less popular show. You could just lie about it, but there's plenty of people who are going to hold us accountable for that, I think, unfortunately.
People are probably already...
It's cool.
Ex-posting at Ross. Yeah.
He'll get bumped again by Caserio. It'll happen again. We'll have another shot at it.
He'll just steal one of my takes again.
Exactly.
Put it on the Dan Patrick show.
That's right. That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. So we'll talk to Ross top of the hour. We had the game this Saturday. Just a couple administrative things. I know we had a couple people texting in like, "Hey, when's tailgating start?" Because it's a 3:30 kick. 4 hours before the game. So the gates are going to open at 11:30 at NRG Stadium. Still tickets available. Ticketmaster.com. Still a couple thousand tickets available. Try to get them before Cleveland people get them. It would be nice if there were. Honestly, there weren't that many Cleveland people here for the Christmas Eve game, but it's not Christmas Eve anymore, people. Those northern people are going to travel down here from their terrible, terrible city and come invade us if you don't get the tickets. So get the tickets and get in early. That's
get the tickets.
Yeah.
Get the tickets.
Yes.
Go to Ticketmaster.
Yep.
Or whatever the site is that you go to.
Ticketmaster.com. That's where the Texans will send you. Ticketmaster.com.
Cleveland's got a nice direct flight to Houston. It's I told you I flew down for the regular season game. I actually was flying through Cleveland, and I was surprised because that was on Christmas. Cleveland was Christmas Eve?
The game was on Christmas Eve, yeah.
Christmas Eve, yeah. I was surprised there weren't more Cleveland shirts and jerseys. And I thought more Clevelanders would have forsaken their families to go watch their football team. But apparently they basically let it be known right there they didn't care that much about their football team. And now they're in the playoffs.
I like that.
Apparently now they'll show up, you know.
We're going to point out who they don't care about based on what their decision is.
Yeah.
Of the other 5 games, I mean, obviously the game between the Texans and the Browns is of the most intrigue to us and our audience here because we're in Houston. Of the other 5 games, Seth, Dolphins-Chiefs is the Saturday night game, and then the Sunday triple header, Steelers-Bills, Packers-Cowboys, Rams-Lions. And then I'm a little surprised the Monday night game is Eagles-Bucks, just because the Eagles are trash and the Bucks aren't really, without Tom Brady, not real high profile.
Yeah.
I was surprised that was Monday night. That's pretty far down the list. Of the other 5 games, which one are you going out of your way to watch?
The Bills are so intriguing to me, but I'm not that interested I'm just not that interested in the Steelers right now. The most intriguing one to me from a car crash or train wreck perspective is the Eagles-Bucks. I think honestly, I don't know if we really witnessed something unravel quite like the Eagles have
Dude.
over the last several weeks.
No, I can't remember Jacksonville was pretty bad down the stretch. The Eagles, it feels like there's something systemic though, like that goes deeper than just they're not playing very good football.
Yeah.
Like it feels like there's something. Like there's poison in the water in Philly, and maybe some of that has to do with when Philly gets bad, you start to see all the reaction to it on social media from Philly people. So maybe it feels worse than it actually is. I'm a little surprised they're favored in this game.
Just to put it out there for everybody, in case you haven't just really been paying attention at all, they started off 10-1, right? I thought in that 10-1 start, there were signs that their defense wasn't the same as it was last year. I can't remember I was getting in an argument with somebody about C.J. Stroud earlier compared to some other quarterback, and they pointed out that, that quarterback had to play the Eagles. And I was like, well, this Eagles pass defense isn't as good as they used to be, and I got crushed for it. People were just coming at me like crazy. They've fallen apart. They've lost 5 of their final 6 games. They beat the Giants on Christmas Day. Man. That's the game they didn't lose, was they beat the Giants, who subsequently came back and beat them a couple of weeks later. Like, it's been just awful. And I guess the fact that they're favored, I suppose, is a combination of just playoff experience and the home field advantage. I don't know.
They're not at home.
Yeah, they're not home field. It's in Tampa.
Yeah.
They just paid Jalen Hurts, and he just looks like a shell of his former self.
Yeah.
Their offense is like high school level stuff. I mean, seriously, honestly, like high school level stuff. When you go to a high school game, you're like, oh, wow, these kids are in gun the whole time. Oh, football sure has changed. Yeah, the thing is, it works. Like if Jalen Hurts is your high school quarterback, by God, by all means, yes, have him run it from gun every single play. But you can't get away with a lot of stuff they're trying in the NFL. And defensively, they're a shambles. So, yeah, I don't I want to see if they can pull this out somehow. I don't know what Vegas knows that I don't.
Yeah.
But Baker Mayfield might be the better quarterback in this game.
He might be. I've already bet on the Bucs in that game. Full disclosure. I think the Bucs are winning that game.
David Carr might be vindicated for his hot take from a few weeks ago.
Okay. Boy, that's digging deep right there. And, boy, you might be right. And to be clear, his take, for those who don't remember, David Carr's take was that the Eagles need to sit Jalen Hurts and put Marcus Mariota in. But I think he was talking about doing it within the context of, like, doing it for a couple games to let Jalen Hurts get right. You know, because Jalen Hurts has played banged up this year.
Yeah.
But he might be right about that. Like, ever since he said that, the Eagles have slipped into the toilet. It's been horrible. Mine would be, I love your train wreck aspect of Eagles-Bucks. Mine would be Dolphins-Chiefs, because those are also two teams that are not playing their best right now. The Dolphins are banged up on defense. The Chiefs just have not had a typical Chiefs-type year. They've not been good in the second half of the season. The Dolphins led the AFC East all year long. They were like the Jacksonville of the AFC East. They led the division all season long until they didn't after week 18. So one of those two teams is going to advance. Like one of those two teams who are neither are playing good football right now. Plus you got Tyreek Hill going back to Kansas City too. That's a storyline.
The other matchup here. Now the Chiefs are different than the Cowboys. The Cowboys have just been a better team in the regular season than the Chiefs have been. But the Cowboys can't beat good teams on the road. They just don't play the same on the road, or at least they haven't this year. When they played the Dolphins, it looked like it started off like it looked like it might be a high-scoring, high-flying affair, and then ended up being a whole bunch of flirting with the end zone by both teams, but not really getting it done. It felt like one of my junior year in high school dates.
Yeah,
it was a whole lot of
heavy petting, a lot of heavy petting of the end zone.
Denim burns through the Levi's 501 jeans and the Jordashes,
and a ton of field goals. Yeah,
it was. I got close. I got really close, but it hurts. It hurts.
Oh man,
that's what that looked like. In the Dolphins have not been the same offense versus good teams. The Chiefs have a good defense. That's the only reason the Chiefs are where they are right now at 11-6 is because they have a really good defense. The Pat Mahomes has not been the same. They lead the NFL in dropped passes, so that's not making it any easier for Pat Mahomes, who hasn't been the same. And they look like they're running on fumes in a lot of ways. Who's favored in that game?
The Chiefs Dolphins? Oh, I'm sure the Chiefs. I'm guessing the Chiefs by like 3 or 4 points would be my guess. I'll look it up right now. The NFL, I hate you, Yahoo app. Here we go. The Dolphins and the Chiefs. The Chiefs are favored by 3.5. So there you go. I was right in between what I said.
No Chubb. Tyreek Hill now. I see the big think piece right now is all about Tyreek Hill and his drops. I don't worry about Tyreek Hill's drops the same way I didn't worry about Terrell Owens' drops. It's just one of those. It's God doesn't bless you in every single category, and to expect the guys who are the most freakishly athletic to have the best hand-eye coordination too doesn't always work out that way. On the balance sheet though, Tyreek Hill makes up for the drops.
Yeah, when it matters, I think he'll catch the football. I'm kind of excited too though, Seth. For me, it was between Dolphins, Chiefs, and Packers, Cowboys. I would love to. I may have to listen in on Green Bay this week and hear what they're saying about going up against Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy going against the Packers again.
Well, yeah, not to mention just everything else that surrounded this series in the history of the Packers.
Yeah, there's a lot of tradition,
Yeah, and a lot of close games, controversial games, like a whole lot of everything wrapped up into all of this. Mike McCarthy going against the Packers. And who do you think is more disliked in Green Bay, Mike McCarthy or Aaron Rodgers?
You know what's going to sound weird to say? I'm thinking Mike McCarthy.
You think so? Really?
Yeah. Okay. I think they still like Aaron Rodgers up there. Is the sense I get.
I know a lot of Packers fans were really sick of his shtick by the end of it because he just like Brett Favre, he kind of kept everybody waiting in anticipation every single year for a couple of years, and it started to feel like they were. I think the fans started to feel like they were either Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre's playthings.
Yeah.
McCarthy, I think it was more of a. Like when they look back on it in hindsight, they were like, "All right, well, look, it was time for him to go," but like he didn't necessarily harm us emotionally in the same way.
No, but here's my thought process on that. I think Packer fans look back at the Aaron Rodgers era and say we should have won more Super Bowls. Yeah. And I think they blame Mike McCarthy for that way more than they blame Aaron Rodgers for that.
That's very valid.
Yeah.
That's incredibly valid,
yeah.
Especially. Boy, if McCarthy blows it in this game, especially, that would just be further confirmation that all right, well,
that would be the most fun city of the away teams. That would be the most fun city to be in, like bars in the opposing city on the day of the game. In Green Bay, at a bar watching the Packers and the Cowboys going against Mike McCarthy. The locals there would be a whole lot of fun to sit and talk to while that game's going on. I would think.
Yeah.
In Green Bay. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls, of course, brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. We'll talk to Ross Tucker coming up next. First, YellowRoseDistilling.com. If you want to get over the Yellow Rose Distillery, today is the day it opens up for the week.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is 9 o'clock. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, joining us right now. Normally joins us at 7:20. He was kind enough to shuffle his schedule around once again for Texans GM Nick Caserio. It's our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning. What's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing good,
Ross, man. I have to confess. I told you I would kind of rip Nick Caserio a new one for always bumping you, and I didn't even mention it. I didn't even bring it up.
You wimped out?
Yeah, I just forgot about it. I just had other stuff to talk about. You were more an afterthought.
What would be more important to talk to the Texans GM about than him from my spot?
Well, I will tell you what Seth did ask him about was the rumors from Jason La Canfora last week that Nick would want to go back to New England, and Nick gave about a 90-second Scud missile right back at La Canfora reporters and GMs that would speak on Nick's behalf to reporters. It was pretty profound radio. That was pretty good.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I want to hear that. I would love to hear that at some point. I think I told you guys this before, but if you ever do bust his chops, make sure you mention, he was the only personnel executive. So 2005, I got cut by the Bills, and I had like a workout every week. And usually it's like the offensive line coach. The only place I went where it was an executive, and it was one-on-one. It was just me and Caserio. And, he tried to run me into the ground. Thankfully, I was in really good shape, and that's always been a strength of mine. But I'll always remember that, that it was him that actually put me through the workout, which was very unique. Usually it was a coach, but for him in New England, it was a personnel executive.
Yeah, that's always fun. And you know what? I kind of miss those personal workouts, like the pre-draft, and then in the NFL when you get a coach or a scout that you can tell they just want to see how tough you are, and then it becomes a battle of like, okay, no matter how awful I feel and however much I want to die, I'm not going to bend over. Like I kind of miss being tested like that. Sean, why don't you test me like that, Sean?
We'll start tomorrow. No problem.
Okay, Ross. You cover the Eagles extensively, and we were just talking about the Eagles and their curious collapse here at the end of the season. The thing that makes it relevant to the Texans is that the Eagles are a team that everybody was feeling great about at the end of the season, and then lo and behold, they lost their offensive and defensive coordinator, which right now in hindsight looks like a really, really big deal. Is it more complicated than that, or is at least that a huge part of it that they lost an OC and a DC? The Texans right now potentially could lose their OC and Bobby Slowick.
Well, I think that's a tough question to answer because they did start the year 10-1, and when they were 10-1, guys, every other team had at least 3 losses. They were clearly the favorite, to be the number 1 seed and all that stuff. I would think that a coordinator change or the impact of a coordinator change would be felt more earlier in the year, right? Like when the new guy comes in and he's doing his own thing or he's changing things up, you'd think it'd be more of an issue early. I would have thought that this Eagles season would have been flipped, where there was some issues with the transition early, but then as the season went on, he kind of settled in and he figured out what was best for those guys and blah, blah, blah. And they ended up having success. For the Eagles, it's been the opposite. But I will say, I don't think that they would be here if they had Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon still. I think that's fair. Steichen, I think, proved himself with what he did in Indy. I actually thought Gannon did some really positive things for the Cardinals, no question. And, these guys, you watch them, they didn't make the Arizona Cardinals punt one time. Like the Arizona Cardinals did not punt one time.
Wow.
Against Eagles, which is just unbelievable, right? Like hard to believe. And then even the Giants, guys were just wide open. And then the more troubling thing might be when these teams blitz the Eagles, it's like they have no answer. It's like they're not expecting it, or they've never seen a blitz before. They don't have hot routes. And like Jalen Hurts just tries to run to the right and then throws the ball away like 8 times a game. It's bizarre. It's one of the strangest things I've seen in a long time, because they were the best team in the league last year, and I thought they were pretty much the best team in the league most of this year. And then it's like they've lost their confidence, like they've lost their stinger.
Ross Tucker joining us on Sports Radio 610. Ross, just shifting gears over to the Texans. They didn't take a single snap all season long in first place in the AFC South. They didn't lead the AFC South until Jacksonville lost to Tennessee on Sunday, yet here we are, division champs, home game against the Browns. Where do the Texans stack up for you on the scale of like, okay, they're not one of the favorites in the AFC, but they're a dangerous team because of C.J. Stroud. Like, you may not want to face the Texans. Do they register on the radar like that for you at all? How dangerous a team can they be in the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, I think because of Stroud and because defensively they've done some really good things, I do think that they could be dangerous. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like Cleveland could be dangerous as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the winner of that game, that'll be interesting. You know, let's just assume for a second that they end up going and playing at Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could be interesting. I think Baltimore will win. I think Baltimore is the better team. I think Baltimore is probably the best team. But I could see either, like if I'm the Ravens, I'm not thrilled with either one of those teams. Let's assume Kansas City and Buffalo both win and the Ravens have to play the winner. I don't love that either C.J. Stroud in a good defense or Joe Flacco in a good defense is coming to Baltimore. Like you would like to think maybe if you're the number 1 seed in a divisional round that your first game would be a little bit easier than that. That would make me nervous. You know, both those guys. I feel like there's some similarities between the Browns and the Texans, really. A lot of them. And I think people are forgetting that in the first matchup, I mean, you guys know this, but not only no Stroud, but Will Anderson didn't play. Nico Collins wasn't 100%. The Texans are a different team. The Texans believe, which is a huge part of this thing. Like, they really think that they can do anything. They're good. I mean, the throw he made on the first play, that is ridiculous. And then the thing that I would be so excited about if I'm a Texans fan, he's not just good. He's clutch. Like he comes up big, it seems like, late in games when it matters the most. I'm really looking forward to that game. I think it should be awesome. And I think the winner of it has a puncher's chance in Baltimore, assuming that's where they'll be the next week.
I like that. I like that a lot. Well, it's funny, Ross, because we had this conversation with you last week where I asked you, who do you think is going to be favored in the AFC South going into next season? And you said the Texans. And since then, the Texans have since gone on and won the division, and the Jaguars lost in disastrous fashion to the Tennessee Titans in Week 18. Do you think Trevor Lawrence gets to the big contract extension this offseason?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think he's still a franchise quarterback. He got banged up so much this year. And I think the Jags are probably smart enough to realize that if they wait, they're really just going to have to pay more. So maybe on some level, there's some monetary value for the Jags, because maybe they can say, listen, we'll give you a big, huge contract, life-altering money, $200 million, whatever, but maybe he's not jumping the line. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he's not getting more than Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson. Usually it's like the next guy up always gets more than the guy before. You know, I think now they can actually make the argument, hey, man, like, we love you. We want you here. We want to pay you. But we can't give you what these other guys that are consistently winning and going to the playoffs every year are doing. You know, Jalen Hurts has been there 3 years in a row. Lamar Jackson, they go to the playoffs pretty much every year when he's healthy. So maybe the Jags actually save a couple $1 million a year out of it.
Ross, as the Texans take on the Browns at NRG Stadium this weekend, I look at the Browns and I go back and I watch Joe Flacco since his return, and I'm trying to figure out where any of it is smoke and mirrors. And I can't. Like, I think Joe Flacco has just been solidly and legitimately good. Is there, other than, like, he's thrown turnovers, but even the two interceptions he threw versus the Texans were not harmful interceptions. One was a deep arm punt of an interception. The other one was the last play in the first half, and it was no big deal. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, where does this, if this bubble is going to burst, where would it be with Joe Flacco?
Yeah, I think the Texans, the two chances here, right? Like, Flacco is not afraid to drive the ball down the field or to put it into small windows. The Texans have to capitalize on that. Have to. The other thing is, the Browns lost their first 3 offensive tackles. Not just their starters, but their swing guy, the rookie, DeJuan Jones, too. So the Texans have to win. Like, those guys, Will Anderson, those guys, they have to win. Jerry Hughes, they have to win against these Browns tackles because, like any quarterback, but especially Flacco, if you can get to him, boy, that can really, really affect him because he wants to hold the ball. Like, he wants to try to drive the ball down the field. He still has a fantastic arm. So that's the key, is that when he tries to fit it in the small windows, you got to make him pay. Stingley and those guys. And then you got your DNs, your edge rushers are going to have to win against essentially the 4th and 5th tackles for the Browns.
Ross Tucker joining us. Insider Calls, of course, brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Ross, where did you come out on the Jameis Winston garbage touchdown? We did it for Jamal Williams situation this weekend.
Yeah, so I actually talked about this on the Ross Tucker podcast.
It feels like a perfect Ross Tucker podcast topic, I feel like.
Oh, it is. And then, it's so funny. I do these social posts for Labatt Blue. You guys probably don't even have that in Houston, but it's a delicious beer, and I use that for it. So first of all, I am a believer that if you can take knees to close out the game, you take knees to close out the game for a million different reasons, right? One of which is just health. Like, you don't want to take on extra shots, extra hits if you don't have to. And there's kind of a respect thing. And I think Seth, I hope, backs me up on this. Like, when we had the game won, we weren't going to keep calling runs and firing off and double teaming the D tackles to try to grind out yards. And then also they weren't going to, I would just point to the ground like, yo, we're just taking a knee, and they would nod their head. And that's the respectful, classy thing to do. So that's part one, right?
Well, that's and that's the key, right? That you don't line up. If you were going to try to run, you would line up like you were going to run it and not pretend that you were kneeling the ball. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, I don't even like, Sean, that they tried to score it all, right? Like, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think it's classy. I don't think it's respectful. But you cannot do it out of victory formation. And the fact that Jameis Winston didn't understand that, or the guys in the huddle didn't realize that, that's a terrible idea to do it out of victory formation, because now they can, pull a Shiano and have the D lineman diving at your legs and stuff because, well, we don't know. Maybe you guys are going to run a play like the Saints did. It's a professional courtesy.
Yeah, that's what. Well, and even the same too, Ross. Like, I can remember being in certain situations, like depending on who your coach is, you'd tell the offensive lineman, even if you knew that the O-line was going to kneel or something, but you got a hard ass defensive line coach. I would be like, hey, listen, man, I'm coming. I got to come. And they'd be like, oh, come on, Payne. Like, no, I'm coming, man. I'm sorry, I'm coming. And you don't, you kind of make a show of it, but. Yeah, it's like so far. I find it interesting. It was Jameis Winston that makes the decision, who's not actually a lineman, that has to actually get hit and everything on all those plays. Yeah, but it's also
the D linemen for the Falcons did not look like they were ready for it.
No,
and that bothered me. I'm surprised there wasn't like a fight.
Yeah. Someone could have gotten hurt for sure. For sure. Do you think if this were week 10, do you think Jameis Winston gets punished? I mean, the season's over, so there's nothing they can do to him. But if this were like the middle of the season, do you think that there would have been a punishment from Dennis Allen? Should there have been?
I think you have to. The issue is they're acting like it was everybody in the huddle and it's a team thing.
Right.
But it's ultimately the quarterback. I mean, it had to be somebody's idea, you know?
Yeah.
I was kind of like, the only good part of it was that I liked seeing Arthur Smith so angry. Like, he annoys me. I'm glad
I would have been so mad. Like, I would have really had a major issue with that.
Yeah.
Ross Tucker.
If he had used Bijan Robinson properly at any point this season, I would have had more
so bad for him. Yeah.
It's like two things can be true. I don't think Jameis should have done it, but I'm also, if it had to happen, I'm glad it happened to Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith yelling at Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen's like, bro, you're going to be fired in like 12 hours anyways. Why are you getting so heated about it, man?
Go, man. You're about to get paid to do nothing.
That's right. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Ross, we appreciate the flexibility. Back to normal time next week if you're cool with that.
Sounds great. Thank you guys so much.
All right, you got it. Thanks, Ross. The great Ross Tucker joining us on the line. All right, we had Nick Caserio on earlier. Seth asked him about the rumors that popped up last week about him maybe wanting to go back to New England. Second straight year that's happened. Second straight year that Nick Caserio's had to address it. This year he addressed it on Payne and Pendergast, and he was none too happy with the people spreading them rumors. You will hear that. You will hear from the Texans GM next.
The AFC South belongs to the Texans. After Saturday's win, our guys
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio joined Seth and I a couple hours ago on the show. Seth asked him about the rumors that popped up last week. Jason LaCanfora, the Washington Post, saying he's talked to at least one GM who said that Nick would definitely go back to New England if he could. Trust me. And this is the second straight year that that's happened. Jason LaCanfora is inaccurate very, very, very often.
So here's back to, just to be clear, back to 2014, he reported that Rick Smith was going to be shifted to a different spot in the organization. Right. It would be 3 more years before Rick Smith shifted anywhere in the organization.
LaCanfora has been off. Here was Nick Caserio addressing those rumors.
This time of year, there's a lot of things that are said, and anybody that makes a jackass statement that they either know me or trust me, you can rely on this information, honestly, is totally off base. So I would say I am grateful for the opportunity that I have here. Respectfully, I know there's a lot of reporters out there that think they have information, but this becomes silly season. It happens every year, whether it's during the January-February cycle when you have coaching changes, whether it's around the draft. Those that really know me know how I operate and what I'm about. And other than, 610 Sports Radio, I'm not really a big media person. But I keep it to myself and just try to show up, try to do my job, try to support the people that I'm with on a day-to-day basis, and just focus on the things that I control and not worry about some offhanded statements that are made out of left field that, quite frankly, have zero validity. So, I'm excited about the opportunity that I've been presented here in Houston. I'm excited about where our team is, understanding we have plenty of work that's in front of us. I've loved every second of the opportunity to work with Demeco since he was hired, since he and I have been together, and to work with his coaching staff and to work with our players and to work with the people in our building. And I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, which is doing the best I can for the Houston Texans organization for as long as ownership provides the opportunity for me. So, whoever these reporters are that make these, ridiculous statements, maybe you want to talk to me about it first before you put some information out there that has actually zero basis.
All right, so here's what I counted in that answer. Jackass statement, silly season, offhanded statement out of left field with zero validity, use the word ridiculous, and closed it out with zero basis.
You know what, the whole thing about it is, this is a combination of two things. One is obviously there are a lot of things that people would write about the Texans over the last couple of years, which would meet very little resistance just because the Texans had so much dysfunction. I would say not the last 2 years immediately, but the 2 years leading up to this year. So from 2020 through 2022, there were just so many things gone haywire within the organization that people could just write just about anything, and at the very least, people would think, well, it's possible, who knows? So there's that and I think some people like LaCanfora have kind of coasted through that, and they're still doing it. But the other is just the fact that New England has a long history of people going back to the fold. But the difference in the thing that just doesn't make any sense, where people just kind of get latched into narratives about the way different organizations operate and everything, is that like the Texans are doing pretty damn well. Mm-hmm. And it's with a quarterback that Nick Caserio drafted. There's not there's the chance, Caserio knows this. He watches, he studies. The chance of landing a C.J. Stroud, even if you have the number 1 draft pick every year for 5 years in a row, it's low. It's really, really hard to draft anymore. Sean, you brought up the number of quarterbacks that have been drafted the last however many quarterbacks.
3 years. Nine quarterbacks drafted in the first round the last 3 years. And I think CJ might be the only one that the team that he's on feels great about right now.
Feels awesome about. I mean, Anthony Richardson, you don't know yet, and he's got injury issues. But so who knows? Even giving that a pass, he's the one that you definitely feel good about. So there's just not a chance in hell for any other than perhaps personal reasons that he would want to do that. It's just now that like these rumors have come up in 2 different seasons, it seems silly now. Now it seems absolutely silly. It feels like at some point, like it's Jason LaCanfora, who has a bad history of printing things that are just absolutely false. But at the same time, he's writing for a national publication, or like the Washington Post, which has a national following and some sort of a reputation. But I don't understand how these guys keep having jobs with otherwise legitimate outlets. I don't know.
Reputable, air quotes, reputable outlets. Yeah. There's the other small detail too, that he is under contract.
Right? Yeah, it's not just so simple that he's just going to
walk out and leave.
Yeah.
He's not an at-will employee.
Go now.
Yeah.
Okay.
See ya.
He was the Texans were accused of tampering and trying to get him here.
Yeah.
It's not like Nick Caserio, was just a, New Englander die, I'm here forever.
Right.
I don't know if he has like a Patriot logo on his left buttock or something, but it's it's a lot of speculation by randos that don't necessarily know. Last year the thing that got me wondering about it, and I succumbed to it, was that Michael Lombardi actually weighed in on it and added fuel to the fire. And Mike Lombardi had worked with Caserio up in New England and has a lot of ties to the Belichick. So I don't know if maybe, if you wanted to read into it, I don't know if Caserio was also thinking of Mike Lombardi as he was saying that, because Lombardi his name was out. We had him on the show. Ultimately, I'm not going to go back to that well when it comes to Caserio things.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We had mentioned the Jameis Winston situation in our conversation with Ross Tucker, realizing that maybe there's some of you who weren't totally up to speed on it. I think we kind of the details kind of vetted themselves out as we talked about it with Ross. But just to give you the broad strokes here. Tyrann Mathieu intercepted a pass towards the end of the Saints-Falcons game, a game that the Saints were winning 41-17, returned it all the way to the Falcon 1-yard line with practically no time left on the clock. Jameis Winston is in the game, backup quarterback, and they're in victory formation getting ready to take a knee. And Jameis Winston hands the ball off to Jamal Williams for a touchdown to make it 48-17, which Arthur Smith, the Falcons head coach, blew a gasket afterwards at Dennis Allen. Jameis Winston explained the reasoning behind doing this in a post-game scrum that he did with some reporters out just outside his locker. Here's Jameis Winston. We got a couple cuts here. This is some good stuff. Here's Jameis Winston saying that this was a team decision. Now, keep in mind, the DA that he's referring to, that he apologized to on this team decision, is the head coach of the football team, Dennis Allen.
Well, I apologize to DA because the play was victory. But I also explained to DA that it was a team decision. And I think when you have a team morale, and I asked the guys, I said, guys, like, what do you want to do? We know how much Jamal means to this team, and I understood from DA's perspective. So I give him that. But DA didn't condone that at all. He didn't. However, we decided as a team to do it, and man, we got an interception to the 1-yard line. So if we would have scored, would it still would have been disrespectful?
Right.
So
Tyrann wasn't in on it, was he?
No, Tyrann was not in it.
No, I'm just kidding.
It was an offensive team discussion. However, when you return the ball to the 1-yard line, and you have that opportunity, we just had that opportunity, and we decided.
Team decision that he had to explain to the head coach.
Yeah, that he had to explain to me. Plus, I don't know, like a team decision. Like, okay, did you gathered up all 45 active players on the sideline and asked? We got to remember that Jameis, even though he's become more of kind of a lovable kook in these later years, I don't buy his word. Like, I don't take him at his word. I don't think he's proven multiple times that he's not the most trustworthy of dudes. So, first of all, team decision to me implies that you got together as a team and voted on it. Sounds like maybe it was a few guys in the huddle that you talked to.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Second is that regardless of how you got down to the one, I would say this: if you had to run the clock out and get down to the very end, like if you had the ball down there. Traditionally and normally, the sportsmanship thing to do would be once the other team runs out of timeouts and everything, you're just going to kneel on it. So, no, you're not going to score in that situation. You're not going to wait to the end. But the biggest is, by far, you're not going to line up in victory formation where the other side just assumes, okay, you guys aren't going for it, and then get a cheap and easy touchdown. The only possible way that I would buy this is if Jamal Williams had an incentive in his contract.
Okay.
and you told the defense, hey, we're going for it. Because as a defensive player, you're sitting over there and you're just going to butt heads and you're not thinking much of it. And now we got a running back running at me and I'm scoring a touchdown. And who knows? Like, some people have incentives in their contract regarding defensive performance.
True.
You could be taking money out of somebody else's pocket on the other side.
Yep. Jameis said he didn't mean any disrespect by it.
I didn't want to disrespect him. That was not my intention. My intention was to lead the team that I've been with the entire year. And we made a collective decision that we wanted to get one of our guys who they fight with blood, sweat, and tears every game in the end zone. And I'm going to feel good about that. Yeah.
So no regrets, huh?
No regrets. This is the thing. It's about the team. It's not about regrets. It's not about anything else. It's about us as a team making a collective decision. But I do apologize to Dennis. I apologize to DA because that was not his call.
Okay.
Like, Jamal Williams will always have the memory of that touchdown he scored in which he earned nothing. He did not fight for anything. There was no blood. There was no sweat. There was no tears.
I would have said yes if I were Jamal Williams. Like, how does Jamal Williams feel about this? Like, congratulations. You got into the end zone for your first touchdown of the year against a team that wasn't trying. What the hell is that?
Good job, little fella.
Oh,
aren't you happy we brought you out here? I don't know. Is Jamal Williams sick? Does he have some kind of was this a charity case
like a
or
Make-A-Wish
something?
thing or something?
Yeah, it's like, this is Rudy. Is this the movie Rudy?
I don't know.
Is Jamal Williams undersized? Was there some feel-good element to this that I'm not aware of?
Running out there.
Coach been mean? Jameis Winston went over to DA on the sideline and said, Coach, I don't feel I can come out here and be a disappointment of a first-round pick anymore for this team unless we let Jamal Williams score.
He's huffing and puffing out to the huddle in like a number 97 jersey or something like that.
Yes, everybody. I know that he wasn't drafted by the Saints, but in general, he's a disappointment as a first overall pick. Yeah.
One more from Jameis Winston, a kind of a testy exchange with a reporter who Jameis asked the question to the reporter, well, would you have done this? Good job, Jameis.
When you said decision made, was it right there on the spot, right when y'all on?
What decision are you talking about?
At the end.
Okay. At the end, what decision?
To go for the touchdown.
To go for the touchdown.
Was that something decided on the sideline after the pick, or did you wait till you got out there to do it?
We decided on the field as a team. I mean, we don't regret. Do we regret for scoring 41 points on them? Do you think we regret that?
Well, you do have to play these guys twice a year. That's all I'm saying.
We already played them twice.
I know, but I'm talking about the future. You know, somebody's got to play these guys twice a year. That's all.
How do you feel about it? Tell me how you feel about it.
Not good.
Why don't you feel good about it?
Because you got to play these guys twice a year.
But what about it makes you not feel good about it?
If the head coach tells you to kneel it out, you're asking my opinion?
Yes.
I think you should have kneeled it out.
Okay. Well,
I'm just telling you as respectfully as I can. You answer my question as respectfully as you could, and I'm telling you as respectfully as I can that I respectfully disagree with you. That's it.
You disagree with me or the entire team?
Whoever made that decision.
Okay, so you disagree with the entire team. So thank you.
No, I'm just being honest and respectful.
And that's what I'm attempting to do too. And that's what I am doing.
Okay, so I feel like they've established that they're being respectful to each other. They're having a respectful disagreement. I wish Jameis Winston would shut the hell up about calling it an entire team decision. So he just said it was done on the field. I don't know exactly how did they take a vote of all 11 players on the field. Stop saying entire team when it was 11 guys on the field. So it wasn't a team decision, and it didn't involve the head coach. Like, at no point does anybody anymore ever feel comfortable bringing up sportsmanship because they don't want to be dragged on social media as the old guy. But I feel like there is some element of sportsmanship here when the defense doesn't even know that you're going for it. You're lining up in the victory formation, and you're violating all norms of sportsmanship, including those held by a lot of 21-year-olds. That's where, like, Jameis Winston remains a fraud in a lot of ways. Like, he's reformed himself to some respects, but he's not that far removed from the core Jameis Winston that he's always been.
The last thing on this, the part with Jameis where you really get a feel for just how short-term he thinks.
Yeah.
You play them twice a year. We played them twice already. Like, well, no, there's going to be football again next year and the year after and the year after. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Hey, that's That touchdown was just sitting there for the take, and the manager said I could take it. Right. It was just sitting there in the cold case. I'm not gonna. The manager claims that which manager? The guy, that manager. It was a managerial decision by the supermarket to let me take that touchdown leg. Yes.
All right. How many quarterbacks would teams take over C.J. Stroud right now in the NFL? That is next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Men's Tea Clinic.
only. See store or online for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I love Demeco, man. He's a great coach. I think Nick has done a great job as well. Our ownership has. Just the city of Houston, like you said, man. Like, I don't know about what happened in the past, but I know now, like, just the buzz in the city just feels great, you know? Just feels like how it's supposed to be.
Oh, yeah. All right, that was C.J. Stroud on the Pat McAfee Show. We'll hear more from C.J. in just a little bit. He's been obviously a big topic around the league heading into the postseason. C.J. Stroud, rookie quarterback, first-year head coach, leading the Texans to a division championship in the 4 seed in the AFC. Cleveland and Houston at NRG Stadium this Saturday, 3:30 start. Tickets still available. Still a couple thousand tickets left as of this morning on Ticketmaster.com. Let's make sure we keep the Cleveland people out of the building, all right? If you want to go to the game, let's get to the game, all right?
We can't, yeah. So either by not selling them tickets or by reporting any existing warrants they have from the last time.
Yes, let's get them arrested.
We could have let's have a little station. We'll have a little temporary police station set up next to our stage. You know what we should do that, Sean? Let's get that facial recognition software that I hear so much about, and we'll have that out by you and I can scan all Browns fans as they walk by the stage during the pregame.
And we'll have a judge right there, like they do at like the old vet at the Veterans Stadium in Philly.
This might be a fun bit.
They used to have a judge in the building.
I know. Like, no, this might be a fun bit anyway. We'll just claim that it's facial recognition software. You know the word I'm trying to say, that it's facial recognition software, but it's actually just an old broken up iPad or something.
Yeah.
And we'll arrest them. We'll falsely arrest them.
I like it. Yeah. Beware, Browns fans. Beware.
We'll put them on the Epstein list.
Okay, here's Stephen A. Smith. Here's Stephen A. Smith yesterday. He was on the Pat McAfee Show, and they were talking about C.J. Stroud. Stephen A. said, these are the quarterbacks that I would take ahead of C.J. Stroud right now.
They asked the question on First Take, what quarterbacks would I take ahead of C.J. Stroud right now?
Oh, short list.
Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson.
I like that.
Maybe Allen, because of what we've seen him do in the postseason in the past. That's it. Can you legitimately say, you can look at any quarterback anywhere else in the league and definitively say you would take them over C.J. Stroud?
So that was that was my second time getting to watch him. Saw him Ohio State, Georgia, from the sideline. Then we got to watch this game from he is this ball.
That's the one.
Yeah. So stupid. Fade away. Oh, my guy's nowhere near that. Well, how do I give him enough time? Let me throw this thing up. Oh, what a doofus people are thinking as he's throwing that's going to be picked. No, only his guy could get the ball.
I wasn't thinking exactly what a doofus it's going to get picked. I did think see, that's the difference between Pat McAfee only having watched him a couple times in person, is that I thought that it was a calculated throwaway. I just feared that it wasn't going to get out of bounds and it was going to be an intentional grounding, and because he was still inside the tackle box at that point. So when Nicco showed up out of nowhere and then explained on your show afterwards that it was just part of the, they were just running a scramble drill and that's what they did. That's the part that really, I mean, it reminded me of Tom Brady when Tom Brady beat the Texans in 2016 in the playoffs, where Brady had to throw up a couple prayers, but they were like intelligent prayers.
Calculated.
Because they were calculated prayers that easily should have been interceptions, except that, he just has a sense for what the defensive backs were capable of doing in those instances, and they ended up being receptions on 3rd and longs that, I don't think a lot of quarterbacks would have been intelligent enough to try. That's what it reminded me of when I saw CJ make that throw. It was a calculated prayer. Yeah. As far as who you would take over him at this point, the biggest part of it is that you got to calculate his rookie contract into that too. I'm certainly gonna. Jalen Hurts had his breakout season last year. He lost his coordinator, but got a new contract, and now I don't know what the Eagles are facing over the next several years when they have the restricted salary cap space of having to pay their quarterback, and they've lost 5 out of their last 6 games. With the Texans, everything is very much on the upswing with at least 2 more years before you got to pay your quarterback.
Yeah. When I hear Stephen A. Smith say that I'd only take Mahomes and Lamar Jackson ahead of C.J. Stroud, Yeah, the contract definitely factors in. But here's what I think. Regardless of how you want to hash it all out, what about Joe Burrow? What about Josh Allen? What about this guy? What about that guy? Well, what Aaron Rodgers is coming back. Whatever. I just remember back to before the draft last year and taking a look at the landscape in the AFC and how deep the quarterback position was in the AFC. Like, you had Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. I'm just going through the divisions in my head. Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen, Tua, Aaron Rodgers. I'm only through 2 divisions, by the way, right now. Trevor Lawrence, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert. However you feel about Russell Wilson, like that, Russell Wilson's literally like the 10th name I just said. There were 9 guys on there that are like, okay, well, those are all guys who have been or could be Pro Bowlers this year or have been recently. And the Texans don't even have a quarterback at that point. And it just felt so helpless. Like, okay, man, this rebuild is going to take a while. Not only do you have a quarterback now that you feel good about, they can go stand toe-to-toe and compete with those guys. You have a quarterback who hasn't even finished his rookie year, and you've got national people saying, I'd only take this guy and that guy ahead of him. Like, that's how you've made up 3 years' worth of ground in 17 weeks if you're the Texans, in terms of finding a guy who's in that conversation. You know what I mean? Like, it's the elite conversation.
It's what's getting fun is it's like I fear for Texans fans' mental health over the next few days, just because there's so much going on. I'm starting to get suggestions for free agents already, guys that they need to pick up, off-season moves and everything. And yet these are also people that are very much focused on the week. They're not looking past the Browns. They're just multitasking right now. And listen, everybody, free agency doesn't start until after the Super Bowl. So we've got plenty of time for that. Don't torture yourself right now with debates about Derrick Henry or anything like that.
But it's like when you go to a really good buffet, Seth. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
Like, I go to a really good buffet and I get overwhelmed. I'm like, man, I only have so much room on my plate, but that looks good. That looks good. We have not been able to go into a season of free agency feeling like Houston is a destination for free agents in forever, probably since Tyrann Mathieu came here back in 2018.
And now, all of a sudden, it's like we've landed plop down into that best of all eras in the history of humankind, which is all-you-can-eat buffets with Ozempic. So there you go.
Right.
I mean, it's just like everything is converged to this moment in history.
Ozempic is C.J. Stroud's rookie contract. That's what it is.
We had a little stretch there. We had a little stretch there for about 20 years where all of a sudden food for the first time in human history had become too plentiful. We've got too much food, and everybody's getting fat because of it. And now all of a sudden we've got Ozempic / C.J. Stroud.
It's the best.
It's C.J. Stroud or Ozempic. Which one's better for mankind? I would argue probably C.J. Stroud, but it's close.
C.J. Stroud is discount Ozempic because he's on his rookie deal. It's Ozempic. It's Ozempic for like 5% of the price of the list price of Ozempic.
How do we get me some of that Ozempic stuff? What do I do? Can I get it on the internet yet, or do I have to go still? Are we still doing the charade of going to see a doctor for drugs?
Or Mexico, you know.
Can I go to Mexico and get some
Jump
Ozempic?
right over the border. They got plenty of pharmacies down there. Sure. Here's one more from C.J. Stroud on the Pat McAfee show. Yes, let's circle back to the playoffs. Here's C.J. Stroud on going into the NFL playoffs for the first time.
Man, it feels amazing. Like you said, it was tough missing those 2 weeks on concussion protocol and things like that. I really appreciate people reaching out to me, make sure I was fine. I think ultimately it was all meant for the better of me, and came back out against Tennessee, had a good game here at home, and then went on the road and got a hard-fought win against a great coach team. So this year's been a lot of ups and downs. It's been the longest year of my life, from going all the way from August of 2022 to mid-January now. It's been a long year, man, but it's been a dream come true. I'm living out my dream as a child. I used to always just dream about playing in NFL games, big-time night games, and that was my first one, so it was just really cool to kind of see the fruits of my labor, be able to come out in a big atmosphere against a great team. So it's been a great year, man. I've been blessed.
I just want to calm the nerve of Texans fans that might hear him saying it's the longest year of his life. It's not because he doesn't like Houston. It's not because he's not enjoying himself. Right, yeah. He's just had a lot of stuff going on. He has not had time, other than the 2 weeks that he was concussed, to really stop and smell the roses. And even then, he was burdened with light sensitivity. So I don't even
loud noise.
Like, so even while he was able to smell the roses, 2 of his other 5 senses were really, really agitating him at that time.
You know what? And sense of smell is actually something that goes sometimes in brain injuries.
Really?
It's a sign. I guess it's a bad sign if you lose your sense of smell.
That would suck.
Like it usually is in general, but as head injuries go. Turns out.
What's wrong?
Turns
I just
out
lost my sense of
your
smell.
brain is not all it's cracked up to be.
Right. Hey, what's wrong, man? I know I lost my sense of smell. Cool. You gonna eat that? All right. Yes, it's generally bad news.
You can't smell me because I'm on the radio, and I can't smell you because I have olfactory damage.
Because I can't smell. All
right, kids. There's an ad that used to run on this station that was. I felt especially bad for the man that was speaking in this ad because he used to say, this is what he would say: "You can't see me because I'm on the radio, and I can't see you because I'm blind."
Yeah, I'm like, man.
Which would mean that he was so blind that he didn't even understand how radio works. Like that it was that the person speaking into the microphone cannot see the listeners at any given time. Yeah.
Payne and Pendergast.
Like, that guy's really blind.
Yeah, super blind. Doesn't know how radio works. Oh, John Lopez is here. What's up?
Howdy. How are you today?
J-Lo, how you feeling?
I am feeling fantastic.
Did you hear Nick Casario come in with his two bazookas under his arms and point him right at Jason La Canfora?
I called it Guns A-Blazing.
Yeah, man.
It was like an old Western.
That was cool.
And I loved it.
Yeah.
I thought it actually said a lot about where he is now compared to where he was a few months ago.
Well,
I dug deep. I got very philosophical about this.
Yeah, you guys have, and I'm sure we'll hear that philosophy today on In the Loop. I look forward to that. You guys bring it up. I know you guys brought it up last week. The press conference that Nick did probably like a year ago today, maybe. Right after they fired Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
That that had a weird vibe to it. That had a vibe where it felt like Nick was maybe starting to get backed into a corner a little bit.
Yes.
This was a much different Nick Casario today.
That's what I'm saying.
Like a year later, this is where we are.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it was much more meaningful. I mean, it was meaningful as it on the surface.
Yeah.
Just kind of, just discrediting all that stuff. But I thought it was much more meaningful than that. I thought it says a lot about where he is now compared to where he was a year ago.
Yeah, it's a different feel in a lot of ways. And I think that, if you think about just Casario was in a position last year where I think if I put myself in his situation, when he starts hearing rumors about maybe the team is thinking about moving on from him or something, like he has no way of knowing whether that's real or not. And he was in a position where there's a lot of turmoil within the organization. Like, I feel better about the fact that right now, if other rumors like that were to emerge, where there were rumors that somebody was going to get fired or something, I think it's probably a lot easier to just completely dismiss it and not worry about it and just go about your business.
Yes.
Like, obviously, if people are creating rumors about what you yourself are going to do, it's easy to discredit those in your own mind, but it's tougher when it's about somebody else.
Yeah. I think it's just way easier now, too. Like, if it was a year ago, stuff like that can be damaging to people wanting to come here, either to coach here or free agents coming here.
Yeah.
Now I think you can point to how much more solid a foundation the organization is on at every level and say, this is what happens to good teams, that kind of thing. You know, like, I don't think people are going to point at it as dysfunction. All right, this was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and all the free crab legs and touchdowns to you. The manager said I could take them.
Said we could take
them. Yeah.
Yep, going to take them all. All right, we're done. We're out of time. We are back at 6 a.m. Tomorrow. In the Loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they start now.
And the vibes start now. The vibes are really high around here. C.J. Stroud, he's making the national rounds yesterday. He was on with Pat McAfee. He was talking about the vibes. Demeco Ryans, he's got the right vibe. He's got a little hardo attitude in front of him. He is not reminiscing. The reminiscing phase is over. Demeco Ryans is focused. Let's hear from the quarterback first. Here's C.J. Stroud on the vibes.
I love Demeco, man. He's a great coach. I think Nick has done a great job as well. Our ownership has. Just the city of Houston, like you said, man. Like, I don't know about what happened in the past, but I know now, like, just the buzz in the city just feels great, Just feels like how it's supposed to be.
Hell yeah. And now all eyes, of course, are on the injury report. Weapons. You're gonna need some weapons. You're gonna need either Robert Woods. You're gonna need Noah Brown. You're gonna need more than you had against the Indianapolis Colts, because the reality is, and you heard Demeco talk about it yesterday, the performance against the Colts is not going to be good enough to beat the Browns. It's just not. They have a much better secondary. They have one of the most underrated, if not one of the best corners in the NFL. They have some other underrated guys. So the weaponry, I think, is what we need to focus on. Step one of that will be today when we get the injury report. But there does seem to be a decent buzz. There's also some people complaining about ticket prices and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there is a buzz.
There's a huge buzz, and actually last night, I got to go to
It's all kind of expensive
to the national championship game last night.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's kind of high.
And I actually kind of
Be
like
taxing folks.
I actually
being honest,
kind of felt.
Go to Ticketmaster though if you want to check them out. But my God, might have to get out a damn loan. Damn, I didn't know this was. I didn't know it was there yet.
Yeah, no, but so last night I was at the game, the vibe, the energy.
Selling $200 nosebleeds.
It took me to a place like this can happen Saturday. Like it was rocking last night, like rocking, and it made me feel like, all right, kind of brace yourself, because this is the kind of noise and atmosphere that's going to happen. Look, the tickets are high, but I think it's going to be
higher than Snoop Dogg.
I think it's going to be electric in there.
Yeah, I hope so. I do hope so. It's going to be. I anticipate a sellout. These are, in all seriousness, these are memories. Like, this is where you start memories. Just put yourself in the shoes of someone who's in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. That they can always go back in time and remember, that playoff game, that game day experience, what it was like. And I do think that this is a situation where it is the start of something special. So I do think if you are going to this game and you're going to this playoff game and you're getting to see C.J. Stroud and you get to see DeMeco Ryans, I do think this is one of those. I don't think there are too many things better in sports than just a good live game day experience, especially when the house is rocking, when everybody's on the same page. There are few things better than that.
And the one thing that is better is
might lose your arm and leg, but
it's not. I just looked at some more prices. It's not too bad.
Well, for you, I saw your seats last night.
Those
Jesus,
are nice, man. Those are nice.
Yeah, okay.
Those are nice.
I mean,
here's the best part of all. It's going to be a home crowd, man. Like you can't overstate that. There's going to be some Browns fans. They're going to travel. They're going to buy some tickets on the secondary market. But this is not the days of the, oh my gosh, there's so many fill in the blank Chiefs, Bills, Browns, whatever fans here. More so than those are over. This is going to be a Texans crowd. That's what's going to be exciting.
John McClain going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour as he does every Tuesday. Playoffs, they are upon us. 713-572-4610. If you want to get in, I want to ask John Lopez a question. Are you over like your? Are you looking ahead yet, or do we want to talk about the past, or do we want to look ahead? Are you DeMeco, or are you just looking back? Are you DeMeco and me? You want to come over here and hang out with us and look ahead, or do you want to sit there and reminisce?
All right, just to be clear again. Because I said it about 3 or 4 times.
Just join me and DeMeco. Come on, there's plenty of room. Come on, let's look ahead.
I said it about 3 or 4 times yesterday. I understood what you were saying, but I wanted to revel in that moment that we haven't experienced in a long time. Setting that aside.
You're ready.
Setting that aside.
You're ready.
Setting that aside. Today is Wednesday, in essence, in terms of the Texans. So you're damn right I am. I mean, okay. Wednesday is when you go balls to the wall.
So he's here.
Straightforward.
He's here.
He's here.
Show me that game face.
It's time to...
Show me that game face.
I don't know if I have a game face. What is your game face? Show me your game face. Oh, Hardo. Speaking of Hardos, good Lord. Oh, God. I hope you saw that on YouTube. I hope you saw... Oh, God. Do the thick neck.
Hold the shoulder pads.
No, do the thick neck. You put your head back like this.
I don't smile a lot because ain't nothing pretty.
Yeah. Hold the shoulder pads.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, though, I thought it was really, really cool hearing Hardo DeMeco yesterday.
It was.
And we'll hear from Hardo DeMeco in the noon hour. He is focused, man. That is a day-to-day type of thing. And I'm really starting to, if we talk about like chips on shoulder and we talk about, C.J. Stroud had a chip on his shoulder because they were questioning him about the S2 test, and Michael Jordan didn't make his high school team, which, I mean, he just didn't make varsity as a freshman, but don't let facts get in the way of a story. And Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round, and all these like long-term things of motivation that usually go back in time. DeMeco Ryans has to go back 3 weeks to remember the Cleveland Browns offense putting their foot in the DeMeco Ryans defense's butt and whooping them up and down the field. If that doesn't, and I don't think DeMeco needs like extra motivation, but that Texans defense, they've got to be motivated because they basically have a visual of not losing, getting embarrassed and smacked around. They made Joe Flacco look better than he ever has. That was an embarrassing performance. And the crazy thing about it for me, J-Lo, is I think it's going to end up being a blessing in disguise. Because at the time, when we look back at it, it was, damn, man, there's no chance at the division now. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully CJ can get back and they can get into the playoffs. Well, they didn't, on the other side of things, they didn't even get a look at CJ. Mm-hmm. You ended up winning the division to where they got to come back to your place. So it's crazy. You talk about blessings in disguise and all that. That right there is a blessing in disguise. And the way in which Cleveland roughed up DeMeco's defense, it's got to be extra motivation for a guy that I don't even think needs it.
No, he doesn't need it. I mean, he's been the same way all year long. The extra motivation for me is that secondary got torched.
Oh, dissected like a science project.
I looked it up this morning. The Texans only gave up like 34 yards rushing to the top 2 backs. Like they held them rushing.
Yeah.
They got split in pieces.
Yes.
In the secondary.
Yes.
That alone, after what has happened, and Gardner Minshew had some success, etc. That alone right there is the extra. I think I actually disagree in that one place. I don't think DeMeco needs any extra motivation, but he's gonna use it in that secondary.
He needs to.
He's gonna use it, and he needs to. Yes.
And he also said that's not what we do when asked about how they guard Amari Cooper. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Yeah. I'm loving up on DeMeco right now. We'll get into that, sir. Yeah. Might have to change what we do if that's going to be the case, mi amigo. Another thing that made me really proud of DeMeco Ryans, and I've been proud of DeMeco Ryans for a long time around here for different reasons. That was the coach I wanted. I wouldn't trade DeMeco Ryans for anyone. I think he is the man. I think DeMeco Ryans is the face of this franchise. I think DeMeco Ryans sets the tone. Man, yesterday he was asked. I want you to answer this question. I want to pretend that you're the head coach of the Houston Texans.
I like this game.
Okay, and I want you to answer this question for me. Because I was glad that he answered this the way that he did.
Okay.
This is when I know that DeMeco is really in hardo mode and he doesn't have time for foolishness. He was asked, how much of a difference does C.J. Stroud make a difference playing this time versus not playing versus the Cleveland Browns?
I heard this. I thought the same thing.
And I was like, please don't give this over 10 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny because I had 2 words as my answer that popped in my head.
No bleep.
You think?
Here's how DeMeco answered the
you
question.
Think?
Does C.J. Stroud make a difference playing for you instead of the ghost of Case Keenum?
Yeah, having CJ, having your starting quarterback always gives you a chance to win.
Yeah.
So we're excited to have him.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, that was a good answer, but I would have been a lot more of a
You should have gave it like 40 seconds.
I would have been a lot more of a smart ass.
It means everything.
Yeah, here it is right here. I just looked it up again. Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt had 36 yards rushing in that game against 36. The secondary, that is where your motivation comes in. We know about Amari, but they had a bunch of guys catching balls.
Yeah, Njoku. Look out for him.
Yeah.
Look out for him. Goodness gracious.
Elijah Moore had a couple.
Screw him.
Jordan Akins had a couple.
Scrub.
you gotta
friend of the show. Friend of the show. Friend of the show. I love you, Jordan. I love you.
With a little respect.
Friend of the show. I love you, Jordan. Okay, even though he's like 30 now.
Hey, he caught that ball the last game of the
did.
season last year.
I think he's like 3 years younger than Joe Flacco.
Yeah, because didn't he do baseball or something?
He was 26 when they drafted him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it's like 8 years, but
yeah.
don't stop me from exaggerating. John McClain going to join us at 11. He is going to come with a fresh Benjamin Franklin for me because we bet on the Jags winning the division. I took the field. He took Jacksonville.
Yeah, that was a good bet.
Now, I'm bringing that up for a reason because I'm looking at what's going on in this division. And by the way, confession, I'm going to confess this, Figgy. I'm just going to confess this. And I might get called a hypocrite. I don't know what I'll get called by Lopez. But we're vulnerable with each other. We'll tell each other what happened. I'm just going to confess this real quick.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I made 2 phone calls yesterday.
You did?
I made 2 phone calls yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I made one to Academy Sports and Outdoors on Bunker Hill, and I asked them if they had the AFC South Texans division caps. They said no. So I then hung up my phone. I checked out my Mo City Mall at the Lids locker room shop, and I asked them if they had the AFC South division caps. Their answer was no. So my confession is, I'm thinking about getting me an AFC South division cap. First of all, it's a good-looking hat. Second of all, I think it's kind of symbolic. I think it's kind of that first step. I think this is kind of one that I want. It was an abrupt surprise.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's harder to get out. It's harder to get out on the streets. But I've yet to find the AFC South division cap.
Well, you remember when every interception had a story?
Yes.
Every division title has a story. It's true.
Every interception
It's
really
true.
has a story.
I honestly think Brock Osweiler doesn't get enough credit for that because he was right.
It was just weird.
No, it was him. No, it was him. It was him. And all of his interceptions had a story. You suck. But like when it comes to competent quarterbacks, he is right. Like there are different situations.
Yeah.
For it, like Joe Flacco threw an interception the last time the Texans faced the Browns. Well, he was having to toss it up in the end zone at the end of the first half.
It was a Hail Mary.
Because they didn't have a kicker.
Yeah.
So he had to force it. So yeah, you look in the stats and it's that interception. So, but there is a story to it.
No.
But I'll put it this way. Brock Osweiler's interceptions didn't have stories. The story with his was you suck.
Yeah.
But I think that quote is not as bad as we give it credit as we talk about.
In a macro sense, yes, man, I sounded like Mike Meltzer there. But here's the thing. Like the 2011 division championship, there were lines at Academy to get that gear. As opposed to Bill O'Brien's, 3 or 4 or whatever he had. Who cared? Because they had higher expectations by then, and they had different goals, so it was no big deal. Those were the division. I'll say division. If you're hanging your hat on it, it's for losers.
Yes.
This story is different because it's new again.
Yes. Well, here's the reason I bring this up, and I promise I have a point.
All right.
No. It's all good, man. We're living. We're thriving. It's a great time around here. This is awesome. So here's my thing. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they fired their entire defensive staff yesterday. They have fall guys in Jacksonville now. For a long time, the Texans had fall guys. Like Bill O'Brien would get rid of offensive coordinators.
Oh, yeah.
Bill
Line
O'Brien would
coaches.
get rid of, it was always like, there was always like a fall guy.
Yeah.
And it was usually to overcompensate for stupidity that took place within your organization or because the ownership really just didn't want to do what they needed to do, which was move on from the king.
It was Bill O'Brien kicking the can down the road. Remember when I always said that?
Jacksonville is the Texans right now. Like Jacksonville is a poor man's version of the Bill O'Brien Texans, and not even not even the early BOB Texans. They are the peak. They are a poor man's version in Jacksonville of the
Deshaun Watson
peak. And Trevor Lawrence ain't Deshaun Watson. Let's make that clear.
I know that. I'm talking about the Deshaun Bill O'Brien.
That's why I'm saying
Texans.
They are a poor man's version of that. And meanwhile, the Houston Texans, you'll hear what happened to C.J. Stroud on the national stage. This is crazy. This is insane. C.J. Stroud has replaced Michael Jordan.
What?
He has replaced Michael Jordan. I'll tell you why at 10:35. I'm dead serious.
Okay.
He has replaced, like we heard Deshaun compared to Michael Jordan. C.J. Stroud has replaced Michael Jordan. It's happened.
Okay, I'm here for it.
And I'm going to convince you that, and all the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. But they are right now, Jacksonville is a poor man's version of Bill O'Brien's Houston Texans. And they're trying to overcompensate for incompetence, and that's a losing battle. So this division title could mark the beginning of some dominance. Who knows what happens in Indianapolis, Tennessee? They're very early on in a rebuild right now, and they got the right coach. They're not going to have. I don't think they're going to have David Coley or Lovie Smith coming in. So they got the right coach for now. But this division, like this is not just about winning a division. This year is about taking the division by the coconuts.
It's a stranglehold.
It's your division right now.
Yeah, put a stranglehold on the division. The thing about Doug Peterson, he's
washed.
We've seen this story so many times. He is kicking the can down the road.
He's cooked.
I got to do something for self-preservation. I'll fire the defensive staff.
And here's the other thing.
You know?
Here's the other thing. Like you're talking about the defensive staff. Hey, morons. How about drafting Aiden Hutchinson instead of Walker? Your defense would be fine.
Exactly.
You would be okay. By the way, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. If we're being honest, if they took Aiden Hutchinson, we wouldn't be talking about a division title.
Yeah.
You talk about mistakes, you talk about all that, like, and we can nitpick all this Caserio stuff. The 40-minute man was on this morning with Sean and Seth.
Mm-hmm.
We can nitpick
Nick Caserio,
that.
Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
We can nitpick that, but that draft pick right there completely prevented Jacksonville from doing what it appears the Texans have done right now, which is grab the AFC South by the balls.
It changed the direction of the division.
100%. And God bless the Jags for that. John McClain joining us at 11. CJ Stroud has taken over for Michael Jordan. Tell you why at 10:35. But coming up next, let's talk about the state of CJ Stroud's weapons and how perhaps his biggest weapon of all could be on the way out. That's next.
Soak it in.
pimping big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so C.J. Stroud's weapons. I think, look, I'm not trying to minimize what Nicco Collins did. They needed every bit of that 195 that he gave you, and they needed every damn catch, and they needed everything that he had to offer. We agree on that. We're moving forward, though.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not going to be good enough how they played against the Colts against the Browns. We can talk about this being a winnable game, but it's not going to be good enough against Denzel Ward and a bunch of underrated dudes in that secondary. A defense and a front seven that is perhaps, maybe not even perhaps, but is better than a Colts front seven that is really, really good. They are going to have to elevate their play this week, specifically when it comes to C.J. Stroud's weapons. Now, step one of that is we look to the injury report that's going to be released during this show, and we look at the names Noah Brown and we look at the names Robert Woods, and we wonder, could either one or both of these guys return? Robert Woods was on the field working out before the game, so I think there's a decent chance that happens. Noah Brown, I don't know. He's got a hurt back.
Yeah.
He's already missed 7 games. All bets are off there. But I want to focus on this because we'll get to, when the injury report comes out, we'll get to that. But I want to ask you this. Is there any chance in hell that any of these guys not named Robert Woods or Noah Brown, and not including the tight ends, do you have any confidence that any of these other receivers not named Nicco Collins can step up and provide the team with more than 2 combined catches for 11 yards in a game in which they're going to need every effing bit of that?
No, that ship has sailed. I don't mean to be harsh. And let me be very clear about something that I thought was, and you agreed, you thought the same thing, was really, really important. The Texans can win this game because of C.J. Stroud, period. Like we know that. But in terms of like the path to that win and how difficult it would have to be, how great it would have to be, it changes dramatically if you're relying on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. I like these guys.
I feel like Hutchinson's close.
He's been close.
I feel like Hutchinson can play his way into being a productive piece, but as far as you need this guy to step up and make a play,
you can't count on it.
No, you can't. You can't count on it. I still think there could be something there, but as far as just overall confidence, I lack it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, C.J. Stroud is the ultimate X factor. That said, how to make it that difficult on him is asking a lot. So you can't count on Mechie and Hutchinson, in my opinion. You think there might be something with Hutchinson? I don't think that's crazy, but we're going into week 19, so you can't count on it. Here's the other part that I think is crucial. If Noah Brown and or Robert Woods can't play on Saturday, I don't know which Nicco Collins to expect.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have Denzel Ward on him.
Yeah, well, not only that.
I mean, that's a pretty good – that's a top 5 corner in
they
my
got
opinion.
3 corners.
Yeah.
That's probably top 15, top 20.
Yeah,
well, he had 190. What did he have?
He had 195. 195. And that was great. No, but Demeco himself said it's not going to be good enough. So other guys are going to have to step up. It's happened. It can come in the form of the run game. It can come in the form of the tight ends, but they're going to need that.
Well, and I mentioned this yesterday as well. Several people, but one in particular said, "Hey, John, do you think Nicco Collins is a number 1 receiver now?" No,
I don't. I think he's a really good one.
It was a hell of a game.
No, I don't think they have Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, or anything like that. I think he's really good. I think for I think for C.J. Stroud, he's great. But I think that he is in the Brandon Ayuk, San Francisco 49ers type of category, and I think you would say he's their number 1, but he's not a number 1, and that's nothing.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. He's great, but the reason we're even bringing this up is because you've got to look at what the Colts were and what that secondary was. That was their weak spot.
Yeah,
dude, would I be shocked if Nicco comes out and has 120 yards? No, I mean, I could see Nico Collins making plays. He's done it all year, but we've also seen times where he's kind of disappeared. And the thing about that is, this is the opposite of that Colts secondary. This is as good as it gets.
Nico Collins.
We need other people to step up.
This is a mind-boggling stat to me. He's had 4 games of 146 yards receiving or more. He's had 5 with less than 40. Think about that. 4 games over 146, 5 under 40. That's not a number 1 wide receiver. That's a hell of a weapon that can be hot and cold. And yes, it's in him. You know, the old golf shot thing that you were giving me a hard time about last week. But it's also in him to face Denzel Ward and this secondary with C.J. Stroud presumably under more pressure than before because Myles Garrett's is better and that defense was giving him pressure. It's very much in play that he's leaning toward 40 more than 146.
Now, the question is, how do you overcome this? How do you overcome this? Demeco Ryans has to take the blueprint that was laid out a few weeks ago of what it looks like when his defense gets beat down. He's got to maximize that. They got to find ways to get creative. Bobby Slowick's got to figure something out. We'll talk about Bobby Slowick in a second. But, yeah, it's going to be much more difficult this week against a Browns team. I don't think we're breaking news to you. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So Bobby Slowick has already been interview requests for Bobby Slowick for head coaching vacancies. We already have 2 of them. And we're 1 day into the process. Both Carolina and Washington have submitted requests to interview Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, who happens to be meeting with the media today. So we will actually hear either today or tomorrow what old Bobby has to say. Spoiler alert, I'm just focused on this game. Obviously, coaching opportunities, yada, yada, yada.
Going to pull that Jim Harbaugh thing out of the bag. We knew this was coming. I said it Friday. You know, if he has another good showing against the Colts, he's going to be at minimum interviewed. I don't know what's in his mind. I know Carolina's probably pushed aside, but Washington is an attractive job. Washington is a very.
I just feel like they're going to go bigger.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, you got Magic Johnson. You got this Bob Myers. I don't see Bob Myers coming in and saying, "Yeah, let's hire Bobby Slowick."
Yes,
but I like Bobby.
But I mean, he's getting an interview.
Yeah, he's getting.
So he's getting an interview, so it's in play. But here's the thing. He's coached at Washington before.
He has.
His father has coached at Washington before. The guy they just hired from San Francisco, he knows quite well. And forgive me for forgetting his name. He's like this assistant GM in San Francisco. They have a ton, I think the most in the NFL cap space coming in, and they have the number 2 overall draft pick. And look what he did with this number 2 overall draft pick.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just don't see Washington hiring Bobby Slowick. If they did, okay, good. Like, this is a good thing. Like, to have your assistants in demand, this is a good thing, and it's one of the challenges that you have when you're running a good organization. And you look at Philadelphia right now, I think they're kind of struggling to replace their coordinators. You go to the Super Bowl and you lose your defensive and offensive coordinator. It seems like they're kind of struggling.
That's success. That's the price of victory.
Now, San Francisco's done a good job. Like, San Francisco hasn't missed a beat. Like, Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, bye. Demeco Ryans, bye. Mike McDaniel, bye. Like, he's kind of figured it out. So it's a good challenge to have. It's actually pretty cool that you're 1 year into hiring a new offensive coordinator and he's getting head coach interviews. So, yeah, it's an issue. I do not anticipate Bobby Slowick getting a head coaching job at this time. My question is this. If Slowick leaves, and I don't want to put you in a weird spot, like the natural transition is Gerard Johnson calls plays, right?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I had someone ask me yesterday, do you think that there's a chance that Gerard and Bobby leave? And I said, I don't want to speak for him. You're damn sure a lot closer to him than I am, but you don't ask him any information. The only way I could see Gerard leaving, like, and again, I could be speaking out of place. You tell me. He is not going to go with Bobby Slowick to call plays if Bobby Slowick gets one of these jobs. I just don't see that happening. It would make more sense
mean like
to say
the offensive coordinator in Washington?
Yes.
No, that's not going to happen.
And the other thing I think, like, if you ask me like a path for Gerard Johnson potentially leaving, I would say, and I don't even know if this would happen, but he knows Nick Sirianni. Like, let's say that the Eagles need a fall guy, and they need to find a new offensive coordinator. I know he worked with Sirianni in Indianapolis, and I think he knows Jalen Hurts a little bit.
Who, Gerard?
Yeah. So that would be the only job. But I don't think Gerard Johnson's like going to take some chicken crap offensive coordinator job. I think the writing is on the wall for Gerard Johnson to where I think he can be somewhat selective. There are a few quarterback coaches that have that much respect and have had this much early success.
Let me put it this way, and I'm
not trying to put you in a weird spot.
Well, I got to put this delicately because what I'm going to tell you is something that a lot of people know, not just me.
Okay.
All right. Because and for those who don't listen to our show all the time, you should become a loophole. But I made this promise to Gerard when he got the starting position at Texas A&M as a quarterback.
Yeah.
I will never ask you anything about anything.
Yeah.
I refuse. I'm too close to him. I refuse to put him in that spot. I just don't do that.
Yeah.
But I know a lot because I know a lot of people around Gerard and in football and in this organization. So I say all that.
He just seems like the natural fit. Like if you talk like disaster, if you told me Bobby Slowick is leaving and Gerard Johnson's calling plays, I would say, okay, cool.
I'll put it this way. Who was the first person that C.J. Stroud went to hug after the game on Saturday?
It was Gerard Johnson.
They were crying together. They're not going to hire another offensive coordinator other than Gerard.
For sure.
So his offensive...
If Bobby leaves, it's his job.
It's his job here.
Yes.
Like and
eventually Bobby's going to leave.
Here's something else that a lot of people know, not just me. DeMeco Ryans had no connection to Gerard Johnson when he hired him. Gerard blew it out, knocked it out of the park, his interview with DeMeco. They had mutual acquaintances, but not a direct acquaintance. And then here's the last thing that's again, a lot of people know. This is home, man.
Yeah.
Like this is
for him and wifey.
I think that's the big reason.
For him and wifey.
We always look at, get this opportunity over there, but this is home.
This is home.
Would you rather stay home and work in the same position or go somewhere else and work the same position?
I've seen Gerard's wife. I don't think she wants to go freeze her ass off in Minnesota for a year and then go to Indianapolis and come to Houston and all of a sudden let's go.
Yeah.
She was with him in Minneapolis and Indianapolis.
And that's the thing. Like there's a lot of times where like David Culley, like if David Culley gets offered a job, you got to take it because it's one of 32. But if you're already one of the most respected guys, you have a young quarterback that you're working with, it's very clear that eventually the guy above you is going to go, and then you get that job, and then you're kind of ready to go. I don't think that he would be in a hurry. It would make sense.
And
for
then
him.
Two more little things real quick. I think if you're betting futures on an NFL head coach, bet on Gerard Johnson.
Oh, no doubt. That's the other thing about it. Why it's just like you don't want to go.
Yeah, you don't want to just be going.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Oh, I mean that's an easy bet.
Yeah,
that's a very easy bet. Coming up, a shameful display in Cleveland. Man, this hurt. Man, this really. I don't like that city on city crap, but this has to be acknowledged. And this guy should know better. We'll get into that. Plus, how C.J. Stroud has already replaced Michael Jordan, and I'm not exaggerating. That's next.
AFC.
80, or visit them online at eatfatboyspizza.com.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we will get to this shameful display. This is going to hurt me. This is really going to hurt me that I have to get to this. What's going on in Cleveland, man? I don't even know if I want to do this.
I feel like it's not going to hurt you all that much.
It is going to hurt me. We'll get to it in a sec.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
I think he'll be all right.
But first, I want to talk about how C.J. Stroud has replaced Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I'm here for that, too.
He has replaced Michael Jordan. Once upon a time, Dabo Swinney was comparing the Texans quarterback, Deshaun Watson, Cleveland Browns quarterback, by the way, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
He was
could
comparing
be in
him
town this weekend
to Michael Jordan. And it didn't travel well.
No.
Let's just put it that way. It didn't travel well. But now C.J. Stroud has replaced Michael Jordan as like the popular topic on sports talk shows, specifically the ESPN hot take shows and some of the most popular podcasts. The MJ or LeBron has now turned into CJ or everyone else. Here was Stephen A. talking about it yesterday, right down the street, by the way, right there at NRG. On the Pat McAfee show.
Well, the Houston Texans, I love Stroud, but a rookie is not going to derail the Baltimore Ravens on the road in Baltimore if it came down to that. I cannot see that happening. Ask the question on First Take, what quarterbacks would I take ahead of C.J. Stroud right now?
Oh, short list.
Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson.
I like that. Sounds
Maybe Allen, because of what we've seen him do in the postseason in the past. That's it. Can you legitimately say you can look at any quarterback anywhere else in the league and definitively say you would take them over C.J. Stroud?
I'll say this. I wouldn't take Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson. And I'm just saying this right now. This is a fluid process. Like, if you told me that it was just to borrow for the playoffs, yeah, I would. But if you're factoring in contract and you're factoring in what you're seeing, like, initially, I wouldn't trade C.J. Stroud. If the Chiefs called and said, we'll give you Mahomes straight up for Stroud, I would say no. Just because he's on his rookie contract and you're going to be able to build around him. With Mahomes and Jackson, and that's why this is such a crucial time for Nick Caserio. I wouldn't, like, with contract factored in, I wouldn't trade C.J. Stroud for either one of those guys. I'm sorry, I wouldn't.
With contract,
does that mean I think he's better? No.
With contract factored in, you wouldn't trade C.J. Stroud for anyone.
No.
Anyone.
No.
Because I mentioned the cap space that Washington has in the last segment. The Texans are third.
Yeah.
They have $74 million.
Yeah.
And they can use that however they want because he's on his rookie contract. And by the way, if you're talking about just like this season, that's how I interpreted what he's saying. Like,
yeah, well, just
this season.
Oh, just this season? I think it's a good list. Yeah, I think it's a good list.
I think he's right. Yeah,
it's a good list.
Yeah,
for sure. This season,
I'd take CJ over Tua.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's insulting. Don't even bring him. Don't even bring him in.
It's
the room.
not insulting.
Tua, get your ass out of the room.
The guy was in the MVP.
Go to the kiddie pool. Go to the kiddie pool. We're talking about the big boys right now.
I mean, the list is Lamar and Patrick Mahomes.
Tua.
That's it.
Yeah. Pardon My Take had this discussion too. The Pardon My Take Barstool podcast, they had this discussion as well. And here was their verdict as C.J. Stroud has replaced Michael Jordan as the hot button debate, embrace debate topic.
If you had someone watch their first game of football and they watch C.J. Stroud, they would immediately be like, that quarterback is elite. The calm and poise he has in the pocket and the throws, crazy throws, and he's just awesome to watch. How many teams would say no if you called them up and was like, C.J. Stroud for your quarterback?
The Bills, the Chiefs.
I think it's 4. I think it's
the Bengals.
And the Ravens.
I
think that's it. I think every other team would probably say yes.
Yeah.
Especially given his contract.
What about the Eagles? They were in the Super Bowl last year.
The Eagles would 100% take C.J. Stroud. What other team would say no to C.J. Stroud?
I think the Eagles might say no to him.
Like, is there any other team that would say no to C.J. Stroud? C.J. Stroud straight up for your quarterback. I think there's 4 guys.
Maybe the Cowboys, because I could see Jerry Jones being like, I found that guy. And I took a flyer on him. He's my guy.
And he would be an idiot. I mean, this C.J. Stroud is like, in 1 year, has gotten into this territory where it's like, this is a guy that is just, he is that dude, and he is just like a surefire slam dunk guy.
All right, there you go. Embrace debate.
The fact that this is the discussion,
yeah, it's wild,
is incredible.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's really, really wild. So it's amazing how things sometimes work out that way. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So I'm not into the whole city-on-city crap. I think it's whack. I've never really partook in it. I think sometimes it's just manufactured, like the simulcast. Hey, we're going to have the guys in Cleveland on right now. We're going to tell you why Cleveland sucks. We hate that.
You know how I feel about that.
It's awful.
It's awful.
And furthermore, I think Cleveland's one of the most underrated cities in the country. I lived there for a short time. I think the downtown is brilliant. I think the fans are awesome. I think it's one of the best sports towns in the country. Figgy, I know how you feel about it.
Yeah, man, I agree with you.
With that said, this has to be addressed because when you're facing a team, you try to get a grasp of what other media types are saying in that city. You try to get a pulse of things. And for me, the show of record in Cleveland, for me personally, because I know the guys, I worked with the guys a little bit, is Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. The Ken Carman show with Anthony Lima. I decided I was going to listen in yesterday and just see what was going on. And I am really disappointed in Ken Carman. And they actually made this a clip on Odyssey Sports, which I thought was hilarious. But the Cleveland Browns are in the playoffs. You can tell that they're excited. They're excited about everything in Cleveland. Yeah. And this is how Ken Carman, I think he won a Marconi last year. Like, this is like one of the top TV guys. This is one of the top radio guys. He does the show with Anthony, who's up there as well. This is how Ken Carman in Cleveland started his show yesterday, and we made a clip out of it on Odyssey Sports, and I think it is ridiculous.
Not down, but not as excited as I thought they would be for a postseason game. And it's kind of, well, we're just kind of enjoying the day, and that's it.
What are you basing it on that you don't think people are fired up?
Just not seeing it, not feeling it on the phone, not getting anything here. On my phone, I mean, my phone's usually lighting up during all I started off the day with Super Bowl, Super Browns, and people are just seeming to roll out of bed and having themselves a nice cup of coffee like it's July. That's where we're at right now, and I don't like it. I'm not doing this for show. I'm doing this for feel. I say the truth. I say how I feel about it, and I don't feel like people are locked in the way they should be right now. Maybe that's going to change. We got another 3 hours in the show. I don't like what I'm getting.
Maybe that's going to change. We got another 3 hours in the show. Man, this has to be a straw man. And I'm disappointed in Ken because I think more highly of Ken. Now, I think he should be above. And this is what this comes across because there is no chance that Cleveland is not fired up for this game. No chance.
Zero.
There's no chance.
First of all, it's Cleveland.
Yeah, it's Cleveland. Yeah. It's the Browns. Like, it's a Browns town. Like, we all know this. I feel like my boy Ken Carman. And, again, I'm not into this city-on-city stuff, but I feel like my boy Ken Carman should be above. Hey, let's go to the calls. Are you fired up for the Browns? Let's go to Timbo in Maple Heights. Timbo, I'm not feeling like anyone's fired up. Yeah, Ken, I'm fired up for the Browns game. I'm fired up. All right, that's what I'm talking about, Kimbo. Let's go to Timothy out there in Berea. Timothy, what's up? Yeah, I'm fired up, Ken. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I feel like Ken came in unprepared. He's calling out the fans. I feel like with all that they've been through up there at 92.3 The Fan, I feel like Ken Carman, Marconi winner, show of record, top radio host, probably going to be in the Cleveland Broadcast Hall of Fame. I feel like he's letting down Cleveland because there's no way that those fans and that fan base are not prepared. I feel like he wasn't prepared, and he was just desperately calling for calls so that he could hack it up and sit there and say, hey, are you fired up for the game?
What was the goal?
Tighten up, Ken. It's playoff time.
I wonder what the goal was of saying, I'm not feeling it. I mean,
come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, trying
where
to
my phone's at? Where my phone's at?
Yeah, I don't know,
man. I'm disappointed.
There are other radio stations in Cleveland searching flights, cheap flights, so we can all go down to Houston.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
come
on. My
Ken.
phone been lighting up.
Yeah. Do you think this was a straw man? Do you think this was a straw man?
100%.
You say your phone's been lighting up?
My phone been lighting up.
So you think this was just a straw man trying to get people to call in and say they're excited?
Yes. Shoot, people was excited about Flacco alone.
Ken,
exactly.
I know Ken has like 75 jobs now and he works hard, but come on, man, this isn't hard. You don't have to have people calling in saying, yeah, I'm excited for the game.
Well, it kind of sounds like something we do every Friday. Kinda does.
Oh no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime.
Okay, so he's nominated for the slime
By
off.
extension.
Yeah, he's got to be nominated for the slime off for taking the start of a show in a playoff week for the Browns to basically beg for people to say that they're excited when we already know they're excited. So Ken Carman, all love. I'll be happy for the Browns if they get the dub, but goodness gracious, you are nominated for the slime off. Coming up next, John McClain joins the show. The General is in the building. Playoff time is upon us. The weekly John McClain visit, playoff style. Who saw that coming? Next.
All right, guys, let's get you that new vehicle.
free Odyssey app.
Oh man, John McClane, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up everybody. Stand up straight, make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come.
John McClane in the building, playoff edition. Texans, AFC South division champions. How about that, John? How about that? We thought maybe there would be a small chance that Tennessee would beat the Jags, some more than others, but it happened, and the Texans are AFC South division champs.
I think it is unbelievable. I never thought about it, never considered Texans in the playoffs. I picked them to go 6-11 for the second year in a row. Last year they got half of that. It's such a testimonial to everybody over there, starting with the McNairs, Nick Casario, Demeco, Ryans, C.J. Stroud, and a lot of other players. So it's going to be fun. Wild card game again. Shockingly, the early game on Saturday, I was stunned when I saw that. As a fan, I actually like it because you can watch all the other games.
Oh, it's the best.
You know, if you haven't played on Sunday, you just rule out every Sunday game. But I tell you what, they're already talking about Flacco coming home to Baltimore in the divisional round. In Cleveland, they're talking about Flacco going back to Baltimore in the divisional round. And I don't blame them. I mean, they walloped the Texans in that game on Christmas Eve.
It was a little bit of a difference.
It was,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Texans don't pull the upset.
So
Do pull the upset.
I mean, how many different times can you say, that C.J. Stroud fella's pretty good? But he did reach another level, given the circumstance of that game, correct? I mean,
yeah. That was the biggest game of his career, his brief career here, biggest game since he played against Georgia in the semifinals. But a couple of plays. Throwing deep on first down was great. A lot of players throw deep. It was on the play where he ran around and threw to Nicco on the right sideline. It was the most incredible. And people still can't get over it. I watched CJ on Pat McAfee on Monday, and they were just talking about it before he came on there. Everybody was.
Clint Stoerner thinks he was throwing it away.
Yeah, I don't think that for a second. I thought at the time he was, but he's got a good enough arm.
I think he said that.
If he wanted to throw it away, he would have thrown it away. I thought when he originally threw it, he said he saw Nicco just turning right, and he threw it to the spot. And because Nicco's a great receiver, he went out and got it. If he'd been throwing it away, it would have been a terrible pass, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't even get close to being out.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So Demeco Ryans had that national stage. He had a winner-go-home game. It was before the Coach of the Year ballots are turned in, or before they should be. I don't know the process. You know it better than I. I would personally vote for Kevin Stefanski with Demeco Ryans second place and now Steichen at third. Do you think perhaps that big stage, though, helped Demeco Ryans?
I think it helped him and helped Stroud more because there's a lot of people like Peter King talking about Puka Nacua should be Rookie of the Year over Stroud. That was last week. And, I can't remember who told me this, but it's a great point. What's a tougher position for a rookie to master, wide receiver or quarterback? Of course, quarterback. And Stroud's going to win it, and I think he's going to run away with it. I'd vote for Demeco, but I think Stefanski had it wrapped up before because they've had a lot of injuries. Nick Chubb, their top three offensive tackles, are on IR, and then they've been through four quarterbacks with Flacco, of course. Make you wonder why didn't they sign Flacco sooner. And so I think Demeco's going to finish second, and I can't find anybody who's done a better job than Caserio, and he didn't get a lot of love on that. I hope he gets more for what he's done. He should be Executive of the Year. Will Anderson had a chance to be Defensive Player, Rookie of the Year, but I think that he could hardly move because of his ankle. I think that'll hurt him. And there's a big push being made for Rams defensive tackle Kobe Turner because Jalen Carter's performance has dropped down. I wrote a column about that last week. It was Will's chance to really step up and get those votes, but he just wasn't able to because of his ankle injury.
We often talk about don't ignore in victory, what you would not ignore in defeat. They got crushed by the run. Like they got destroyed. And it was Jonathan Taylor, so clearly that's a different category. But against the Browns, they don't have a couple of chumps back there. They got pretty good backs.
Jerome Ford, Kareem Hunt.
They totally shut down the Browns 2 weeks ago. And I think, Grenard and Will Anderson are really good against the run, but they got other linemen. Demeco asked him again yesterday if he felt the same way, if he was worried about his run defense, considering how pathetic they were, considering how great they'd been up to that game. And he talked about tackling. And then in the fourth quarter, they made some kind of schematic change and totally shut down the Colts running game in the fourth quarter. So I'm guessing, just like the last game, the running game is going to be shut down. It's going to come between the young quarterback and the old quarterback. I'm writing a column about them tomorrow, how Stroud was 7 years old when Flacco was in his first year.
7 years old. How about that? John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It feels like Joe Flacco is becoming kind of a folk hero in Cleveland. It feels like there's a couple of things. First of all, he's rallied the team. That's yes. Obvious. The on-field success speaks for itself. But it also feels like there's kind of like a the Baltimore Ravens quarterback is leading us on a playoff race type of element to it as well. That's kind of fascinating.
It is fascinating, and people are fired up about the possibility that the Browns wacko for Flacco, and he's going to go to Baltimore, and he's been a great playoff quarterback when he was with the Ravens in their Super Bowl year. He had 11 touchdowns, no interceptions, and was Super Bowl MVP. But he's thrown a lot of interceptions. He's going to get a different Texans team, even with Grenard and Will is out again, and Will Anderson Jr. Still can't play anywhere near what he's capable of. It's going to be a different team. I'm pretty sure Amari Cooper won't have the same kind of game. It was just those two players, and it was big. Njoku hurt him, but, man, Cooper had those 2 long receptions, 1 for a touchdown, 2 touchdowns overall. But he is a folk hero. Everybody likes him. Everything he talks about is funny. It's like he doesn't take himself too seriously. Said 2 weeks ago he didn't know what he was making because he had never asked his agent. It's almost like he played for free.
Well, he made $150 million already.
Yeah. When he signed after the Super Bowl, you talk about perfect timing. Yeah. He signed the biggest contract in history. It was quickly surpassed by Aaron Rodgers. But he turns 39 a week from today, and he's living large at this point of his career. I think all that time off and all that inactivity probably helped him, and he stayed in shape playing pickleball, and his arms looks to be as strong as ever.
And you've consistently said, and I don't necessarily think that this is a bad opinion. I think it's interesting what could happen. You've consistently said, well, they're going to go back to Deshaun Watson. He makes too much money. They gave him this contract. But, dude, if the Browns win this game and he moves on, let's say another shocker or whatever, even if he doesn't, it's chaos in Cleveland.
I've been told by everybody I know he covers a team and done it forever, said Flacco can win the Super Bowl and Watson will be the quarterback. What Flacco
you want to
be
talk
doing,
about being set up for failure.
Yeah, but that'll
Watson,
be
can you imagine? Say Flacco was still on the team. First time Watson threw an interception. Everybody'd want Flacco.
It's ridiculous.
And the fact that he's 39, and I don't see anybody going out and signing him to be the starting quarterback. I think he'll just be a guy that goes in as a bridge for somebody. But, man, what an incredible story. Just like C.J. Stroud is an incredible story for a different reason.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So Nico Collins, he had a big day. That goes without saying. 195 yards, 9 receptions, and the touchdown on the first play of the game. They're going to need more than 2 catches for 11 yards from the rest of the receiving corps when you face a team like Cleveland. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say. I think it's imperative, and they didn't get it. John Mechie does a really good job of blocking, but he hasn't helped his receiver. Xavier Hutchinson's been better running the ball than he has been as a receiver. I thought Dalton Schultz stepped up on that winning drive. And I
thought 10, yes.
Brevin Jordan would have gotten some more targets. But, yes, and I think during the draft, I don't think it'll be a first round because this draft is really deep and talented receivers. Wouldn't surprise me if they go in the second round with a receiver That way they would have Collins and Dell and the rookie, and that would I'm not sure what.
There's some good goods, man. There are some good goods when it comes to the receiver in those first 2 days of the draft. Some real good goods.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned it, Will Anderson. I think you said could hardly walk. Jonathan Grenard, who knows? Jerry Hughes got hurt. How the hell are they going to put pressure on this guy?
Well, they didn't put any pressure on him the last time. One time,
that doesn't bode well.
One time he rolled out and showed he can still move, and then completed the pass down the field. I feel better about their run defense bouncing back in a big way, like it played in the fourth quarter. I think they had 25 yards on 11 carries. Than I do about getting pressure without Bernard and Anderson. And you don't want Flacco to have time in the pocket. Hopefully they can get a push from the tackles, Rankins and Collins and Khalil Davis. They can get a push up there. And Derek Barnett, I tell you, he has 16 pressures.
He's playing well.
Mm-hmm. He's playing for money.
Played really well against the Browns, by the way.
So Derek Barnett is the key.
There is a lot of guys.
What? Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Jerry Hughes
on this team playing for money. Nico Collins, he'll get an extension from Nick Casario. Then you got all these guys on one-year deals playing for contracts.
They're going to give him an extension already?
Nico, yeah, they're not going to let his contract expire next year.
Let it play out.
No way.
Let it play out.
Then
let it play out.
Then he could leave as a free agent if you didn't franchise him, but you might want to franchise somebody else.
You get the deal. We can figure that
Plus,
out.
if he had another great season, it'd cost more money.
Yeah, well,
plus, you got money.
What if he had a Titus Howard season? What if he had a Titus Howard
this year, you're not going to have next year.
What if he had a Titus Howard season?
Well, Titus never had the kind of season Nico's having.
Yeah, I know.
But you can say that about anybody. Signs a big contract and gets hurt.
Well,
no,
I mean,
Titus Howard
it wasn't good. It wasn't good when he was on the field.
Jack squat to do with Nico Collins.
Top 5 highest paid right tackle in the league.
Doesn't have jack squat to do with Nico Collins.
I don't know that there's a hurry to extend yet.
Did you hear Landry jack squat?
I'd extend him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would. I don't know.
Anyway,
why not?
He's going to get an extension.
Okay,
and,
so there you go. You heard it here first. Breaking news. Can we tweet that out, Figgy?
Because
John McClain reports.
Put that out there. John
McClain reports Nico Collins will get an extension. There you go.
I wonder who's going to 5 minutes later.
Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be here. Here's the official report. Here's the official report per sources.
Yes.
Nico Collins will get a report. Here, I'm gonna do a Jeremy Fowler ESPN report. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
You ready for this? Kick it to me. Kick it to me.
All right, now let's go to Jeremy Fowler with the latest.
Yes, my sources tell me that Nico Collins could sign an extension with the Texans, or he could not. He could hit free agency, could also be franchise tagged, or he could also just retire from the NFL. That's my report. Back to you, fellas.
Get traded.
Or he could get traded. There you go. I'm Jeremy Fowler, ESPN.
I never use the word source ever. I just say it. I've always written it.
I do.
Never.
Or have. I don't do it very often anymore.
I never do it. I never did it for the Chronicle. Never did it anywhere. Don't do it anywhere now.
I feel like you got a little playoff glow to you. Like you
said that last week.
You do though, man. Like you're in the mix.
What does a playoff glow look like?
Just a little pep in your step.
You got a pep in your step. You're asking more questions. I mean, maybe it's because you've lost so much weight. We'll get to soda in a sec. We'll tell people how you can do that as well. But it just feels like you got that playoff glow. I feel like you
guys better too, because it's the best time of the year.
I stay glowing, brother.
It is.
Because
get on you spend all that money on makeup and
hell,
all those things for your complexion.
I wish with my Pete Davidson.
That's why you look so young.
I wish with my Pete Davidson ass eyes, I should be pushing Taco Bell right now. I just think that you got tired of
covering
losers and covering incompetent slime balls like the POS and jerks like Bill O'Brien. Like I just feel like this is like I feel like you just have a little glow about you, John.
It's fun to go to NRG Stadium again. It's the most fun since Gary Kubiak was here, because even when O'Brien was winning, they were always fighting over there. So much infighting, backstabbing, negativity, and I used to dread going over. And the last 2 years, I've dreaded going over because they're losing so much. But now it's fun. It's fun going into the stadium and doing interviews and listening how excited everybody is, and not just in the personnel department, but in the administrative department. All those people that work under Greg Grissom, they're pumped as well.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I guess so, John.
What is this compared to in the history of Houston football? Because with the Texans, like when Kubiak came in, and I've said the same thing with Landry, that this is the best vibe, so to speak, that I've felt since Kubiak. But his was a gradual improvement. Like, I think they went 8-8.
Well, everybody wanted Gary fired when they finally got to the playoffs in 2011. McNair said he'd give him one more season, and it paid off.
But there's never been anything. I'm trying to rack my brain on, like the Oilers, some.
Oh, with the Oilers, when Earl Campbell arrived in '78,
that's got to be it.
Nothing
right?
like it.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
That was the dawn of
Earl Campbell,
new era. ERA, not ERROR.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. John McClain with that playoff glow around here. And not only does he got that playoff glow, he shed a lot of pounds with soda weight loss. John, tell the people about that, and then we'll get to world famous McClain leg hiking.
John McClain saying, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous McLean leg hiking here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Concept very simple. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. Let me make that clear. Not necessarily our own.
God, no.
He either agrees or he hikes the leg. If Bobby Slowick's offered the Carolina head coaching job, he should take it.
Hike it, Figgy. He's not stupid. He'll have more offers next year. He needs another year as a play caller.
Bobby Slowick will be an NFL head coach next year.
I agree.
Not necessarily.
I think he'll be like Demeco, Kevin O'Connell. They interview, and then they come back and say, no, I need another year. And I think as long as Stroud's here, they're going to get better, and he might have better offers.
C.J. Stroud's the best quarterback in Houston Texans history.
Oh, well, of course he is. Absolutely. All
right. Wow. I thought that was going to get hiked out.
Amari Cooper will have at least 150 yards receiving on Saturday.
Hike it, Figgy. I think if they don't do anything else, they're going to not let Amari Cooper have the kind of game he had Sunday. Christmas Eve.
World famous McLean leg hiking here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Doug Peterson's the fourth best coach in the AFC South.
Absolutely. And next year he's going to be on a red-hot seat because of the way they folded this year.
Nick Casario will go back to the Patriots after this season.
Hike it, Figgy. It's amazing. I'll start hearing that. He's going after the draft. He's gone.
Yeah.
And I tried to tell the people up there because people in New England can't understand why anybody wouldn't want to come there.
Of course.
And Nick's not stupid. And and now it's all out again. And Nick isn't going to New England.
Man, I tell you what, I'm sure he's got – New England's obviously got a special place to his heart, but just from being there for like 4 days, it would be a rough rebuild, and they would think you're an absolute idiot.
Oh, you're talking about, the fans.
They are so down on the Patriots right now. They're still showing up, but they think they suck. There's people saying, I don't support those losers. It's like, man, give them a little bit of a break.
That's the fourth worst team in that city.
Yeah. Jim Harbaugh will be in the NFL.
I agree. He's coming. He's gone out in style. Next year, if he stays, he could be suspended again. They lose a lot of players. So it's a perfect storm for him. Win the national championship, then try to win a Super Bowl. I still think the job that he'll want would be the Chargers.
He told us that he was leaving yesterday at the podium. I think people just missed it, but he 100% told us. Like, some people were hanging on to what he said at Van Pelt with, like, the practice schedule as proof. No, he told us because he said Michigan was innocent. Like, up to that point, he wouldn't even address it. He wouldn't say anything because he'd already been punished on it. And I think there was probably, like, an agreement. Hey, you don't talk about this crap. We're giving you – you're going back. He came out and said we're innocent.
Season's over.
He's gone.
Well,
he's gone. He told you that. He's gone.
To add to that,
at least he didn't say they're innocent.
Oh yeah, yeah. I thought to add to that, when he said, they were asking him about it. He said, "Can I at least enjoy this?" So that's basically saying, after I enjoy this, yes, but can I at least have that? John McClain, in an upcoming column, will use the nickname Harris County when describing Christian Harris.
Don't do it.
Hike it, Biggie.
Thank you.
I've never used it, and I won't use it.
Thank you very much.
Harris County.
Come on, man.
Thank you so much. Please, 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 do not.
You see, now you like it. You like it, I can tell.
Gardner Minshew was doo-doo on Saturday night.
Absolutely, he was. He was terrible. And you know what? I felt bad for Tyler Goodson. Yeah, he should have caught the pass. But if Minshew put it anywhere where he's supposed to, I'm not saying he wouldn't have still dropped it. But, man, I blame Minshew more.
Don't call that damn
Goodson.
play. It was Marshawn Lynch-like.
Of course you don't call that play.
That's
you put it in the hands of a quarterback who's having a bad game with a running back who had 6 catches. Yes, it was open, but so what?
Exactly. If C.J. Stroud had won his, quote, Georgia game last year, but then responded like Michael Pennix did last night, he wouldn't have been the number 2 pick.
Well, if he'd have won Georgia and then he'd have
and then laid an egg.
Been mediocre. Now, I think, hike it, Figgy. I think the fact that he played at the Ohio State in such a big-time program, so many people saw him in big games, 100,000 fans. I think he still would have been the second pick.
C.J. Stroud walking into work today with the remains of Michigan winning a national championship is going to add to his motivation this Saturday at that stadium.
Hike it, Piggy.
A lot of hikes.
I think he doesn't want to. He doesn't give a rat's ass about Michigan. Other than he hates that they won the school up north, but he is zeroed in on the Texans game against the Browns and trying to do what Case Keenum and Davis Mills couldn't do, which is beat Joe Flacco and the Browns.
Even though the Texans play the first game, if they win, they should pack their bags for Baltimore because they're going to Baltimore.
I think they're going to Baltimore, yes. Rematch the first game of the season, Stroud versus Jackson. That won't be the early game.
Steelers don't have T.J. Watt. Miami, who knows, with the Chiefs. I just don't see them going.
And it's going to be 0 degrees, I believe, at Arrowhead.
Speaking of Arrowhead, the Miami Dolphins will upset the Kansas City Chiefs.
I get Piggy. I don't think the Dolphins, based on what we've seen against them lately and them against good teams, has a prayer of beating the Chiefs, who are not as good as they've been in the past. And Mahomes is not playing very well. He's distracted by all his bad receivers, except for Rasheed Rice. And but I think Kansas City and Andy Reid will pull out that game.
Of all the players that are on the injury report, no one is more important to get back than Jonathan Grenard.
Absolutely, because he's our leading pass rusher. They need him desperately. And, he's been hurt every year. And he wants big contract, obviously. Do you give a big contract to a guy who's had injuries every year? Mm-hmm. And he has. So it might actually help the Texans keep him. These injuries he's had at the most crucial time of the season.
The Browns game between the Browns and Texans was an example of the biggest blessing in disguise that the Texans have experienced outside of getting C.J. Stroud at 2. Allow me to explain. C.J. Stroud didn't play, so the Browns didn't get a look at him. On the other hand, the Browns, their offense played as good as they possibly could against DeMeco Ryan's defense, which means now DeMeco has a blueprint of what that looks like. So at the time, it felt like the division was out of control. You ended up winning the division, and you have the advantage that DeMeco has of the blueprint, while the Browns haven't even faced C.J. Stroud. Blessing in disguise the last time these teams met.
Can you repeat that?
No.
Sure.
Probably not.
Why not?
Probably not.
The Browns' defense is unbelievable, of course. And there's a good chance Myles Garrett is going to win Defensive Player of the Year over Micah Parsons, T.J. Watt.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I am glad you're here for this. Adam Schefter reporting the Tennessee Titans have fired head coach Mike Vrabel.
What a mistake that is. Everybody in the AFC South should be so happy that Vrabel is out of the division. I thought he did his best coaching job this season with a terrible offensive line, no receivers other than Hopkins, losing Jeffrey Simmons, playing a rookie quarterback, more players they used than any team in the league. Now he will become a front runner with Harbaugh for jobs.
I think he's going to New England. I think it's kind of this might have been a favor for Mike Vrabel, but that's crazy. You look at the state of the AFC South right now. Tennessee's in a rebuild. They were going to be in a rebuild with or without Mike Vrabel.
And they may not hire the right guy. They're certainly not going to get somebody as good as Vrabel.
Jacksonville's on a treadmill, and
Peterson's on the hot seat.
Colts, I mean, they had a good year. They don't know about it. Their quarterback. They don't know about Anthony Richardson and whether or not he can stay healthy.
We know this already. What a brutal industry. But the second thing that comes to mind immediately is how good a job is that even, the Tennessee job?
Well, Rand Cawthorn was the new general manager, and there was a report up there yesterday that Vrabel had asked for somebody to be over he and Cawthorn. Mm-hmm. And if that's the case, then they'd had a lot of differences. But John Robinson, who was fired in the middle of last year, the GM, he's the one traded A.J. Brown, drafted a lot of these guys that haven't panned out, especially in the first round. So they're kind of in shambles talent-wise, and probably going to lose Derrick Henry. And but boy, to me, that's, even though it's been rumored, it's still shocking that they would fire Mike Vrabel.
John, we appreciate you.
Thank you guys very much, as always.
All right, there you go. Mike Vrabel fired if you're just tuning in Tennessee. Coming up, the guy, a.k.a. him around here, the fall guy within the division, another fall guy apparently, and how Houston is the starting point for the biggest upcoming drama. The hits are lit next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard.
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit, and guys are getting hit around the AFC South here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Mike Vrabel's been fired in Tennessee. The Jags, I think they fired every member of their coaching staff. They just fired some position coaches. They fired the entire defensive staff. So the two teams that have been the best teams in the division the last few years, I don't know if the Jags are in complete turmoil. They do seem to be on like a treadmill of trying to take the next step. That is wild, the Mike Vrabel thing. I'm assuming that he's going to have a job like next week.
Yeah, and we kind of know where, don't we?
You think Belichick's going to be the next domino to fall?
I think that's absolutely it. I could see. Look, we heard Nick Casario on Payne and Pendergast this morning, and we'll get to that here in a little bit. But I could see Vrabel there. I could see Derrick Henry going to New England. And certainly, that would mean that Belichick is out. That has to be the case. But what a shock for him. He was coach of the year before last. Coach of the year in the NFL.
Yeah, and I think his teams always fight. They
probably make the best sense, to be honest, because they can't rebuild with him.
Well, I'm glad he's out of the division. I'm glad he's out.
Yeah,
it'd be impossible to rebuild with him because he always wins games.
Now, Bobby Slowick, he's getting interviews with Carolina and Washington. What if Amy Adams Stank decides she wants to stick it to the Texans even more, and she all of a sudden obsesses over the possibility of taking Bobby Slowick from the Houston Texans and defending her honor?
I would not be surprised. I actually would not be surprised if a factor, not the factor, but a factor in Vrabel's ouster was losing twice to the Texans and giving them the division title.
What do you mean?
I wouldn't put that as being a factor for Amy Adams. She's a weird one, man, and she's a petty one.
I wouldn't be surprised if she wanted them to lose that last game.
Well, yeah.
She probably wanted them to lose that last game against the Jags.
Not only did they get swept by the Texans, they gave the Texans the division title by winning.
You know what they're saying in Cleveland right now?
What's that?
And by they, I mean King Carmen.
That's all right. He's got the pulse of the people.
He's saying they should bring Vrabel to Columbus.
Hey, I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, my God.
I was thinking the same thing, man.
Because
he would be awesome.
They should fire Ryan Day and bring Mike Vrabel to Columbus.
Oh, my God.
I'm 100% down with that.
He bleeds that ish. He might bleed that. He might bleed that more than Patriots.
Big time.
Yeah, he's an Ohio State meathead.
Oh, my gosh. That's actually a terrific
I'm down with
idea.
that.
Yeah. A terrific. He could coach there for 12, 15 years.
Yeah, do his thing. NIL, all that.
Just give him a blank check.
Players coach.
But does he want that life?
The Patriots is going to be interesting. Like like in the big scheme of things, it is New England, it is home, it is glorious, it is all that. But is it really that much different than the situation Tennessee's in right now?
Yeah, New England? No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, they're in a mess. They're an absolute mess right now.
C.J. Stroud, he's a Buckeye. He's going to be taking on Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns 3:30 on Saturday. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and he was asked about that gene, that winning gene. Here was what the quarterback of your Houston Texans had to say about that.
I think the statement of winners win and losers lose, I think that's real. And in my career, I won a lot of games, and my teammates have as well. I just think we needed winners in the building. So once we got that going and started getting a rhythm for each other, it took a while, but football is not an overnight thing. It takes a minute. So once we got our rhythm, we started looking good, and now we're here.
Winners win, losers lose.
I think there's a lot to that. It's a cliche.
Winners win, losers lose.
Like, there's no question that the people in that locker room are a big factor in their success. Not just the fact that they win.
Thanks, John.
I'm talking about the type of person, like the types of people.
The people in that locker room. They're
What's
the
wrong
reason.
with that? I don't understand what would be an eye roll about that.
Guys in the locker room are a big reason why they're getting dubs.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Huh?
Nothing.
Like from Demeco, I mean, it's culture is basically what we're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically what we're saying is culture.
Hit it again. Yeah. There you go.
I stand by it. Hit it as many times as you want.
Just one day at a time, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Stack up good days?
Yeah. Yeah.
Control what we can control.
I'm not talking about any of that.
Keep the main thing. One day at a time.
Yeah.
Got to crawl before you walk.
Yeah.
Process over results.
Only difference
Situational football.
Only difference is I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about the type of person
1 inch at a time
that is in there. 1 inch. The types of people that are in there.
Here's CJ Stroud. Here is the locker room. He just brought up the locker room. Maybe he's going to co-sign what you say. We'll see.
Ring the bell for him.
We'll see.
Yeah.
He was asked, don't hit it yet, Figgy. Don't jump off sides. Don't Laramie Tunsil me. Let me get this off, okay? Let me get the play off. He was asked if this is like a college locker room. I don't know. I don't think CJ is going to go cliche. Do you think he's going to go cliche?
Yes.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. Here's CJ Stroud talking about the similarities between his college locker room and this locker room. Don't let me down, CJ. Don't cliche.
100%. Like, we're all really close. We all hang out pretty much. Of course, the younger guys, like Metch and Tank, are probably two of my best friends on the team. And we all have a group text where we text each other funny things and all type of stuff. So it's been a really tight-knit group. And I think that's, like, the best teams I've been on has been the tightest teams, like the closest team.
Absolutely, because you're playing for each other.
McAfee went cliche. CJ did not. Did you hear him?
CJ said exactly what I just said.
Nah,
why don't you roll your eyes?
Hell no.
Why don't you roll your eyes at what's it?
Hey.
Like, basically, close-knit, hang out, tight-knit, all that stuff. You're not rolling your eyes at CJ.
By the way.
That's a double standard
By
in
the
my
way,
book.
did you hear him talk? Did you hear him talking about him, Tank, and John Mechie are all really good friends?
Mm-hmm.
CJ talking about that? And, they text funny things to each other?
Yeah.
I actually, Figgy, I don't know how he gets it. He's always on the scene. He's always digging stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
He showed me the funny thing that they sent in their last group text.
Oh, he showed it to you?
Yeah, Mechie, Tank, and CJ. Don't know how Figgy dug it up.
Man, he's good.
It was a screenshot of Mechie's stats this year.
Oh, man.
Bobby Slowick. He's getting interviews. He's got an interview in Carolina. He's got an interview in Washington. How about that? Bobby Slowick, very popular guy, in high demand. This is a good thing. You're going to have to, like the San Franciscos can lose assistants and not miss a beat. Philadelphia right now, they seem to be struggling with said thing. But this is going to happen. If you're putting together a good organization, good staff, this stuff should happen.
It's the winning tax. You know, there's a winning tax. That's the tax you pay. You know, like in fishing, we say, you know, you got to pay the tax man whenever you're fishing and you're wade fishing and there's a shark that swims by. Well, that's just the tax you pay.
What does that mean? That he just
like, you know, when you're wade fishing, sometimes, not always, but occasionally you'll see a shark because you got fish on your stringer or whatever, or they see the fish that you're catching. A shark will come by.
How much are fishing taxes?
There's no fishing tax.
What about for your license?
Oh, well, yeah, that's different. It depends on what you're getting. It's probably about $50-something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's a winning tax.
Okay.
When you get guys like Bobby Slowick getting interviewed.
Nick Caserio, I guess he was in some rumors. We really didn't pay him much mind because it was Jason La Canfora. And let's be honest, if you're paying attention to Jason La Canfora reports, you're either brand new, you're out of touch, or you're just stirring the pot to stir the pot. I don't know when the last time he was right about the Texans was. And Nick Caserio was asked about it. Props to Seth Payne for asking this. Here was Nick Caserio's response on him potentially leaving.
Yeah, I'm going to try to hold my tongue here a little bit, but this time of year, there's a lot of things that are said. Anybody that makes a jackass statement that they either know me or trust me, you can rely on this information, honestly, is totally off base. Respectfully, I know there's a lot of reporters out there that think they have information, but those that really know me know how I operate and what I'm about. Other than, 610 Sports Radio, I'm not really a big media person. I keep it to myself and just try to show up, try to do my job, try to support the people that I'm with on a day-to-day basis, and not worry about some offhanded statements that are made out of left field that, quite frankly, have zero validity. I'm excited about where our team is, understanding we have plenty of work that's in front of us. I've loved every second of the opportunity to work with Demeco. I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, which is doing the best I can for the Houston Texans organization for as long as ownership provides the opportunity. Whoever these reporters are that make these, ridiculous statements, maybe you want to talk to me about it first before you put some information out there that has actually zero basis.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
I thought this was very important and enlightening. I really did.
You did?
Yeah, that was about as direct an answer as you've ever heard from Nick Caserio, ever. He couldn't be more direct. And we give him a hard time about the word salad and kind of saying a lot of things.
He's doing his thing.
He was direct and very.
Did he know Vrabel was
no salad right there?
Did he know
that he could join Vrabel in New England yet, though?
There we go.
I mean, I'm just saying.
No.
I'm asking. Like, did he know Mike Vrabel was gonna be the New England coach?
Did actually. He probably did. No, that was very enlightening because what it tells you is from a year ago when we didn't know. We didn't know if he was happy here. We didn't know what his relationship would be like with the next head coach, ultimately Demeco Ryans. He sounded like, dude, I am happy here, and I got it going on. Like everything.
He should be happy here.
All the work he's done is starting to pay off. They got the cap space. They got the quarterback. They got the trade that's done with Will Anderson. I thought that was really, really good.
Jacksonville, they fired their entire defensive staff. Here's Ian Rappaport on the latest in Jacksonville, and they fired a few more assistants today. Here's Ian Rapp with that report on NFL Network.
Big changes for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Sources say they have fired defensive coordinator Mike Caldwell and his entire staff. You look at the way the Jacksonville Jaguars really struggled down the stretch. Obviously, there were issues with Trevor Lawrence with his injuries. The offense not quite functioning like it did, but clearly the malfunctions on the defensive side of the ball really stood out through the entire year. And this is an organization that has plenty of talent on the defensive side.
This is a Bill O'Brien move. It's kicking the can down the road. It's self-preservation.
Fall guy, man.
Survival. Fall guy. The things are starting to unravel again all of a sudden in Jacksonville.
Get you a fall guy.
Yeah.
National championship yesterday. Michigan ends up winning 34-13. Got close late. Got close, but Michigan ends up winning 34-13. John Lopez was there, set the scene for the people.
Well, I've got a confession that I'm going to get.
Did you buy those tickets?
In about, I got those tickets.
No, I'm asking. Did you buy them?
I got those tickets.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't buy those.
I got those tickets.
No, you did not buy those.
I went to Ticketmaster and got those tickets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone transferred them to you. Yeah. Was it Mattress Mac?
No, 100% not. 100% not Mattress Mac.
Okay.
100%.
Those were Mattress Mac tickets.
No, they were damn good seats. Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Those were a few gur.
They were a few gur.
Those were a few gur. Don't think I didn't look.
They were a few gur.
4,900 even into the first quarter.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, into the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, okay.
It was an unbelievable. It was an unbelievable. I'm not going to apologize for knowing people. The atmosphere.
Yeah.
Actually had me thinking about the Texans.
Okay.
It really did. Like, that was loud NRG.
It's Michigan.
Like, well, but it's rabid fans.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it was loud.
Yeah.
It was electric. And I haven't seen that in there in a while.
What was face value?
I didn't
No,
look.
there was no face value?
I didn't look.
On the transfer? Okay.
I didn't look. It got me thinking about the Texans. I think we're gonna get something like that on Saturday.
Okay, I hope so.
I really do. Now, as far as the game, clearly the storm came through, so the tailgating was shut down. But everything, Houston came off looking great.
Yeah, they handled those events big.
Absolutely great. But there is one confession that I'll get to in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit. We'll hear from Jim Harbaugh. He was a little bit crazy. We'll hear from him. Landry Locker, Spike Lee, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610, although Spike Lee might get worse seats. Coming up next, Hardo Demeco. I love this mindset from Demeco Ryans. You will too. We'll talk about that. We'll give you the update on what's going on at practice, and we'll continue to get ready for playoffs Saturday. In the Loop continues next.
H-Town. always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Mike Vrabel's been fired. Jacksonville's firing a lot of guys, and the Texans are firing away at practice, getting ready for a playoff game. What a difference a year makes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Titans, Mike Vrabel, they had that division on lock for a few years. Then it was Jacksonville. Jacksonville's going to take the next step. Well, I don't think Jacksonville's in disarray. Tennessee damn sure is. Like, Tennessee is flirting badly with, like, Texans type of rebuild. Right now, they're losing Derrick Henry. They got Will Levis. They're in the ultimate rebuild right now. And the Texans right now, they're surviving. They're thriving. But I don't want to get fat and happy. I don't want to sit here and.
I like being fat and happy.
No, I don't want to sit here and just act like something's been accomplished. You got to win a playoff game at this point. It's a winnable playoff game, and I've got my eye on the prize. Lopez, you're kind of just daydreaming, remembering what once was.
Yeah, not true.
Be more like Demeco.
Yeah.
Be more like Demeco. Hardo Demeco.
Mm-hmm.
We're over the looking back now, right? You just needed one day.
This is in essence Wednesday in terms of the practice schedule. So yeah, that Wednesday's always the
one day.
Wednesday's always the day when you go forward. And by the way, we'll find out a little bit on the Texans. One thing on Vrabel and Jacksonville, on Tennessee and Jacksonville. I talked about the tax you pay, the winning tax. That means that coaches that you love get jobs and opportunities elsewhere, like Bobby Slowick. Well, there's another side, and maybe it's a dividend. Maybe it's not a tax. Maybe it's a dividend. The dividend you get from winning is other teams in your division start scrambling, because they don't have the success, because they are kind of trying to keep up with you. The Texans always used to try to keep up with the Colts, or keep up with so-and-so. Titans try to figure out a way. Well, you're that team now. And what that does, that sends other teams in disarray. So it's kind of the balance you have when you're winning.
Now, this is according to my sources, and my sources, you can.
Are they impeccable?
It doesn't matter. It's my sources.
Kind of matters.
According to my sources, I'm not going to say where these sources come from. They could come from nowhere. This could be completely made up. I'll let you decide.
Okay.
But my sources tell me, with this Mike Vrabel thing, as I was working the phones during the commercial break.
Yeah, wow.
My sources tell me that the last straw was when Amy Adams made him wear a Bum Phillips ball cap to the game.
Cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat. Yeah, cowboy hat.
Yeah, to me, I'm more and more buying into Amy Adams, her pettiness, and just kind of how weak-minded she is. Was a factor, not the factor here. Maybe that was somewhere in there. I think getting swept twice by the Texans, including in the Oiler blue uniforms, and then beating the Jaguars.
Or it could just be as simple as the New England job might open up.
Yeah, but what does that matter to her?
Well, maybe she's just like, Mike, you've done a lot for us. Obviously, we're in a rebuild. We don't want to put you through a rebuild, so we'll let you go to New England.
No, if she wanted
we're in a different phase.
Look what she did to Houston. If she wanted him.
Do you think Bobby Slowick gets requested by the Titans?
I think maybe just out of spite, even the interview. Plus, he's a hot commodity. He's one of the hottest.
So you think it's possible that
absolutely?
All right. Here's Diana Rossini, and she is borderline the Windhorst to Mike Vrabel. She is it. So I was waiting for her to say something. So here's Diana Rossini, or as Tyler Milner calls her in emails with coworkers, sexy ass Diana. Here's Diana Rossini's report.
I'm sure that should have been out there.
Report on this whole thing. Right. Well, I damn sure shouldn't have gotten into my inbox. Honestly, I'm trying to be professional and look at audio for the show. Here's Diana Rossini on the Vrabel situation. The Titans believe trading Vrabel was too complicated and would take too long. They wanted to move on quickly. She was told. Vrabel never asked ownership for a trade or asked out of Tennessee. How does that make sense? So what would the trade have come up for?
I guess for New England?
No, but why would they even think that it was hard to trade him? What is it?
No, the picks involved.
But she's saying that the Titans believed trading Vrabel was too complicated, but then she said, I was told Vrabel never asked ownership for a trade. So clearly Vrabel had to have told her this.
Or someone else. But here's the thing that doesn't make any sense. Who gives a bleep? If you wanted Mike Vrabel to be your head coach, he would be your head coach. Trade request, backroom channels, Vrabel saying something or not. Amy Adams did not want him to be the head coach. Right, it's right there in her tweet as well. They wanted to move on quickly. Well, they wouldn't want to move on quickly if they felt confident or wanted him to be the head coach. I think it's a huge mistake. But I think it's part of, like I said, her pettiness, part of the frustration, part of trying to keep up with the Texans, and maybe just some inner battles. So
you have to, though. Like you almost. I mean, look, I know we're looking at the NFL and stuff, and if you're just tuning in, Mike Vrabel's been fired. Jacksonville's fired their whole defensive staff as the Texans get ready for the game against the Jags. We'll hear from Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryans coming up in a sec. He don't want to look back, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
But with the Texans facing Cleveland, this is kind of like a Cleveland angle. Like, if you're a booster at Ohio State, you at least have to call Mike Vrabel.
For sure.
Like, I know Ryan Day, I'm sure he has a buyout and all this stuff, but you just watched Michigan win a national championship, and I don't think you can comprehend, like, Texas A&M hate for Texas OU. It's not on they won't even mention the school by name.
It's a school up north. There's a school down south.
Yeah, they do not even mention it by name.
Yeah.
You've got to at least call Mike Vrabel.
100%.
Right?
You don't ask, don't get. At least kick the tire.
You need to be at his front door.
Yeah, I guarantee you.
I guarantee, he might be an NFL guy, and we know he is, and he's a good coach.
Ohio State fans are giddy right now at the thought of it. Right?
Oh, it's on their message boards. It's no doubt on their message boards.
Absolutely. There was an Ohio State fan among the Michigan fans and Washington fans.
What'd they do? Buy tickets early or what?
I guess they did.
Or they just wanted to
had a jersey on.
That guy was silly.
Had a jersey on.
They just wanted the smoke.
Everyone was taking pictures with him, mocking him.
I always wonder about these folks who go to games and they're wearing jerseys that have literally nothing to do with anything.
I saw a few Texas last night, but that was understandable.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about like in an NFL game. You'll look to your right and you'll see a Priest Holmes Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Texans are playing the Titans. It's like, what are we doing here? You just thought you needed to throw on a football jersey?
Yeah.
That's even weirder.
This is the best I got.
Yeah, just throw a T-shirt on, sir.
This is the best
I got. What the hell are you doing? I'm looking to my left. It's Sean Merriman. Okay. Lights out, man. Just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
But I do get the mindset of DeMeco Ryans. I like this. He was asked yesterday, and he doesn't need to romanticize anymore. He's got a game to focus on. Let's romanticize after the season. I mean, some of these questions that have been asked to DeMeco and CJ throughout the year, it's almost like they're the same ones you can ask at the end of the season. But DeMeco Ryans ain't really having it. I thought DeMeco. Let's hear him first on CJ Stroud. He was asked, does CJ Stroud make a difference this time around with him not being out? And this is pretty much what DeMeco had to say about that.
Yeah, having CJ, having your starting quarterback always gives you a chance to win. So we're excited to have him.
All right, thank you. Now let's hear this though, because there's a lot of desire around here to like reflect on stuff as if there's not an opportunity in front of the Texans. And DeMeco at this point, this was real encouraging yesterday. This is the best of Harbaugh. Let's get that Harbaugh music going. Let's I'm going to watch my words. I'm going to pre-pause myself there. Let's just hear from Harbaugh DeMeco here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Our tackling was not good versus the Colts, and it showed up. Right, it wasn't good enough, and we have to improve it this week.
They exceeded expectations by making the playoffs.
And for me, what are the expectations, right? Every team that lines up, every team that starts the season, your expectations have to be to get into the playoffs and have an opportunity to win it all. That's why you play the game. And I don't know any other expectation. When you're a competitor, right, that's why you compete. And that's, we continue to do our best and work the right way, and we'll have an opportunity, and that's what our guys did. And we're here with our opportunity now.
DeMeco, what does it mean to you to have orchestrated such a remarkable turnaround in just 1 year, especially as a first-year coach?
Yeah, for me, I'm proud of our guys. It's our first year, so I don't know about the turnaround. It's our first year together as the 2023 Texans.
Yeah, that's right.
And our guys have done a great job this year.
How did the team vision for what was that message amongst the team when it was clear that you guys did win it?
Yeah, there was no message from me, right? It's you win a division, all right, now it's everybody know, okay, now who we're playing. I think that's what everybody was focused on, who would be the next opponent, where we have to go.
Yeah.
Right, that's where everybody's focus was. But the message, man, it's back to work. Right, it's back to work. Let's put the work in. We know we have the Browns coming in here, really tough opponent. We got to go put the work in and find a way to win, whatever it takes.
DeMeco, you have these guys in such a great place mentally. It's like they're happy with their accomplishment, but they are still so hungry, and that's not an easy thing to do, to get everybody in that place in that league to really do.
Yeah, our guys understand our goals and what we set out to accomplish. As I mentioned earlier, like just as true competitors as we all are, right? We talk about all the time. We didn't come this far just to come this far.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody's excited, happy about the division. I mean, that's congrats. Now we have to move on. We have to continue to play football and go win games in the playoffs. That's what it's about.
If you lose this game, there is no next game. What is your message to them going into the league? And does it change any from what you told them last week about the win or go home and the magnitude of that?
Yeah, our message hasn't changed since our last game versus the Titans. So we've been in this mode. We've been in playoff mode for the past 2 weeks. So our message, our mode hasn't changed, and our guys understand where we are. They understand what we have to do.
And not getting ahead of yourselves, has that, I guess, mindset help you and the team at this point to be focused and not let this moment be too big for you?
Right. When it comes to the focus and these, big moments that externally, right, they become big moments, and a lot of people there'll be more coverage, there'll be more camera, there'll be more people attentive to what we're doing, but our focus doesn't change. Our preparation doesn't change, and that's what allows you to be consistent. It allows you to go out and execute because, as I always say, when the ball is snapped, nobody cares who's covering it, how many interviews you've done, right, how many people are watching. No one cares. Truly, the only thing that matters when that ball is snapped is, are you executing? Are you playing relentless? Are you finishing the way we like to finish? Right, and if you do that, then everything else takes care of itself. Then there'll probably be another big game coming. But it doesn't change. You don't change who you are because of the moment. Continue to be the same team that we've been. Continue to work, right, how we've worked. Just stay humble and continue to work, and we'll be lifted up if we do things the right way.
All right, there you go.
Well, that was Hardo.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
About as Hardo as you can get.
He's ready to go.
Like if it was anybody but the Texans, we might be like pointing and laughing a little bit.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Like that's the mindset that they need to have. I think CJ feels the same way. I also think CJ going into that stadium with Michigan winning a championship, I think it just adds fuel to the fire. I really do. I'm not just saying this. Like he never beat Michigan. He hates Michigan, and I think you walk. There's probably pieces of confetti just sitting around. There's probably. There's remains. There's probably trucks. Mm-hmm. There's probably some stuff going on. You pull up to
blue
work.
And yellow.
Yeah, you got to see that blue and yellow all over the stuff all over. I think it adds to. CJ's pissed off today. He's gonna be angry as hell.
I don't, but I get your point. I think I could see where it would. I just think CJ's just so. There you go.
He's mad, man.
I think he's just so ready to move on.
He's ticked off.
Well, of course, he's ready to go. I think what really fuels his fire is they're still, like he was on McAfee and they were talking about how no one would expect them to win and the Browns or this or that, and he was just like, all right. I think that's what gets him when people say, nah, this ain't going to happen.
John Lopez has a game of What If that we'll play at 12:40. We will play that at 12:40, but he also has 3 questions that stand between the Texans and a dub on Saturday. Will Hardo Demeco's mindset pay off? John Lopez has not 1, not 2, but 3 questions.
I want you and Figgy to tell me, just give me your thoughts on these questions, because the first one to me is really vexing. Like I don't know which Nico Collins is going to show up. And just to reiterate, he has 4 games of 140, basically 150 yards. 150 yards or more. 4. That's impressive. He has 5 with less than 40 yards. Which Nico is going to show up?
I think something between what we saw on Saturday and what we saw this year. I think Nico's going to be ready to ball. I think he's going to
over 100.
He's got Denzel Ward. He's going to have Denzel Ward and a bunch of really good corners. This is not the Colts secondary.
That's why I think Noah or Robert Woods is non-negotiable.
I would say Robert Woods or Noah, because I think Robert Woods has a better shot.
Okay, let's put it that way. But I think that's a non-negotiable. You've got to get one of those guys. Figgy?
Yeah, I think Robert Woods for sure.
Mm-hmm. Will either or both of Jonathan Grenard or Jerry Hughes play? We keep glossing over Jerry Hughes. He had an ankle sprain, man.
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I don't know if he's going to play.
I know the answer.
That's almost
you got Derek Barnett. You got Will. We'll see what happens.
Will
with
Anderson
Bernard.
is hurting still.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
So Barnett all of a sudden
rotate the bodies. You'll be fine.
Well, you got to have more bodies.
It'll be good.
It would be nice to have these guys. Is there any way the Texans can stop Amari Cooper?
He will not do what he did last time out. How about that?
What about Amari Cooper and the deep ball? Everybody's tested the deep ball.
Jalen Petrie was benched the last time these teams faced.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they will do a better job against Amari Cooper, and I would not be surprised to see more Derek Stingley versus Amari Cooper, regardless of if Demeco says that's not what they do or whatever.
Yeah, of course, I don't think Amari gonna have that same game, but you also got a tight end that you got to look at the two. So
and that's
he could spread the love a little bit more.
This is the one I don't have a lot of confidence in. The combination of Flacco and him taking chances and shots, and Amari Cooper, who is much more consistent, especially with the deep ball. This is one that could be almost like a game breaker type moment if they don't figure something out on the deep ball with him. Like he's, what do you have, 256, 265? What do you have?
265. 11, 265,
Dang.
Yeah, 11, 265, Not great.
Not great at all.
I am confident they can do something to contain that. Now, then I think look out for Njoku. I think the combination of Njoku, the juggling act of containing those two guys is going to be the key. But at least Demeco has a visual of what it looks like when it goes wrong. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. I'm told I might be drawn off sides during this version of lunchtime confessions. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about a lot more next.
Soak it in. a meat market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loophole. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So what did Sean Pendergast do with those kids that were sitting in seats that didn't belong to them?
He told on them because he said they smelled.
I get it.
What do you mean?
I totally get it.
Well, that's not surprising. You and Sean. Like,
I totally
you are
get
both
it.
elitists.
Last night.
You aren't men of the people, man.
Dude.
Yeah.
There was a Washington fan to the left of us. He smelled so bad.
He was probably tailgating all day.
And rain,
he was probably tailgating,
and dirt,
rain, all that.
and
He probably smelled smelled like booty.
The thing was, he purchased those tickets. He deserved to be sitting there. So we were just, every time he got up to go to the bathroom, it was like, just kind of holding your breath. Dude,
like
it was like
the
he
college
smelled like
game,
2-week-old gym
The
socks.
college game is meant for like a nice outdoor day because there you will get stanky,
dude.
You go out there, you start tailgating, 5-6 hours before. There's going to be some weather. You're going to be eating food. There's going to be smoke all over you. You're going to sweat. Yeah, it will happen. It can happen to the best of them.
I mean, it was almost unbearable.
So the real question is, if those guys or that guy didn't have a ticket, would you have called the usher over?
Hell yes.
Oh,
slime ball.
Hell yes.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Nights like last night are where it really disgusts me that the Astrodome is there. I'm looking at this.
Let me erase. I had the same one.
I'm looking at this. I'm watching the game, and I'm seeing all these Michigan fans, and I'm seeing thousands of Michigan fans just wanting to party balls after their team wins the championship. And let's be honest, like, that's not downtown Houston. Like, they're not in the Heights. They're not in Midtown. There's not a lot of places to party by NRG. Like, you can go tailgate, but what is that? It is an absolute disgrace that we in this big city are basically the equivalent of driving through a podunk town and some dude having old broken down cars just sitting in their front yard. Just sitting there. There should be an entertainment place there, right there by that stadium, to where it's easier to get in and out of the parking lots, to where those Michigan fans can have somewhere to go celebrate after the game. The Cowboys have it, the Rangers have it, the Astros have it, the Rockets have it. We have an old, hoarding, big-ass eyesore just sitting there, and the memories are not going anywhere. We all feel the same way about the Astrodome, but moments like yesterday are where it sickens me that thing is still sitting there. And furthermore, have you ever had like an old relative or someone that you know that maybe at once upon a time was like elite, awesome, charismatic, all that, and they themselves will say to you, or sometimes you'll feel the same way. Man, I don't want to see him like that.
Absolutely.
I don't want to see him like that, man. He's not in good shape. I don't want to see him like that. Why the hell do we have to have people come in this city and see the Astrodome like that? It looks like crap. It looks terrible. It's not even interesting. As a matter of fact, when you tell people that's the Astrodome when they come in town, they go, "That's it?"
Yeah.
You're doing a disservice to one of the great monuments in the history of this city. Yankee Stadium is torn down. I know I'm preaching to the choir. Cowboy Stadium's torn down. There are all kinds of stadiums torn down, and we got that piece of garbage out there taking up valuable space to where Michigan folks, when they come to our city, have to chase their tail, and they can't even go somewhere to find a beer, and it's harder to get out of the parking lot. That thing sucks right now.
I had one very similar to that. So all I'm going to add, because that was perfectly put, you could have had an event. But first of all, Houston showed out awesome last night. But I was thinking the same.
Where do you
thing.
go, bro?
You could have
like,
had.
Where do you go? Like, if you're in Michigan, where do you go? You could literally just walk across the street.
It could
You could call it Astro Way. You could call it Astro World Hangout. You could honor the Astrodome with that place, or you could just make it easier to get the F out of there.
You could have boardwalks, water features, restaurants, bars, picnic
pop-ups.
Pop-up.
You could have a pop-up
tailgating
bar
area. Like it's so big. I don't think people fully. You could have like a lake there, and then surround it with all these other things, and like I said, boardwalks and stuff like that, and restaurants.
I hate seeing it like
chains
that.
and all this other stuff.
It's not cool. It's not cool, man.
It
looks terrible.
It's
like
an
it
embarrassment.
looks awful. It's not. It's hard.
And
I hate people seeing it like that.
And to your point, it could be something on game day of a destination point where people are just kind of hang. Let's get there because like the gates opened at 11 yesterday, 11 a.m.
Yeah,
that's one of the dudes that the
Bro,
reason that dude was so stinky.
You could have a $12 beer spot right there, and you would still mash.
It
is such an opportunity, and it's awful. They voted to get rid of it.
Yes, they voted to get rid of it
for a reason.
And then some nerds down from Clear Lake tried to made it a state historical monument, which I explain this all the time. That's not a deal breaker. You can reverse that in the state legislature very simply. It's not a national historical monument. It's a state.
God,
it's ridiculous.
We got to get it out, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I will. No, it's good. I had my first Trill Burger last night.
How was it?
Awesome because there was no line. Dude.
That's the best time to have it, man.
Dude.
They got the ketchup pump too?
Those Washington and Michigan fans had no idea. They were going to Pizza Hut.
Is Trill Burger packed?
All due respect.
Is Trill Burger packed like right now, like after the show?
Still?
After the show?
No, it's not.
Oh,
it's not. I usually go after the show.
But
you
I
walk
was
right up to the front.
We were going to get.
They got ketchup pumps there, or are they just going packets?
I don't know what they do.
I'm not sure.
So we were walking. We got to get something to eat because it's an early game. So we were going to eat dinner at the stadium.
Deal breaker.
And I'm like, wait a minute. There was when I say there was no one in line, I mean like no one.
They probably don't even know who Bun B is.
No one. Zero. I was like, all right, let's get that Trill Burger. Let's get those poor people from Michigan and Washington. Yeah, it was good. I've got a couple of burger places that I like. Burger Bodega.
Burger Bodega to me is the best in town.
Yeah, I like the one in Rice Village. I forget the name. I'll think of it. I'm not going to say best burger on the planet, but it's up there. It's a damn good burger. But I had my first. You never forget your first.
So the Jim Harbaugh post game, I think it was it was must watch for many reasons. It was very entertaining. He's apparently going to get a tattoo. But at the end of both of these awesome clips from Jim Harbaugh, first on the tattoo and then on the confetti, he's given J.J. McCarthy for inventing a term that is just so common. And I'm shocked that Jim Harbaugh has not heard this in his time coaching. Apparently, J.J. McCarthy says bet. And Jim Harbaugh is giving him credit for it. Here's example one. This was on the Detroit 7 News, talking about how he has to get a tattoo now.
Go out and beat the SEC champion. You beat the Pac-12 champion. 15-0 making Michigan history. You're a history buff. This one will go down in the books forever. How fondly will you look back at this team?
I'm gonna get a tattoo that says 15-0.
No, you're not.
I'm doing it. I made that vow. I made that promise, and I'm going to do it. To quote J.J. McCarthy, bet.
He gave him credit. And then he talked about the confetti. By the way, this confetti line is cheesy, but I think it's absolutely hilarious.
How sweet does this little bath feel right now?
It's pretty great. You watch this confetti come down. It's like thousands of confetti. It tells a story. There's a story in every one of those pieces of confetti to me. Amazing blue confetti. Just so proud of our team.
What's the story that your team tells tonight, Coach? It's hard to be perfect.
15-0. Took on all comers, and the last one standing.
You're the son of a coach. You've been in these moments before, but how's this one different because it's yours and your team's?
It's just such a glorious feeling, man. Really don't have any more words than that, Maybe to quote J.J. McCarthy, bet.
Oh, my gosh.
Bet.
He gives J.J. McCarthy credit for that.
And then I like it's an acronym as far as he's concerned. It stands for, what does it stand for? He said?
Better every something. I don't know. Whatever.
It's ridiculous.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I realize why I know we're in a really good space with the Texans. Not that we didn't already, but this kind of sealed it for me. like this morning, we've had stories of job openings and, draft status. And in the last few days, we've had
firings
and everything. And the only thing that really interested me, and I mentioned it earlier in the show, is cap space. like I'm more interested with the cap space news that's coming out. By the way, Washington, number 1, 3 teams in the AFC South round out the top 4. I'm more interested about cap space than anything that has anything to do with a coaching search, a firing, a hiring, a draft. I don't even know where the Texans are picking, for God's sakes. 20-something, I know that. but that's about it. That's how I realized it's a different world we're living in right now with the Houston Texans.
No doubt. Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. That's Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up, the What If game. Feeling good about the Texans. They got a big game on Saturday, but let's play a little game of What If, courtesy of the OG John Lopez next.
AFC South belongs to the Texans. After Saturday's win, our guys got some help from the Titans and earned their 7th division title in franchise history.
Again, 800-973-7809.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Playoffs. Texans are in the playoffs.
Playoffs?
Yes, they are, Jim Mora. Texans versus Browns, 3:30 this Saturday. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Probably not too many. Demeco Ryans, he's got his eye on the prize. He's ready to go. And the Texans are ready to go as well. CJ Stroud, he was making the rounds yesterday with the national media types. He was on the Pat McAfee show. He sparked debates on First Take, Pardon My Take, where they're now discussing how many quarterbacks would you rather have than CJ Stroud. The answer was not many. I think it was 3 was the max that they went. And I think you have to agree with them. Me personally, like if we're factoring in contract, I'm not taking any quarterback over CJ Stroud. That can change. It's a fluid process, but I'm not taking any quarterback over CJ Stroud if we're factoring in contract. And you got to feel good that the Texans have a good chance to win this playoff game on Saturday in front of a sold-out crowd at NRG. So we're looking ahead, but the OG John Lopez wants to play a little game.
Mm-hmm.
And in this game, we're going to have to look back. It is the What If game here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, provided to you by the OG John Lopez.
All right. This is the big one. I'm not going to bury the lead. This is the biggest one of all that kind of got me going down this path. So we saw the game last night, and we saw the game last week. Michael Pennix Jr. against Texas. Michael Pennix Jr. against Michigan.
Yeah, big difference.
Michael, he was compared to it was basically his C.J. Stroud Georgia game.
Yeah,
last week.
Yeah, to some. Yeah.
What if last year C.J. Stroud had that game against Georgia, got to the national championship game, and had a very similar performance to Pennix last night?
Same thing.
Would he be drafted number 2 overall?
Yeah, he'd still be number 2. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Figgy?
Yeah.
Pennix's stock dropped.
Well, I thought the stock,
he would probably get picked third. I don't know if the Texans would have drafted
I
him.
thought the stock was a joke to begin with. Like, talk about Michael Pennix going top 10 and stuff. I thought that was silly. I thought that was hilarious, actually. 2 torn ACLs, 23 years old. Like I thought
don't
that
disagree.
was crazy. No, I thought
where did you think C.J. Stroud stock was after that Georgia game?
I mean, he was in the discussion as the QB2, right?
But then let's say he came back down to earth a little bit.
I wouldn't have thought too much of it.
See, now
because if I would have put a lot of stock in the Georgia game, I would have been sitting here saying he's number 1. You know?
Yeah, and some people.
But if he would have had a bad game, people would have said, "Yeah, those Ohio State quarterbacks. I wouldn't take him top 10."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was being said for sure.
I
would
mean,
think the same.
That's
Who
like
knows?
your opinion, dude. And I don't think it's wrong, because it is yours. It just made me think, like,
I have
what
a right
if?
to my opinion.
Yeah, well, like, what if?
Is there anything worse than that guy when you're
especially?
I have a right to my opinion. No kidding.
I would like to lean toward your side. I would like to think that I would lean toward your side.
Smart guy.
But I'm not sure, because the Ohio State thing, Figgy, would have been a big factor. And
I don't think Penix stock was ever top 5 quarterback. I never thought that.
Yeah, I don't question that. But he did have that game. And
he did.
Yeah.
He did his thing.
Let me ask you another what if.
I mean,
here.
let me tell you this. Davis Mills could light up that secondary that Michael Penix lit up last week. Let's be serious.
Who was your boy number 6?
Watts.
Oh man.
How many times did I say his name at my house? I called it too.
Yeah.
I said they're going right back at his ass.
I thought that was a really interesting one.
Yeah, we'll move on.
I kept seeing the back of his jersey.
What if Demeco bought in? And I'm using all these because it's kind of an illustration. Like, yes, they're smart. Yes, they're good. They got a little bit fortunate.
Yeah,
in
sometimes
some ways.
it's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah.
Patriots, I mean, they didn't love Tom Brady. He was a 6th-round pick.
Exactly.
Fell into it.
What if Demeco bought into that stupid narrative that the Texans were a joke organization? Remember Stephen A.? No black coach should ever want to coach for the Texans. What if he bought into that?
Then the Texans probably would have hired
I don't know because my thing is maybe I'm taking this what if game a little bit too far. We're playing what if here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610 Texans versus Browns. We're all excited about it. If Demeco thinks that, then everyone's going to think that, right?
Not necessarily. I think there were probably some that did think that.
Okay, so then I think maybe you have Gannon or Steichen.
See, I was worried
or
about
Kafka.
Gannon would have been like, ugh.
I don't know. He seems like he's doing okay.
He's okay, but
he's doing okay
compared to what we have.
He seems like he's doing all right.
Yeah. What about this?
But fans would not be excited about
Figgy,
that.
you have an opinion on that?
Fans would not be excited about Jonathan Gannon.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have looked bad if somebody like Demeco, who played here, didn't want to come here. So that would have been a rough look.
Remember when there was that weird report that he didn't want to be here?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I got another one for your ass.
Pause. Lord.
Hey, yo.
All right, go ahead.
What if the Texans decided they wanted Jackson Smith and Jigba and didn't make the trade?
Do they still draft Tank too? So do they still have a second-round pick?
One at a time. You'll hear Tank's name in a little
Do
bit.
they still?
Wait, so
they don't make the Will Anderson trade.
So CJ and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
What if they said, you know what?
All right, I'm going to take this a step further. I'm going to take this 4 steps further. What if they decide they don't want Will Anderson? They take C.J. Stroud at number 2. They take Jackson Smith and Jigba at number 12. They take Sam Laporta with their second-round pick, and then they still take Tank Dell. Hit the EA Sports.
I'm
baby.
looking for it.
Hit the damn
EA Sports to the game.
I don't.
I actually would have been okay with that.
I like
man.
JSN, man.
Yeah.
I think JSN's that dude.
I don't think it would have changed that much.
JSN, Sam Laporta, Tank Dell.
Now we'll be talking
Nicco.
about how awful the defense is, probably.
That's no shot at Will Anderson.
Next man up, man. Next man up.
No, we'll be talking about the defensive end in this draft coming up, but
Yeah.
That's fine. Well, John McClain's still doing that for some reason.
I got a couple of injury-related what-ifs.
Oh, wow.
What if Titus Howard never got hurt? I don't think they'd
It's
be
the
as
same.
I don't think they'd be as good. I don't know. I think it's worse. I think it's worse. I do.
I don't think anything would have changed. At the bare minimum, at the max, I don't think anything changes.
yeah, I think we'll be about the same.
I think that's going to look at. I think there's a chance we look at that as perhaps the worst extension, which is fine. You got a lot of cap space. You have margin for error.
Yeah.
But we all subscribe to this that if he was a really, really good right tackle, they wouldn't have let him suck at guard.
I think they're better.
Yeah.
I really do. What if Tank Dell had never gotten hurt?
Then you would feel really good about this Cleveland game. I think you would feel good about potential noise. I do want to be fair, though, here and say the Browns are probably saying, what if Nick Chubb hadn't gotten hurt?
Oh, yeah.
The Ravens are probably saying, what if J.K. Dobbins hadn't gotten hurt? The Dolphins have Jalen Waddle hurt for their biggest game. The Steelers are probably going to be saying in their playoff game, what if T.J. Watt hadn't gotten hurt? So in fairness, you would feel really good about yourself, but I think that's just kind of charge it to the game type of thing.
I think they would have wrapped up the division before.
I do too, and I think Tank would be just. It would be the Tank and CJ. Tank and CJ.
Wouldn't have had those T-shirts in New York.
Yeah. What T-shirts?
The Tank Dell T-shirts.
That's right.
R.I.P. Tank Dell shirts.
Yeah. What if the Texans decided we want to go with Shane Steichen?
I don't. Damn. With CJ?
Everything else is equal.
I don't know, man. I think Slowick's done a good job.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had the same success, but it wouldn't be no buzz. I don't think it'd be a buzz.
The
at
buzz
all,
wouldn't be as exciting. It wouldn't be as fun. I would rather have Demeco, but I do think that would have been the second best. I think Indy's got a good one.
They have a good one. I agree.
No, here's what would have happened if they would have had Shane Steichen. Actually, I have the vision. I have a clear vision. I can answer this very clearly with you. They would have faced the Colts in a win-or-go-home game, and on 4th and 1, he would have put Darle Agumbawale in, and Dare Agumbawale would have dropped the pass, and the Texans would have lost.
Oh, man.
Well, that kind of ties in with my next one. What if they said, damn it, we're staying with Dameon Pierce all year?
They wouldn't have made the playoffs.
I agree.
Yeah, they wouldn't have made the playoffs, and maybe they win 7 games. The transition to Devin Singletary in Cincinnati,
against Tampa Bay, like all those games, if they would have just stubbornly, like if Bill O'Brien had been the Texans coach, he would have stubbornly probably remained
Alfred
with David
Blue.
Pierce. Some of the adjustments that this staff has made, I think they deserve a lot of credit for. But yeah, they would not have made the playoffs if they would have just stuck with Dameon Pierce the whole time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's Alfred Blue 2.0 is what it would have been.
And maybe I have confidence that Dameon might be able to figure it out next year. His mindset's incredible. He's actually said that he's learned from this. But as far as like his ability to be effective in the run game, it's just not. It's not even on the same category as Devin Singletary this year.
I got one more, and this is an
Props
interesting
to
one.
the coaching staff.
This is another interesting one to me. Because where we would be, what we would be thinking, etc. What if the Texans had beaten the Falcons and the Panthers? They'd be 12-5. All things being equal, they'd be 12-5.
Yeah.
Number 2 seed.
Yeah.
Home field until they get to the AFC Championship, presuming the Ravens win.
I'll say this: I'm glad they didn't.
Why?
Because I would rather face the Browns than the Dolphins.
No, but you 12-5.
Hell no.
If you 12,
damn.
if you 12-5, you ready to face anybody.
No, hell
home.
no, hell no. Same ball club.
You
and
ain't being
just
picky.
those 2 games. Hell no. I would rather face the Browns than the Dolphins. I'm sorry.
I've lost all confidence in the Dolphins.
No, I don't care. I think they're going to beat the Chiefs this weekend.
I don't.
I think the Dolphins are going to figure something out here. Hell no. I don't
hope
want
so,
that.
but I've lost all confidence.
And Waddle and Tyreek Hill against this.
But think
is this
also,
secondary?
But think also in terms of
A-Chan. No, thank you. No, I'm glad they didn't do that.
I would be.
I'm glad.
But Figgy?
Yeah, I think
I'd be ecstatic. The city would be on its ear collectively.
Hell no.
12-5 home
we
game.
would have had them
home game.
AFC champion, the AFC South Championship shirts.
Yeah,
Man, I'm trying to get a
couple
ball
weeks ago.
cap, man. Can we call the team shop and see if the ball cap?
I put in a good word for you.
Dude, I'm trying to get an AFC South ball cap, man.
Yeah. The Texans tweeted that they're going to give one away for a tweet that
I
has
don't
no
need
likes.
a giveaway. I want to go buy one.
Yeah, but I said Landry
Put your
doesn't
name
get
in the
likes.
ticket.
It's a monumental thing. I'm not trying to get a freebie. These giveaways online. What is
It's a contest. It's not a freebie.
It's just a normal one.
It's a contest.
So they're not saying, "Hey, you got to like our page. You got to be following step 1, step 2. You got to be following this guy and this guy as well." And then at 7, nah.
Like this tweet, retweet it, and tag a friend.
It said, want some AFC Championship merch, we'll pick one.
What do the shirts look like?
They're pretty sweet.
Let me see that.
It's a lock. Your name is Locker. Your name is Locker. Those are sweet, especially for you.
Damn, they got that in the long sleeve?
That's what I'm saying.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Does the team shop have it? Academy doesn't.
Maybe, but it says
Lids doesn't.
It said we're going to pick one comment with 0 likes as the winner. I said, well, Landry Locker never gets likes, so he should be your guy.
That's what you meant by that?
Yeah.
Boy, you're a freaking slime ball, man. You are a freaking slime ball.
Look at this slime ball.
Goodness gracious. What if game here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. No what ifs, just facts. Texans versus Browns this weekend. Saturday, 3:30 to be exact. Let's go around the NFL. C.J. Stroud making it look easy. How easy is he making it look? Deshaun Watson's life is a living hell because of a new folk hero in Cleveland, plus some explosive audio and some New York on New York crime. Let's go around the league next.
H-Town on you. always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so C.J. Stroud, he's making it look easy. How easy is he making it look? Let's hear what the guys at Pardon My Take have to say about that.
I actually think that if you made somebody watch their first game of football and it was C.J. Stroud playing, they'd be like, football is really easy.
Yeah.
Playing quarterback is simple.
Yeah, you just stand in there, and right when the big, strong, fat guys are about to jump on you, you just throw it a million miles an hour right to your receiver's hands.
Pretty easy.
All right, yeah. He does make it look easy at times.
He also makes it look easy in the most difficult times.
Very much so. I'm interested in the Clint Stoerner theory that maybe he was trying to throw that away. Because I think Joe Montana was trying to throw it away when Dwight Clark jumped off.
I think so, too, on that one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about...
Remember when he wanted to book Dwight Clark for the Super Bowl and he was dead?
Yes, I do.
Well, you didn't want to book him.
No,
you
I
used
just
him as an
mentioned
example, potentially interviewing
I
him.
mentioned him as an example.
That's hilarious.
Well, I thought he was alive.
Yeah. His legacy lives on. You see that catch all the time.
Dude, this happens far too often. And not just me, by the way. You and Figgy, too, were like, is he alive?
I do that all the time.
Is he alive? I don't know.
Or when somebody finally passed away, I thought he was already dead.
Yeah, that happened last week. Somebody died. I don't even want to say the name because I'll probably get it wrong.
All right, let's play a game, Dead or Alive. Ready?
Uh-oh.
This is going to be good. Or awful.
All right, Peter McNeely, the guy who fought Mike Tyson, his first fight out of prison, dead or alive?
I don't know, but because you mentioned him, I'm going to say dead.
He's alive.
Okay. I had no idea.
He's alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Who died last week? I thought they were already dead.
Brad from Home Improvement, dead or alive?
Which one is Brad?
The blonde guy, the soccer
He's alive.
player.
Yeah, he's alive.
You sure?
Yeah.
Dead.
No, he's not.
Nah, I'm just kidding. He's alive.
Yeah.
Zachary Tyler.
I would have knew that. That would have been breaking news, man.
It was David Soul from
Who?
Starsky and Hutch.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's great.
He died last week. Yeah, he was great.
Mike Vrabel died as Titans coach today. He's been fired after 6 seasons. A lot of theories going on. What the heck is going on? As Tennessee just want to part ways as they rebuild. Some coaches aren't made for rebuilds. And I actually think this is kind of this actually in a weird way kind of makes Nick Caserio look decent, because when he hired David Culley and when he hired Lovie Smith, there were some people who were like, how do you hire those guys? Well, because you're rebuilding.
Yeah.
And when you rebuild, there's a limited shelf life, and rebuilding is like it's a little bit, it's a different situation, you know, like San Francisco when they had Jim Tom Sula and they had Chip Kelly during their rebuild, and eventually they got Kyle Shanahan. Like, some coaches you don't want to rebuild with. You don't hire Bill Belichick to rebuild. You don't hire Mike Vrabel to rebuild. You don't hire DeMeco Ryans in a rebuild. Mike Vrabel having to sit around and rebuild, that's not the type of coach you want in a rebuild. So that was the one thing that I never really criticized.
He is not about the rebuild either.
Yeah, and there was a goofy element to Lovie Smith and David Culley. But as far as like the actual hirings and in that situation, I never really had that much of a problem with it.
Wow, you know I didn't. And the difference is, like, it was actually perfect that Nick Caserio had like total control of this organization. He doesn't anymore, but he had total control of this organization because he could do those things with like a real vision. Like a coach like DeMeco with Caserio wouldn't have allowed a lot of the things that Nick Caserio did because it made them look bad.
How long do you think Caserio was on today? If you had to guess, like how long do you think Nick Caserio, the 40-minute man, was the 40-minute man on for 40 minutes? How long do you think he was on?
I'm going to say a little shorter. I'm going to say, and I don't know this, but I'm just going to guess 26 minutes.
26, Figgy, you have a guess?
I was going to say a little longer pause. I was going to say about 43.
43?
Yeah.
Okay. 43. And your guess was what?
26.
Nick Caserio was on for, oh my God. 40 minutes.
40 again?
Yep, 40. Yep.
Hey,
he is the 40-minute man then.
40-minute man.
He comes on sports radio, or what did he say? 610 Sports Radio? He said 610 Sports Radio. We got to get that right.
Pause, man.
Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Y'all on the pauses are driving me nuts.
I mean, you're driving us.
You don't want to listen to it is what it is, then. That's the whole damn show.
Joe Flacco Mania. This was Ken Carman, Anthony Lima talking about Joe Flacco Mania and just how popular the former Baltimore Raven. Imagine this. This would be like, I don't know, Steve McNair coming over to the. I'm not being I'm just saying, like, Steve McNair, let's say that they had won the Super Bowl, coming over to the Houston Texans and having them on an improbable playoff run. That's basically what's going on with Joe Flacco. Here's Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, the show of record, up there in Cleveland, talking about Flacco Mania.
The man is a Cleveland Brown through and through. It's amazing.
We were in the playoffs a couple years ago.
We were in the playoffs a couple years ago.
Does that guy bleed brown and orange?
We were in the playoffs a couple of years ago. It's amazing.
Right after the interview, he got done trying to do a dog check with his teammates?
Now, that can't be confirmed. I can't confirm that. Is he already in the top 5 favorites since 99?
Oh, my God.
I mean, I'm trying not to be overly dramatic here about it.
Well, so
people love Joe Flacco, man.
People are asking online about where this is, just in terms of total enthusiasm. And he jumped onto something that had the potential to be this freight train, which was the defense. The defense has been good from start to finish.
Yeah.
I mean, they have been absolutely dominant. So the defense has been good from start to finish. And then he comes in and it's like, is there any way there's a quarterback out there that cannot screw this up? Not only has he not screwed it up, he has taken the offense to an entirely different level that we haven't seen.
Man, that sounds so weird.
It's
man.
so awesome.
It's so weird.
You know what it was, though? It was, it's like had Peyton Manning come to the Texans.
I was going to say that or Andrew Luck.
Well, remember when Manning was flirting around with the Texans, allegedly? That's what it would have been like. All right, so here are the most popular Browns. I'm going to go back to, man, there are not a lot of popular Browns since 1999. You got to go back even. He might be one of the top 5 most popular Browns since 1999. The only other one in contention really is Joe Thomas.
Most popular Browns?
Since 1999 is what he said.
I mean, Johnny Manziel and Baker Mayfield were popular.
Not more than Joe Flacco.
They liked Baker for a while.
And
Johnny
for a while. I mean,
for a very brief while.
Yeah, but not like this. He might be
Myles Garrett.
Okay, Garrett, Joe Thomas. I don't think he's wrong.
I don't know if he was being serious.
But I don't think he's wrong.
Who's on the list?
Myles Garrett, Joe Thomas. Ozzie Newsome was before 99. Clay Matthews Jr., was he after 99? Yes, right?
No, that was before.
No. You're thinking of his son. His son was a Packer.
Yeah. No, man. Kozar's before 99.
Phil Dawson might be the most popular.
Eric Metcalf before 99.
Phil Dawson might be the popular one after 99.
Dude, he's one of the top 5 most popular Browns.
Around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Jamar Chase, he could get paid this offseason. T. Higgins, he's going to be a free agent. Jamar Chase was asked about the impact his contract could have on T. Higgins, and this was interesting.
Was upfront guaranteed?
Probably so, yeah.
Would you want guaranteed money in year 2? Is that something that...
I don't know. You're going a little too far now, buddy. I don't know. Give you a little spice. Don't take all of it.
Would you be open to taking less if it meant they could keep 2 tickets?
That's a good question.
I love
You know what I'm saying? Who knows? It depends how much I'm taking. It depends at the end of the day.
How cognizant?
Because then I might not really be taking a cut. They might cut someone else. You know what I'm saying? It might come from somewhere else.
All right.
He's like, nah, man, I ain't giving up $1. I ain't giving up $1.
Yeah, he's going to get paid, and I think T. Higgins is going to get paid, and it probably isn't going to be with Cincinnati. They're going to have to count their losses there. So the Saints versus Falcons drama in which Jameis Winston and the rest of the Saints decided to go rogue to get Jamal Williams a touchdown out of victory formation. That was a big topic. Tiki Barber of WFAN, former Giants running back, was on the call, and he basically criticized Arthur Smith for being upset about it and got very annoyed yesterday on WFAN. Have you seen this yet, Figgy?
I ain't see this.
Okay, so
Tiki's whole thing and one of his mindsets that I think is respectable is he's not a player that's just going to defend players no matter what. He's going to say what he thinks if he agrees with players or not. And I think he's also annoyed by the weird jock sniffing that goes on with a lot of fans where it's actually kind of strange, a lot of the water carrying. That's my take. I think it's also Tiki's because they opened up the lines for callers in New York to call in and criticize Tiki's criticism of Arthur Smith, and he about lost his damn mind.
Tiki, I am horrified with your take on the end of the Falcons game.
Why?
I couldn't believe you, of all people, said that on the telecast.
Jamal Williams. They wanted to get Jamal Williams a touchdown, so takes a quick handoff. It's a touchdown. Why? I don't understand why people are so offended. It's like we need to protect everybody's feelings all the damn time. It really drives me crazy. We're talking about a game. Why are we offended?
A lot of people are offended, including Billy on Long Island. Billy, tell Tiki how disgusting he is.
Were they in victory formation or were they not?
I mean, there was a quarterback under center. There were two running backs standing right next to the quarterback.
Tiki, the defense doesn't think you're coming. They can't stop it because they're just standing up. They're not going to go for it. I think you're
Billy, that's their fault,
bro.
But that's silly.
Hold on,
Billy.
Hard.
Stop talking.
I just want to make a point.
All right, bye. Dude, I hate when people don't listen. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. You made your point already. You're trying to say I'm an idiot for saying football players should be soft to other football players. Go kiss ass, dude. That's not happening. I'm not going to be an apologist. I'm not going to say, I feel sorry for Arthur Smith. Come on, dude. It's football. Who cares if you're wrong? I deceived you. Guess what? They deceive you every single play. Seriously. This just drives me insane.
Preach. Yeah, I agree. I can hear the victory formation thing because you really are, seemingly raising the white flag. But come on, man, Arthur Smith's just soft. I mean, he's just he was a baby. And by the way, how many points did they score in that game?
41.
Why don't you do a little better than that?
There was a lot. There were multiple Saints teammates. I think it was Mark Ingram and Jimmy Graham is what I saw defending Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm.
Who was criticizing Jameis Winston? It felt like
Shannon Sharp was.
Oh, he was.
Yeah. You talk about defending Jameis or
no?
Criticizing? Yeah, Shannon Sharp was.
Oh,
they jumped all over him.
Shannon Sharp said it was.
He said he should be cut.
Oh, that's right. I saw the headline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but come on. This is about Arthur Smith being a wussy.
You know who loved that?
Who?
Falcons fans. I went and read through some of the comments. The Falcons fans, thank you so much for embarrassing Arthur Smith. Thank you so much for putting an embarrassing end to the Arthur Smith. They're Falcons fans.
That was a lost win.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They wanted, and there was reports that Arthur Smith could save his job with a win by winning 7 games?
No.
Really?
It was over.
Yeah, it was over.
Yeah, I don't get it. Jim Harbaugh yesterday won a natty down at NRG. His postgame was really, really interesting. Could be the start of the NFL rumors intensifying. Here's Jim Harbaugh talking about those rumors, kind of, at the podium.
This was not a season where everything went the way you wanted it to. There were the off-the-field issues, which we all know about. Can you talk about the satisfaction having overcome those as well to get to this point? Does it make it even sweeter?
Can I? Yeah, it couldn't have gone better. It went exactly how we wanted it to go, to win every game. The off-the-field issues were innocent, and we stood strong and tall because we knew we were innocent. And I just like to point that out. And these guys are innocent, and yeah, overcome that. It wasn't that hard because we knew we were innocent. So yeah, that's really what I want to say. It went exactly how we wanted it to go. It went exactly how we wanted it to go.
Now, you might think that, that wasn't about the rumors, the NFL rumors. To me, that was confirmation that he's going to the NFL because before that, for whatever reason, when he was asked about this, it was almost like he wasn't allowed to talk about it. Like after the suspension, now he's coming out and saying they're innocent. I gotta think this to me, I heard that and I was like, all right, he's going to the league.
And the second part to me was when he said, guys, can I have one day just to enjoy this? Because that almost told me okay, maybe tomorrow we'll be able to tell you a little more, but just let me have one day.
Jim Harbaugh apparently is going to get a tattoo. He was walking off the field with Channel 7 in Detroit. This is what he had to say about getting a tattoo. Are you kidding me?
Go out and beat the SEC champion. You beat the Pac-12 champion. 15-0 making Michigan history. You're a history buff. This one will go down in the books forever. How fondly will you look back at this team?
I'm gonna get a tattoo that says 15-0.
No, you're not.
I'm doing it. I made that vow. I made that promise, and I'm going to do it. To quote J.J. McCarthy, bet.
Bet. There you go. Okay. McCarthy gets credit for that bet.
You don't have any tattoos, do you?
I don't.
What would make you get one?
Nothing really. Maybe if wife said, "Hey, you want to get a matching tattoo?" I could be, but not really. I don't. Really.
You would do that if she said that?
I wouldn't do that.
I mean, I don't think so. I don't. Where would it go? Like
Anywhere.
Where would it go? No.
Figure you don't have any either, right?
I got one. I got it when I was 16.
Yeah.
What would make you get a tattoo? Because I'm trying to think. Like if the Aggies won a national championship, I wouldn't.
No,
I'd just be really, really happy.
I don't need a tattoo.
Yeah.
There's been times where you thought about it, and I don't regret not doing it.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Shout out to all the people that can pull off the tattoos. T Mill's tatted up.
Some people look right in tattoos.
Yeah, so
I don't feel I would look right.
T Mill pulls it off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
There's a lot on there, but yeah.
What the hell's that mean?
It's a big sleeve.
I feel like it's a good sleeve. It's very detailed.
It looks good.
Very nice. I think it looks good. It looks professional.
I think he did it the right way, though.
Yeah, it looks good.
He did. Now, I do question like getting a bunch of sports stuff and then not watching games. Like, that one kind of got me, but yeah, I think he pulls it off.
When was the last time you thought about getting a tattoo?
Not even close.
I thought about it a couple years ago because I kind of want a sleeve, but I don't want to go through all that stuff. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I'm too old and washed for all that stuff.
Yeah. I thought about. I was gonna go. I was gonna go in Vegas, but I think I was too drunk to get a tattoo, which is crazy when they tell you you're too drunk in Vegas to get a tattoo.
Yeah, that means you're drunk.
But I was gonna get a squash bug on the bottom of my foot. Seriously.
Why?
It's funny, man. You don't think that'd be funny? It doesn't impact me or anything. Like I was going to get a squash bug on the bottom of my foot. Squash bug on the bottom of my foot. Yeah. Now, it was painful, but I was too hammered. They wouldn't let me do it. This was a long time ago. This was probably like 18, 15,
Who would
16.
see it?
Nobody.
Exactly.
Unless I put my foot up. Yeah, who cares? What's the matter? Squash bug on the bottom of my foot. You know how many people have tattoos that people don't see?
Well, you do if you're lucky.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That would have hurt too, man.
Yeah, that would have hurt.
A tattoo on the foot is, I think, probably the most painful.
Squash bug, bottom foot. Do you think does she have a tattoo?
Oh yeah.
You think so? For sure.
Oh.
We got people walking by here. You think she does?
First and third do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the guy have a tattoo?
No.
Okay.
Unless he's got like a fraternity tattoo on his ankle.
Because the entire afternoon show has tattoos.
Clint has tattoos?
Yeah, he does. He's got one like right here on his bicep or something like that.
I'll be damned.
What is it?
I didn't know he had a tattoo.
Yeah, I think he has a tattoo like right here, if I'm not mistaken.
And Ron?
Ron has, I think he has.
He got one on his leg or something, or his calf.
I think it says show.
All right.
Yeah.
I actually thought about one when Gibson died.
I think
get a Gibson tattoo.
You should get a Gibson tattoo on your face.
I thought about
get a Gibson tattoo on your face.
Oh goodness!
Come on, get a Gibby tattoo on your face.
Are you sick? You thinking Gucci
You're
man?
far enough in life to where it won't matter. They're not going to fire you here. You'll still have the Bite Me podcast. If I can't get a face tattoo because who knows? Like when it's. Do
you realize you're trying to sell us face tattoos?
If I were you, if I were you and I were in position of life with you, I would get a Gibson tattoo on my face.
He's trying to justify.
I swear. I would get it like right here.
Tattoo.
I would get it like right here on the sideburn. I would get a Gibson tattoo on my face. Seriously. When Pacey passes away, when my dog yes, okay, tattoos.
Yeah.
When Pacey passes away, no lie.
You are not.
I get a little Frenchy tattoo right here on my face. No doubt. I think you should get a Gibson tattoo on your face or neck.
I actually thought about getting one.
Dude, you look like a
What kind of Gibson tattoo?
You see Lopez with a neck tat?
Shut up. I actually thought
Does CJ have tattoos? Does CJ have tattoos?
I don't think so. Maybe. This is how corny I am and was with Gibson. I actually thought about getting a Gibson tattoo right here on the side of my right thigh.
Oh, God.
No, because that's where
You're making fun of face?
No, that's because he would always heel. That's the side he always walked on next to me.
What was it going to be, though? Like, just a name
like him.
A picture of him?
Like him.
Okay.
Yeah. but I didn't. But yeah, he was always like on my, because I taught him on which side to heel, and so he was always on my right.
All right. We got a practice update for the Houston Texans. Laramie Tunsil not practicing today. Noah Brown not warming up, not at practice. Could change. This is all with Cody Stutes. Robert Woods is not stretching and warming up, but he is out there at practice to watch. And Will Anderson, same thing. So, meh. Practice report there.
I don't think it's meh. I think this is bad.
People not practicing so far. We'll give you the full list coming up. We'll also talk about the internet going nuts. And spoiler alert, your quarterback had a big hand in that next.
Soak in.
got the internet going nuts.
Mike Vrabel fired in Tennessee. That's got the internet going nuts. People wondering what the hell's going on. What are the Titans thinking? What is going on? What's next for Mike Vrabel? Is he going to be in New England? What's next for the Titans? Internet going nuts. Mike Vrabel fired. John McClain was on with us when it happened. What better guy to have on than one of the faces of the Tennessee Titans organization, John McClain. Vrabel gone. How about that? Jacksonville's firing their whole defensive staff. Tennessee's firing Mike Vrabel. What a difference a year makes.
I'm not going to take credit for this. I saw it on the old interweb, but I think it's a good point. If the Titans...
Oh, you're not Cedric the Entertainer?
Yeah. If Mike Vrabel was on the market and he hadn't coached for the Titans, he would be their top candidate. He would.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
That tells you that it's a mistake. And I thought that was a really, really good point.
Maybe they just don't want him to have to rebuild.
And Amy Adams sent out this statement. I read like half of it and I went blah 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 blah. Yeah, she is bitter and petty and is really embarrassed. And I think there's a lot of dysfunction. Let me ask you one more thing, because that was on one of my internet going nuts, and I brought up this question to myself.
Were you talking to yourself when you brought it up?
I was talking to myself. If the A.J. Brown trade doesn't happen, is he fired today?
I don't think he's pissed off. I think that was the start of him getting really ticked off. He was pissed. You saw it on the draft. He
walked away. He walked out of the room practically. He opened the door.
He walked away and had to gather himself.
Yeah.
So basically, like, I want to punch you in the face right now, and I'm going to gather myself.
Yeah, that was the start of just clearing everything out.
Yeah.
They want to start fresh.
Yeah. I think he's probably coaching, and I think there's still a threat if that trade didn't happen.
I got the internet going nuts.
Oh, I hate to bring it up, but it's all over the internet. Michigan in Houston, where the cheaters were and the cheaters are, blah, 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 again. Look, man, the two things that are driving me nuts right now in the wake of Michigan winning the national championship last night over Washington at NRG, isn't it appropriate Michigan won in Houston? Whatever. It was predictable. It's not clever. It's not new. Didn't Andrew Perloff say something about it on one of the minutes here?
I do think I think it is crazy though. Like, it is pretty funny.
No, I get why they're doing it, but it's not like.
Do you think it's funny?
It's not really. It's not like you're the only people thinking.
I don't care about the cheating stuff with Michigan. It's not that big of a deal.
Exactly.
I don't really understand it.
And then the other thing is,
that guy seemed like a psycho, by the way.
Yeah, he did. University of Michigan tweeted out, "Houston, we have a championship."
Okay.
ESPN tweeted him something about Houston, we have a champion or something like. Enough.
I haven't heard that one before.
Both of these things. Inappropriate. Houston, we have a fill in the blank. And just as a side note, somebody asked me. It was a Michigan fan that was sitting around us, and he asked a very interesting question. He said, "Does Houston identify with NASA that much?" Or
do they identify as NASA?
Do Houstonians?
Oh, I thought you were asking if Houston identified as NASA.
Are Houstonians like? Is that one of the things that you go to? It is for me.
No,
I think people.
No,
I think it's.
I've not sent one person to NASA.
No, I think it's something that you're proud of.
Space bores me.
I think it's something you're proud of. I'm proud of it.
Outer space bores me.
I'm proud of it.
I'm not into space.
No, I hate the Houston we have a stuff.
You like space?
Yeah.
You think space is cool?
Who wouldn't?
I don't know. You like Star Wars?
I mean, I'm not a big Star Wars.
Star Trek?
Geek. Not a big Star Trek.
That's a little different from just regular space.
Apollo
like
13,
real life space.
You thought Apollo 13 was good?
Absolutely. It was great. It was great.
Okay.
You didn't think Apollo 13 was good?
I don't think it's a top 10 Tom Hanks movie.
What?
No, absolutely not. No. Hell no. You think Apollo 13 is a top 10 Tom Hanks movie?
100%.
Okay. That
is it top 5?
Arguable. I'm guessing you're calling up a list. Top 10 Tom Hanks best movies.
Yeah, I mean,
Apollo 13 is in the top 5. If not, then top 10.
Okay, are you gonna be serious about this?
Of course, I'm being serious.
Okay, so I want you to be 100% serious, and I want you to tell me if you think that this is better or not. And maybe I'll come to the sense that
I'm not searching. I'll tell you mine off the top of my head.
No, we'll go down.
Number
the list.
1, Saving Private Ryan.
Okay, we'll get there.
Right,
we'll get there. You think Apollo 13 is better than Turner and Hooch?
Yes.
No way. No way.
Okay.
Not even close.
Stop the music.
Not even close. Not even close. That's a blowout. Let's keep going.
Hold on. Stop.
I'm just giving you my list. You disagree.
Turner and Hooch is better than Apollo 13.
Yes. I don't like space.
You kind of just disqualified yourself.
No, Turner and Hooch is better. Turner and Hooch is good. It travels well, too. Okay. All right. That's one. A League of Their Own. Is Apollo 13
That was going to be my number 2. In my head, I'm putting together a list. Saving Private Ryan, number 1, and A League of Their Own, number 2.
Okay, so is it better? It's better than A League of Their Own. No,
A League of Their Own is better.
Okay, so A League of Their Own. Okay, Sleepless in Seattle is that better than Apollo 13?
No,
you're crazy.
Absolutely not.
You're absolutely crazy.
Absolutely not.
Forrest Gump.
That's my number 3.
Does Toy Story count? No.
Even if it
should.
If it did,
that's his body of work.
Even if it did, Apollo 13 is better. By the way, Apollo 13 is my number 4.
Okay, Saving Private Ryan. Okay,
Saving Private Ryan 1. A League of Their Own
5.
2.
I'm
Forrest Gump 3.
I'm naming what I think is better.
Apollo 13. 4.
I'm naming what I think is better. That's 5. You've Got Mail is better.
No.
The Green Mile is better.
No.
Wow.
The Green Mile is a good movie, man.
The Green Mile is not better.
It's a very good movie.
Okay, The Green Mile is not better. You're sure?
Yes.
Is it better than Captain Phillips?
Yeah, absolutely. It's better than Captain Phillips.
Okay.
I'll give you my other 2.
Okay.
Philadelphia.
Is it better than Elvis?
And Big.
Is it better than Elvis? The Elvis movie that just came out, is it better?
Well, he was a supporting role. I just watched it.
Is it better than A Man Called Otto?
Yes.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's put the music back up. All right. I that's fine. A lot of people agree with you.
All right.
More power to you.
How the hell did we get this?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, he's talking about NASA in Houston.
Yeah, NASA. No, Apollo 13 is. Have you ever seen Philadelphia?
I don't think so.
That's one of his best works. It's certainly better.
Is it better than Big?
Is it better than Turner and Hooch?
No, no. Turner and Hooch is a good movie, man. I don't know. You're kind of sleeping on that.
Yeah. Don't sleep on the movie Big either, man.
Big's way up.
I had it on my list.
Yeah, Big is way ahead.
I had it number 5.
Yeah,
and then 6 is Philadelphia.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Nick Caserio was asked by Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne about the potential of leaving his job as Texans general manager. This is what Nick Caserio had to say.
Yeah, I'm going to try to hold my tongue here a little bit, but this time of year, there's a lot of things that are said. Anybody that makes a jackass statement that they either know me or trust me, you can rely on this information, honestly, is totally off base. Respectfully, I know there's a lot of reporters out there that think they have information, but those that really know me know how I operate and what I'm about. Other than, 610 Sports Radio, I'm not really a big media person. I keep it to myself and just try to show up, try to do my job, try to support the people that I'm with on a day-to-day basis, and not worry about some offhanded statements that are made out of left field that, quite frankly, have zero validity. I'm excited about where our team is, understanding we have plenty of work that's in front of us. I've loved every second of the opportunity to work with Demeco. I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, which is doing the best I can for the Houston Texans organization for as long as ownership provides the opportunity. Whoever these reporters are that make these, ridiculous statements, maybe you want to talk to me about it first before you put some information out there that has actually zero basis.
Okay, there you go. So question was asked.
Let me translate that for you. Dude, we got C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Like that's what he's talking about.
I'm good, man.
Like if he didn't have this quarterback doing these things with the cap space that he deserves credit for, with the moves that he deserves, he would move on or want to, or at least think about it. But when you got C.J. Stroud and you got cap space and you got a coach like that and it's all clicking, get the hell out of here.
I got the internet going nuts.
So you mentioned Nick Caserio, and that's exactly what I was going to say is one of my internet going nuts. But let me add one thing here. This was something I was going to add, and I think it's a legitimate question, but I'm not quite sure what the answer is. So I need your help. Losing Nick Caserio would be worse than losing Bobby Slowick. And let me explain.
The GM, yeah, I would think so. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think you're resetting again, even though but the reason I go back and forth is he's set you up.
Yeah.
Like you're set up whether Nick
they work well, and him and Demeco work well together.
That's the thing. You know, whether he's here or not, you're set up with the draft picks and whatever you have, and the cap space and the quarterback and the coach and all that. But I still think it would be worse than losing Bobby Slowick.
Do you ever have you ever seen a parent I would think so too, because losing Bobby Slowick's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Nick Caserio leaves, it's at minimum going to be a lateral move. Like what's he going to do?
Right.
Like he's going for a general manager. Bobby Slowick would be leaving for a better opportunity.
Exactly.
So have you ever seen like a parent that kind of tries to force their kid to like something that they don't necessarily like, whether it's,
sports?
Yeah, like Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny's dad likes football, so he's trying to make his son play football or like football or all that
all
type
the
of
time.
stuff.
Yeah, all the time.
Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what wrestling is with Nick Caserio with Sean at this point.
But he's not really that big of a fan.
I mean, Sean asked him who was going to win the Royal Rumble, and Nick, I think he had an answer in mind, but he didn't even know when the Royal Rumble was.
Well,
I feel like Sean's trying
to, but I'm not a fan.
I feel like Sean's trying to project his wrestling love onto Nick.
Mm-hmm. Trying to bring him into the circle.
Yeah, I feel like it's like Earl Woods handing Tiger a golf club at 8 months.
Except Tiger likes golf.
Yeah.
It might be a little forced, but it's I
feel like he's trying to project it, man. I feel like he's trying to make him like what he likes. It's like basically like you with Seinfeld. Every time you're like, hey man, great show. Hey, let's bring up Seinfeld. It's like that.
You know what's funny, Figgy?
I know what you're gonna say. Landry brings up Seinfeld more than I do.
What he said.
Yeah. I know you. I know what you're gonna say.
You bring it up twice as much as I do.
Yeah, on the air, because off the air, it's always like the Seinfeld example.
You know what's interesting, Figgy?
What?
That's just another lie.
It's like Stanza. I didn't know anything about Costanza. It'd be all the time. Like I watch it. That's the bald guy, right? The short bald guy.
Yeah. Jason, what's his name?
I don't know. He's in commercials.
I should know.
He's in commercials, right?
Yeah. Why am I drawing up? Man, golly. Well, that tells you how much I've been into Seinfeld lately.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Jason Alexander.
The 512 on the text line as we talk about the internet going nuts. We'll talk about C.J. Stroud breaking the internet and the Texans' official practice reports. Wednesday. This is really the Wednesday edition, so this is where they get a lot of veteran off days. The 512, going back to Tom Hanks. Didn't see things going this way. He says that Turner and Hooch was at least top 10 Tom Hanks movie because that's the movie you see him go from comedic actor to dramatic when Hooch is dying. So
that's not true.
That's what he said.
It's not true.
That's what he said.
Big.
Was there much drama there?
No. Turner and Hooch, he said, went to comedic.
No, from comedic to serious.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's that serious.
Was that his turning point? That movie?
No. It was okay.
What's your favorite part in Apollo 13?
Probably
when they take off.
No.
The space part.
No, when he loses the moon. That we've lost the moon, guys.
That part,
so that whole sequence.
So you like it, like is your favorite part like the, hey, Captain, like you like that type of part where they're like talking to each other?
Captain.
Yeah, you like
Captain.
that part? Is that like what makes you
lost
like
the
Apollo
moon.
13 so much? Because I like Armageddon. Armageddon's 100 times better than Apollo 13. Can we at least agree with that?
I love Armageddon.
Come on.
Not better than
Come on, man.
It's not.
All right, now, I thought maybe I was out of line with the Tom Hanks stuff. I thought maybe that's just my taste, which I understand people thinking my taste sucks, and I just don't like a lot of this action movie stuff. But for you to say that Apollo 13 is better than Armageddon, I can't get.
Is that the best space movie ever?
I can't let that fly. Was it better than Independence Day?
I love those movies.
Okay, so was Apollo 13 better than Independence Day?
Yes, because it was true. It's a true story. It's a true story.
So is that the best space movie?
It's up there with Armageddon and all the others, that you just mentioned.
And
Although I
Independence
like Independence Day is I love that movie. Yeah, I love it.
What about Castaway? We didn't even mention Castaway. Castaway's way better than Apollo 13.
It's not my top 5, 6, but it's a good movie. So it's not better. It's not better than Apollo 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Internet going nuts. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud. He's got people having interesting discussions, and as much as he's getting respected, I actually think there might be a little bit of disrespect there. We'll discuss, give you a practice update as well. In the Loop continues next.
Once again, 800-462-3333.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyon.
All right, so you have Mike Vrabel getting fired in Tennessee. You have Jacksonville firing their entire defensive staff. They got a lot of fall guys, and they fired more guys today. Who the hell cares? It's not Trevor Lawrence. It's not Doug Peterson. So you got the second best quarterback in the division. You got the fourth best coach. Well, third best coach now, I guess, depending on who Tennessee hires. And meanwhile, you have the Houston Texans turning into a hot take central for all the right reasons. Stephen A. Smith on the Pat McAfee show, he was talking about C.J. Stroud, and this is what Stephen A. You take his opinions with a grain of salt on the Texans, but this is what he had to say when he was on with McAfee.
Well, the Houston Texans, I love Stroud, but a rookie is not going to derail the Baltimore Ravens on the road in Baltimore if it came down to that. I cannot see that happening. Ask the question on First Take, what quarterbacks would I take ahead of C.J. Stroud right now?
Oh, short list.
Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson.
I like that.
Maybe Allen, because of what we've seen him do in the postseason in the past. That's it. Can you legitimately say, you can look at any quarterback anywhere else in the league and definitively say you would take them over C.J. Stroud?
If we're factoring in contract, I actually don't think you take anyone. I mean, because let's say if you could trade C.J. Stroud straight up for Patrick Mahomes right now, let's just pretend.
Given the background and the contract, no.
Yeah. But if you
I mean, that sounds idiotic.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me, though, that, Patrick Mahomes can play Saturday instead of C.J. Stroud or whatever, I mean, even then we can have the discussion. Like, we can talk about it. But if you factor in contract and the Chiefs called me and I'm Nick Caserio and they say, hey, we'll give you Patrick Mahomes and you'll inherit his contract and you send us C.J. Stroud, I'm saying hell no.
Yeah.
I'm saying absolutely not. And that's not, I mean, it's a fluid thing. It can change from year to year. But in this moment right now with where we're at, no.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
I interpret it as like, hey, this playoff season, who you like, who's better. And I think his list is pretty damn accurate. Obviously, Joe Burrow is not going to be involved. So, yeah, I think it's those three guys.
Stephen A. couldn't help himself, though. Because Stephen A. had to go Stephen A. This was with McAfee. He had to have the hot take. He had to throw this in there. This was Stephen A. And we'll hear what they said on Pardon My Take about C.J. Stroud. They had this same discussion, but this was Stephen A. Just not being able to help himself. It happens.
I mean, think about it. And listen, you look at the Texans. I mean, you lucked up with DeMeco Ryans, but look at what they did with the previous two coaches. They bounced them out after 1 year, but they still get.
Hold up, what?
How did you luck out?
How'd you luck out? He chose you over a bunch of other destinations.
You recruited the hell out of him.
How you get lucky and hire a head coach?
They didn't scratch a lottery ticket.
They ain't draft him.
DeMeco. He said he wanted to be here. How do you luck out?
He had options.
Yeah, what kind of idiot is Stephen A?
I mean, he had options.
Did they draft a head coach or something?
He lucked out.
They recruited him.
It's the top guy on the market.
Yes.
He wanted to come here, and you fired two guys at that phase of the rebuild. So he couldn't really help himself.
I mean, think about it. And listen, you look at the Texans. I mean, you lucked up with DeMeco Ryans, but look at what they did with the previous two coaches. They bounced them out after 1 year, but they still get another opportunity.
What are you talking about?
Some way, we have to gauge the intelligence of football players, but executives who don't play. And their job is to use their brain to make decisions. There's no brain test for them.
This is stupid. No, it is. Like, if you're around, and I get it, national guys aren't around the team the way we are. What was the David Culley hire? It was basically excavating. It was excavating the where you're going to put a foundation. It wasn't even a foundation. It was excavating.
It was an opportunity for him that he would never get anywhere. He's richer than he's ever been. He got the opportunity. Boom.
And
it's
then
not
Lovey.
set up for failure. It's set up for nobody wants Lovey Smith right now. What's his ass been doing?
No, nothing.
Chilling.
But because, like, say what
Big
you
Sandy
will.
eating those damn
the
sausage
let me
links
stop
that John McClane always talked about with him.
Go ahead and say pause.
No, that's fine. He's eating sausage links.
Well, here's the thing.
Pervert.
What we can and you can criticize Nick Caserio for various things.
Yeah.
He had a vision, and we knew it at the time.
We don't know if DeMeco was his vision, but it ended up being right.
I'm saying of how it was going to go about.
Yeah. But lucked into DeMeco Ryans? How's that work? They might have looked into C.J. Stroud. Like you could say they lucked into C.J. Stroud. I won't disagree with that, but they lucked into DeMeco Ryans. Don't cover up being an idiot by being an idiot and doubling down on it. You said some stupid stuff about the Lovie Smith and David Culley thing. You took it to an area that it didn't need to go. Just move on. Just talk about how great C.J. Stroud is. Don't say they lucked into DeMeco Ryans. There's nothing lucky about that.
No,
this wasn't a draft pick. They had to show that they had the stability as an organization through all the crap that they'd been through, self-inflicted wounds to be able to hire DeMeco Ryans. So don't sit there and be dismissive and say that they lucked into DeMeco Ryans. That's stupid. That's just taking something that you were saying that was stupid to begin with and sitting there and doubling down on being stupid.
Not only was
That's
it
dumb.
Not only was it not lucking into him, they had to work extra hard to get him because everybody did. Everybody wanted him. So you used your skill. And the whole thing about the plan and these two coaches were bad that you had to fire. No, you knew you were going to fire them. Dude, how many times did you hear me say you hired David Culley so you could fire him?
Yeah.
No doubt. This was the plan. So it's a little bit frustrating.
It's a little crazy.
But I get
it's
it.
Wild. Whatever. Stephen A. gonna Stephen A. Here was Pardon My Take talking about the C.J. Stroud thing.
If you had someone watch their first game of football and they watch C.J. Stroud, they would immediately be like, that quarterback is elite. The calm and poise he has in the pocket and the throws, crazy throws, and he's just awesome to watch. How many teams would say no if you called him up and was like, C.J. Stroud for your quarterback?
The Bills, the Chiefs.
I think it's 4. I think it's
the Bengals.
And the Ravens.
I
think that's it. I think every other team would probably say yes.
Yeah.
Especially given his contract.
What about the Eagles? They were in the Super Bowl last year.
The Eagles would 100% take C.J. Stroud. What other team would say no to C.J. Stroud?
I think the Eagles might say no to him.
Like, is there any other team that would say no to C.J. Stroud? C.J. Stroud straight up for your quarterback. I think there's 4 guys.
Maybe the Cowboys, because I could see Jerry Jones being like, I found that guy, and I took a flyer on him. He's my guy.
And he would be an idiot. I mean, C.J. Stroud is like, in 1 year, has gotten into this territory where it's like, this is a guy that is just, he is that dude, and he is just like a surefire slam dunk guy.
By the way, Lopez, you're a slime ball.
What's that?
That's Pardon My Take, Barstool. You recorded me. I was calling on speaker, trying to call the Texans team shop to see if they have AFC South team gear. Academy doesn't have it. They don't have it at Lids. I know it was a last-second thing.
Answer your damn phone.
The Texans team shop isn't answering the phone, and Lopez is catching me talking about they don't want to sell merchandise.
I did a little
here.
sneaky video of him. He's hunting down that division title gear, baby.
Yeah,
how about that?
How are you not going to answer the phone?
Get you something, huh?
He's going to get you something.
All I'm saying is this: how are you not going to answer the phone this week, man?
Yeah.
It's playoff time.
Well, maybe
answer
they're
the
busy.
Damn phone. Answer the
Maybe
damn
they're
phone.
busy.
Hey, they in playoff mode, man.
Yeah.
Answer the damn
They
phone.
don't need that outside
get in playoff
noise.
mode by selling some damn merchandise.
They don't need that outside
How many
noise.
people? How many phone calls have they missed from?
They
people
focused on the game.
I don't want to drive over there and not be able to get.
They
my
focused
AFC
on the game.
South, title hat. Okay.
It's wild how many people are in there, though.
Did you go by?
No, I haven't gone by this week, but
Yeah.
I went by.
Oh, it's going nuts.
Two weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy how middle of the day. I think I walked out of there about like at 11:30.
Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're selling merchandise. And it's time to answer the phone.
Maybe they're not behind the desk. But I mean, I bet there was 30, 40 people in there at 11:30 on a weekday.
Oh, there you go.
That's pretty
There you
cool.
go. That's good. Hey, I want to do a little hackage here, Clint. I want to do a little role play here. So let's pretend that Clint Stoerner is a star quarterback for the Houston Texans, okay?
Okay.
You got a big game this Saturday, okay?
Ooh, we'll have a good Friday night.
You got a playoff game. You got a playoff game. No. You're starting.
Yeah.
You're starting. In this scenario, you're starting. And you got a big playoff game. You drive up to practice today, getting ready for that playoff game. And the remains of Tennessee winning a national championship are all over there. You can basically see the orange and white confetti. You can see Tennessee all over the place. How does that make you feel? Because that's what C.J. Stroud's going through right now. He's having to go to NRG right now on a game week, and he is having to see the remains of a Michigan championship celebration, and I just wonder, how does that make him feel right now? I feel like he might be extra pissed off right now.
Oh, you're right. It's just such an emotional swing, man. I mean, and it's going to be there until every bit of that confetti's gone, until every billboard, every bit of signage over there's down. Because that's right. Because Harbaugh's won,
his stadium.
He's won 3 steps. Harbaugh's won 3 straight.
He's never beaten Michigan. He won't even acknowledge Michigan.
Oh man, yeah, it's brutal. Like dog, it's brutal. And it's the bad thing is there's no avoiding it. You know it's coming. And you just got to stare it in the face and feel the pain.
I think it might be motivation.
See, I think it has zero effect. I think it bothers him away from the field. Like, I hate Michigan.
Sure.
I want Michigan to, I don't want them to win the national championship. Once he gets in there, I mean, they're at the practice facility.
I don't think it's going to impact his play.
Motivated.
Damn, Lopez, I didn't know you.
No, he said he's extra motivated.
He's extra serious over here.
No, he said he's extra motivated. I don't think it has any.
Damn, dude.
I'm just talking about on my way to work.
Of course,
whatever he's pushing, I'm sure he pulls up.
I think he's motivated.
Yeah,
he's
I think the spread just shifted.
Damn, I can't get away from these dudes, man.
Now that for sure.
Damn, I can't get away from this maize and blue.
I gotta walk past Nicco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, now that.
They have a truce, though. They have a truce that they don't talk about
that
it.
truce would be gone.
Is Tyler betting on the Texans this week, or are we getting that?
Actually placed a bet on the spread about 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he bet on the Huskies last night. So.
Oh, God.
So there's that.
Did he post that one? I always like how Clint. I didn't see that one on there.
I
There was a
posted
check
it.
X. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah,
We don't get
still in the green for 4 digits,
we don't
boys.
get them
It's
rough
all right.
we don't typically get them rough weekends.
That was my favorite when Clint, y'all were talking about a bet. Clint was like, "Oh, that one didn't make the Twitter feed."
I didn't see that one on the Twitter machine. You don't have too many bad ones though, Tyler. You can keep them in your pocket, man.
Yeah,
You got that 72% winning clip going, man. You rock and roll.
It dropped a bit after last night.
Damn right, he's doing his thing. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and we are live and in color. Clint's in the building. You hear Tyler lost a little cash, but that's all right. I'm sure he'll make up for it. Tyler's about to jump on some NBA bets or something that he's about to make sure.
I'm on a few of those tonight.
You don't even watch it. You don't even watch the NBA.
Yes, I do.
Okay. To make bets? What's that? Oh, you went to the
watched
Rockets
because
game.
I bet.
You went to the Rockets game. That's
yeah,
right,
I mean that's why people bet, Ron.
I don't think he's watching these NBA games.
No, it's the only. Yeah, he's at least gonna watch the last quarter.
What are you betting? Like how? How? He's got NBA TV.
Well, he's not going to wait to find out if he won until he's paid out or watches Sports Center. He's damn sure going to click over and see it.
I mean,
you talking about what? Oh, no, I don't think he has NBA TV to watch his bets, but I think he's looking at what's on TV here locally and betting on those games.
Who you got tonight?
The Raptors +5.
Yeah, okay. Who do the Raptors playing?
I don't know.
Your Lakers.
I damn sure ain't got it. Oh, wow.
It's a bad look, man.
He's betting Oppo Lakers,
and I'm certain that's not on television. So, I mean, I
have NBA TV.
Oh, yeah, you catch the little sneak in, you watch about.
I mean, I just like having that option,
That's
degenerate
there.
I like to have the option. I like all the channels at my fingertips.
All right, big show today, and Tyler, hopefully he gets he makes.
The only
up for
thing
that.
worse than a degenerate is a guy that doesn't pay his bets.
Yeah,
and I think everybody here is paid up except for one, Ronald Hughley.
Am I it?
You're it, man. I mean, I'm just for the sake of my statement, I'm gonna hang with it. Yeah.
For the sake of your statement,
yeah.
I think I owe you like $50.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm not it. Right. Yeah, so both of us, we're dogs. That's what we are, Tyler.
Well, I gave him like 700 big ones the other day, though.
I did.
Not to put your business out there.
That's all right, man.
I did purchase a vest today, though. For those of you who are watching on YouTube and Twitch,
boy,
I really like the feel of it.
Hey, it's nice.
I talked about wanting to get a vest.
I'm telling you.
Now, of course, I started low. Went in there, found me an Izod on sale for about $23, and I feel real good about that.
It's a hell of a deal.
A hell of a deal.
Get a bunch of wear out of that one.
Hell of a deal right there. I just wanted to start a little low, see how I feel about it. I like it.
Hey, it's all.
I like the feel of it.
Texas winters, man. It's hard. It's Texas weather in the winter. It's hard to go full. Like right now, I got a hoodie on, and I've been hot since I got in the building. Right? I mean, I bet you feel nice. Your arms can breathe a little bit. Got that vest on. Yeah.
All right. I like the feel of it. This isn't the last one I'm gonna purchase. I'll probably have to step out and get me a couple more.
Oh, I know you. That's way too quiet for you. That black. Great charcoal. You're coachable.
They had like a salmon peach color one.
I got a feeling that next one's gonna have multiple colors.
It was a medium, and I couldn't. I was gonna be all over it. I was gonna be all over that puppy. And really put that one together nicely.
Peaches Hughley.
But they didn't have it. I don't know who that is, but they didn't have it. So that's all right. Didn't have it in my size. That's all right, though. I'll get there.
Looks good on you, man. Looks good on you.
Y'all are just some vest wearers now. Just ask Caserio for some advice on how to get a good vest.
can see why Nick feels it. Got all these pockets and stuff that you can put stuff in, put your notes in. Yeah, I feel it, Nick. By the way, if you missed Nick was on earlier today with Payne and Pendergast. A great interview there. He let it loose. I mean, he really cut it loose. Nick, boy, I said Nick's a cusser, boy. He'll give you a few every time. So go check that out in the 7 o'clock hour. But he also spoke about something that we're starting to get news on. And, Clint, me and you, I know on this show we have talked about the potential and the possibility of this for a while now. More than a month we've talked about this. And it does look like we're seeing it. Bobby Slowick has been requested now for at least 2 jobs. Just interviews right now, been requested by the Washington Commanders and the Carolina Panthers. Nick Caserio, we said, was on Payne and Pendergast. When you have a coordinator who has performed the way that Bobby Slowick has, and you're seeing how this offense and C.J. Stroud have taken off since he's become that guy, and the tree he came out of, you're going to have people want to take looks at him. Here's Nick Caserio addressing the request of teams wanting to speak with his OC.
Yeah, this time of year, I mean, there's a process that the league has in place. So, we'll certainly comply with those, parameters and rules and regulations. I would say specific, to Bobby, Bobby's done an unbelievable job for the organization this season. We'll support him in any way possible. There's obviously a lot of dominoes that are going to fall relative to this whole, I would say, process. So we'll take it one day at a time. But, we've put together, demeco's put together, a really good coaching staff, which is the reason we're in a position that we're in. So we'll look at our options if we get to that point, but certainly grateful and thankful for the job that Bobby has done for us here this season. The goal is to try to keep as many good coaches and people and players in the building for as long as possible. So we'll work through the process, whatever that entails, and you always have to have sort of contingency plans in place. You're trying to balance multiple things right now. I think the focus more than anything is on the players and getting ready for the Cleveland Browns, which is certainly a significant task ahead of us. And if there's other things that we have to deal with at some point, then we'll handle them in due time. But Bobby's done a great job. You guys have talked to Bobby, or he's talked to the media once a week here, and I'm sure Bobby will tell you that he's grown and he's learned a lot, and we're fortunate to have him here, and hopefully we can continue to work with him moving forward.
All right, Clint, the people, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can communicate that way as well. How real do you think Nick Caserio and probably more importantly DeMeco Ryans are going to have to be looking at contingency plans for the OC job? How real you think this is?
I think it's as real can be, man. I think there's a really good chance that Bobby Slowick is out the door. You're going to have some really, really good franchises, I think, that are in decent shape for Bobby Slowick to go start his head coach career. I think you're going to have some situations where there's some either an early first-round draft pick or a former first- or second-round draft pick quarterback that is sexy to potentially start a head coach career with. And I think this is real. I will be. In fact, I will not be surprised at all if Bobby Slowick is named a head coach in this cycle. In fact, I would not be surprised if he's not here next year. I will be shocked if he's here beyond 2 years. For me,
now, how big of a deal do you think that is for this franchise and this organization?
I think it's big
because I wanted you to respond to something from the text line. It's something from the text line. I saw this kind of in a couple of different ways. You guys are making too big a deal over Bobby Slowick. We have CJ. He can help any OC. Your thoughts on that, your experience in the league, what you've watched, what you've seen, your thoughts. CJ obviously here, has changed things, and this isn't just – Bobby has benefited from having CJ Stroud, absolutely. But your thoughts on how big that is, and I think a lot of people feel this way. We have CJ, and maybe Bobby Slowick's not that big of a deal.
No, I think Bobby Slowick is a huge deal. I think CJ Stroud is a huge deal. Those two together – I've said this all the time. I mean, you can have a great quarterback and a really good play caller, but if they don't see the game through the same lens, then you're never going to play consistently at or above your ceiling as an offense. And the beautiful thing about C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick is they see the game through the same lens as well as anybody in the league right now. When you talk about, I don't know if there's a quarterback right now that's processing at a higher level more consistently than C.J. Stroud is right now. And that's, to me, that's indicative of not just CJ's talent, but also Bobby Slowick's ability, timing, scheming, building out the plays kind of deal, the way they prep. I mean, it all goes into it. And now, the question is, how much of it's Bobby, how much of it's, I'm CJ. I would from outside the building, I'd say it's 50-50. I think both of those guys are doing a tremendous job, and without the other, the offense is going to look different. The good thing is with Demeco Ryans and Caserio in that piece of audio there, he pointed out that Demeco Ryans has built a good coaching staff. You've got two guys, Bill Lazor, who's been an offensive coordinator in this league, and Gerard Johnson, who's been a quarterback at a high level, who's been in the NFL for a short period of time, but obviously being a quarterback coach already and doing a tremendous job with C.J. Stroud. Clearly, he's on the come up. He's on his way to being a play caller next. So you've got answers to keep some level of chemistry, continuity in the building. Terminology's the same and all that jive. But Bobby Slowick is a huge key to the success that the Texans are having right now. Don't mistake that.
Yes, I'm seeing it here on the text line. No one ever said Brady in the offensive coordinator. I like Bobby, but it's not like he's a world beater to me. I feel like he can be replaced with the right OC. Well, sure, with the right one. I'm just saying, man, you can look around the league. I mean, and you can look around it here recently, and you can see there's an example of at least 3, I think, elite-level quarterbacks that have lost offensive coordinators, and their game has changed. We've talked about it with Josh Allen. As soon as Brian Daboll left the building, Josh Allen, now he didn't fall off the map, and he was still an MVP candidate, but his play regressed some when Brian Daboll left. Look at Jalen Hurts.
We're talking about it in a negative light, right? His game has been a roller coaster.
Yes.
And he's had 3 different offensive coordinators in that process.
Yes, as soon as Brian Daboll left, his play dropped.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts, as soon as he lost Shane Steichen this year, his play has dropped to a point. I'm listening to Philly radio, and they're talking about, I wonder if we could get out of his contract. This is what people are saying there. And then some that people view as the best in the game. Patrick Mahomes had one offensive coordinator his entire time as a starter. It was Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy left, and he is having the worst season of his career. Now, I think there's a lot of things that have to do with that, but I also believe it's not a coincidence that, bam, he lost a coordinator, and it looks different from everywhere else. So you just don't know the vibes of how it will be. And I think CJ helps anybody who takes over that. If Gerard takes over that job, I think having CJ clearly helps him, but it doesn't necessarily mean that this thing will just keep rolling. We're seeing too many examples of a guy losing a coordinator, an offensive coach, and things looking different. Now, I don't think CJ's going to fall out the mark, right? I mean, look at Russell. Hell, we saw Russell who played at a certain level. Then he got a new offensive coach in Nathaniel, dropped, gets Sean Payton back. Now he looks like he's back on track. Right. It's just you don't know what'll happen when you start losing guys.
I mean, it's every quarterback. Look at Tua. I mean, he gets a great offensive mind. All of a sudden, he's an MVP candidate, and his team's in the playoffs and one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. I mean, it's your play call. I love the way I dealt with this at Arkansas with a Texas kid, Kendall Briles, right? Kendall Briles goes in there. He's got KJ Jefferson. They're a perfect fit. He's not asking KJ to do things he can't do. He's playing to KJ's wheelhouse. They're going to bowl games. KJ Jefferson and the running back at Arkansas, they're tabbed as the best quarterback running back duo coming into this season. Kendall leaves, goes to TCU. You hire Dan Enos, who's one of the better quarterback developers I've ever been around. And it's an absolute mess. The Enos gets fired like week 8 or 9. I mean, there is, whether you like exactly what's going on and what Bobby Slowick is about or his history or his experience or whatever, there's no way around what he's been able to accomplish at the NFL level this year There are guys that have been journeyman offensive play callers in this league that have never done what Bobby Slowick has done, which is have a quarterback play prepared, plan for, and play at the level of C.J. Stroud.
An entire offense. And listen, they're going to have to deal with this eventually.
Sure.
C.J. may have to deal with this multiple times, especially if it goes well. He's going to have to deal with this. So, I mean, it's going to happen. It's just, to me, it's just not like, hey, man, C.J., it doesn't matter who it is because of C.J. He helps immensely, but we're seeing too many examples of just there's a possibility, a strong possibility that it takes a minute at least, or there is some drop off if it's not.
And my response to the Brady comment is I don't know that CJ's at a point yet where he's adopted this certain style of play. There's going to come a time where CJ's going to have some success with the way he's playing the game right now in terms of making the right decision. Just processing at an extremely high level, minimizing risk, taking more calculated shots. Once you're in the league a handful, and maybe CJ's there. I couldn't imagine a guy being there in a year, but CJ's doing things that I couldn't imagine a guy doing it in a year anyway. But nonetheless, the point is there's going to come a time when CJ's going to have a tad bit of that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, where, hey, it really doesn't matter who the play caller is. I got this thing under control on game day. You just tell me, you just call the play. I'll make it work.
Well, like Peyton and Aaron, they were essentially the coordinators.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Peyton, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady. I mean, you get to that level, and they're damn near calling the offense. And I'm not talking about at the end of their career. I'm talking about early on in their career. I'd say 4 or 5 years in, they had a pretty good idea what their offense was going to look like the rest of the way, regardless of who's coaching. I don't know that CJ's there yet. I believe he will get there one day, but right now, the truth of the matter is C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick together are a beautiful thing, and there's a really good chance Bobby Slowick, you're going to lose him this year.
Yeah, there's a chance. All right, from the text line, Mahomes is a poor example. Ryan Mahomes has 4 receivers who cannot catch a pass that hits him in the hands. Listen, there are receivers who can't catch, who have dropped balls for the Chiefs. But Patrick Mahomes has regressed. He's taken a step back. Not just because receivers had dropped balls. He's taken a step back. He's not playing to the level that he has played. He has become flippant, as Clint would say, with decisions. He has been off the mark on things. It's not just the receivers. And I mean, listen, I've watched all of their games. He has taken a step back. It's not just the receivers. Real quick, especially step back, and we'll get into it more throughout. How surprised were you by Michael Penix Jr. and that Michigan defense and the performance from Michigan yesterday as they end up pulling away? It was closer than the score indicated. It was a 7-point game in the fourth quarter. But we certainly didn't see that thing going the way that it did.
No, very surprised. Look, Michael Penix, I've watched him all year long. He's been one of, if not the most accurate quarterback in the game, and I'm talking about even on high difficulty throws. This guy's been pinpoint accurate. And last night, not on the same page with his receiver, misses a shot down the sideline that would have been a huge gain, if not a touchdown, that would have swung that game in a big, big way. Missed a couple of just like stop routes where the receiver's looking right back at the quarterback and he airmails them. The completion over the middle to the tight end that the broadcasting crew kept highlighting. I think it was Kirk Herbstreit kept highlighting that he missed the tight end over the top down the seam in that exact play on, I believe it was a 3rd and long, and it would have been a damn touchdown. Heck, even late in the game, Michigan let them hang around. Michigan allowed this to be a one-score game a lot longer than I expected them to.
Defense got a little bit better in the run game, and they had plenty of opportunities.
There's even a crossing route in that drive where they ended up going for it on 4th down and not getting it. There's a crossing route to his big tight end that he just completely misses that would have gone for a huge gain inside the 10-yard line, if not a touchdown. At that point in time, would have tied the ball game up. I'm surprised. 2 things. I'm surprised that Michigan allowed that to be a one-score game and gave Washington so many opportunities to tie the ball game up, if not take the lead, and survived to win that game. And I'm shocked at how Michael Penix struggled the entire. It wasn't just. It was the entire ball game where he struggled, man.
Yeah, I mean, they got to him and hit him early, and you could tell that he was seeing everything. He couldn't see the field. He wasn't waiting. He was just a completely different player than he's been all year long. So we'll dive into that a lot throughout the day as Michigan wins their first championship since 1997. Coming up, one of the men in the game on Saturday that the Texans need him to step up again to be that guy. Nico Collins, what is this dude? What is? He may be the surprise of the season for the Texans. What is this guy? We'll discuss that coming up next. But got to get to my friends at Soda Weight Loss, and they are hell more than friends. They're damn near family because of what they have helped me accomplish, and that is to
every game day on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It is playoff week coming up here in about 15 minutes. You'll hear from our guy. It is a Tuesday. That means Seth Payne will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans and this playoff push or this playoff game coming up against the Browns. One reason that the Texans are in this puppy is because of one Nico Collins. Nico Collins, we knew that the Texans were going to have a big game for him, and it became even bigger when Robert Woods was unable to go, and it was just going to be basically Nico Collins and the Pips. And
Nico and the Pips, huh?
And the Pips really didn't show, as they had 2 catches for 11 yards, the rest of the wide receivers on the team. But Nico was a man and dominated this game in a major way, 9 for 195 and a touch. He was big time throughout the game. This was his head coach talking about how much of a problem Big Nico is.
For Nico to have over 195 yards, that's big time. And so I tell him all the time, he's a big time playmaker, and he continues to show it week after week. Right, when he's out there, he's a problem. Right, and he's a tough out for a lot of teams. So happy that he's on our side.
All right, what is he? Is you happy he's on our side? Yeah, I hear you. He's had a great year, just 3 yards short of 1,300 yards in 14 games because he basically missed 3 and 8 touchdowns.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
I mean, he had a big-time season. What is he? Are you ready to say that the Texans have a number 1 wide receiver? Clint, are you ready to go there?
Yeah, I am.
There you go.
I'm
Welcome
ready
to the damn party.
I'm ready to go there.
How about it, Nico?
If you look at PFF wide receivers, the highest graded wide receivers,
I
for what
take
it's
my
worth.
draws off in the break and just go without them.
Take your draws off, like you're going to decide to go.
Yep.
I wish you wouldn't.
I may fold them up, put them in my backpack, and go the rest of the way. That's how excited I am.
The showman. But PFF has their highest graded wide receivers, and guess who number 5 is in all of the NFL? Nico Collins. Tyreek Hill is 1. Brandon Ayuk is 2. CeeDee Lamb is 3. Justin Jefferson is 4. And then Nico Collins resides in that 5 spot. Jalen Waddle 6. Amon-Ra St. Brown is next. A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, and Puka Nacua rounds out, I believe, the top 10 there.
Kid is a freaking baller.
Yeah. I mean, here's where I'm at with Nico Collins. One, clearly, I was dead ass wrong on my statement of
we all were.
I mean, I said I felt like I knew who Nico was, and I'll be honest with you, he surpassed that by about mid-year. I mean, and he's just continued to impress. But what Nico is Nico is a guy. He is a number 1 if for me. He is a number 1 if you get that run game right. If you get that tight end game right.
But they ain't had none of that, basically any of that this year.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like I mean, you got ones in this league where it's just, hey man, throw him the ball. You know what I mean? And I don't think Nico is in that range yet. And that's hard to say after he went for $195.
I was gonna say it was Saturday, but yeah, you're talking about consistent.
I mean, just consistently against man coverage in the red zone, critical situations. Is he a guy that you just believe is going to go win a bunch of man-to-man battles in tight quarters? I'm not there yet, but I am at a spot where if you've got a complete team, which ultimately is the goal here for the Texans, I mean, they're not going to be the Bills or they're not going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'll be honest with you, they're not going to be the Cincinnati Bengals where they're geared to be pass-happy football teams that can also run the football when they so choose to focus on running the football. I believe they're going to be they're going to strive to be a run-first, establish the football, physical run team. And Nico Collins is plenty good enough to beat Brandon Ayuk in that San Francisco offense. Now you got to go find your carry. You got to go carry. I keep calling him carry. You got to go find your George Kittle. You got to find your weapon like Deebo Samuel. Now Tank Dell, you may have found one of those guys. Tank Dell may be that guy. But you got to get those right pieces together, and you got to get that run game rolling. And I think Nicco is plenty capable of being the number one receiver for an NFL franchise, built like that.
Yeah, and I think there are some differences, right? There are some, like Tyreek Hill is a different type of thing.
Tyreek's a one wherever he goes in whatever system he's in.
And whoever's playing quarterback, right? I don't think Nicco is that. But then I like you brought him another one. Like I think Brandon Ayuk is a guy that can be a one, a real one, not just that he's a one because he's on our team. But I think he could go to I think there are teams he could go and be a one. I look at him. I thought I was saying he's a poor man's DK Metcalf. He may be like a DK Metcalf, not even poor man's. He may be on that level. Like I think Chicago has DJ Moore, a number one receiver, but is he like Justin Jefferson? No, there's maybe a different level. But you're right. When you have an above average quarterback, and then maybe some other pieces around it, now he is really a product. But there's like the thing that's changed it for me with him, and I think you'll agree is. Like, I hear what you're saying. Maybe you're not completely sold to hell. You can just throw it up to him. But what he's able to do run after the catch means that's kind of taking the quarterback out of it, right? That's kind of taking the production level. I think CJ helps him a lot. But I do also believe, like, that man took a screen for 29 yards. Or he'll take a slant and he'll add 15 yards to it. That helps CJ's numbers, you know what I mean? That is the element that I think takes him to what I thought in the year. Like, I think he could be a solid 2 is what I said coming into it. I still wasn't going to give up on that. But he's moved to that level where, he's helped by a quarter, but if you get the ball in his hands, he may get you 10, 15 more extra yards because teams have a hard time bringing him down. His run after the catch, I think, has put him in this conversation of the Brandon Ayuk, of the DJ Moores, I think of the DK Metcalf. So,
I have no problem putting him in that. I have in any way you want to slice it, I have no problem putting him in that.
I can't put him in the Chase. I can't put him in the.
You get Jamar Chase. You get Justin Jefferson.
Adams,
you get Tyreek Hill. You get even CeeDee Lamb has got a certain dynamic to him. It's a little bit different. I'm not ready to put Nicco there yet, but I think Nicco is plenty good enough and capable enough in a system with some complementary pieces to be the one guy that you just, hey, if that guy's healthy and we can run it like we're running it and we got our tight end to work that inside over the middle game, I think Nico's a one, yes.
You said before coming into it, you thought one of the mistakes you said you made is you thought you knew what Nicco was.
Yeah.
Do you – and we've seen him jump on the scene.
I thought Nicco was a big-bodied receiver that everybody would liked his 40 time and liked his body. But in reality, we're going to see a couple of 50-50 balls a year, and that's it. But that's who I thought Nicco Collins was.
But now you've seen this year. Do you think we've seen the ceiling? Do you think there is more there? Are you looking like, well, damn, like we watched him this year. They still have more that they could get out of him. You think there's more there?
Ooh, man, that's a good question. That is a really good question.
Because they haven't moved him a lot.
I would say, well, we have seen that though,
we've
right?
Seen we've haven't. Seen
if he needed to be that guy, then I think there's probably a little bit more there. But I think we've got a really good. I don't think Nicco Collins is a 50-50 ball guy. Like Nicco Collins isn't a guy that you're like, oh, the hell with, he's down there somewhere, let me throw this thing up. Like A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or some of those guys. I don't believe he is that guy. But what he is, as you mentioned, unbelievably strong hands, great run after catch, the ability to run. I sold Nicco Collins short on the ability, the route running ability. Like Nicco, somehow, some way, and there's no just, it just happens or it's a system. Like Nicco runs a dig and he's wide ass open. Nicco runs a speed cut out route and he's wide ass open. The corner's soft for a reason, right? I mean, it's just like I've seen enough of Nicco Collins running the route tree inside and outside to where he's creating separation to where I don't need to necessarily understand why defenses – like I understand why defenses do it for Tank Dell. Tank Dell's a freak in terms of the acceleration, the deceleration, the change of direction, the head nods. I mean, but you can't sell Nicco short at this point in time. His route tree, his route running ability is tremendous for a 6'4", 220.
Let's get Seth in on this. Seth Payne's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on Nicco and get ready for this playoff game coming up against the Cleveland Browns. Seth Payne, he'll join us coming up next.
They lopped it off when I was 17.
Soak it in. H-Town, our Texans are...
Learn more at discover.com/creditcard. Limitations apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as it is a Tuesday, the week that the Texans are back in the playoffs taking on the Cleveland Browns. And it's a big week, so we got big folks and big guests on here. And Seth Payne joins us. I don't know, I feel like I just called you big. I didn't mean to do that. I meant
more
you
called
like
me, yeah, it's
bigger,
big.
It's like a big guest is what I meant, but I said big folks, and I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to call you big, Seth.
I'm big peoples. That's all right. That's okay.
You're big time is what I meant.
My sister used to work in this restaurant in New York City, and one of the guys that worked there was a guy. He was from Bangladesh. He was an awesome guy. Like my sister and her boyfriend at the time, the guy was like supporting his family, trying to get them to come over. He was an awesome guy. My sister and her boyfriend kind of like almost adopted him to try to take care of him, and they would take him like on trips to different places around the city and the country and everything. But so he was super awesome, but he also my sister's 6 foot tall, and their Bangladeshi friend was much smaller than her, and he called her big ladies. Like that was, and I think he felt like he was respecting her when he called her that, but he called her big ladies, and she never quite had the heart to tell him like it's actually kind of insulting if you call me big ladies all the time.
Hey, big ladies?
Yeah. Sound like Jameis Winston.
I don't want to do his accent.
Yeah,
because
let's not do that.
I'll get canceled for that. But it was very endearing in a way.
Yeah.
What does a Bangladesh accent sound like?
I'm not going to do that. No.
I'll let you know real quick.
No,
so
just why don't you look it up in the break if you really need to have it. Tyler, you stay away from it. I need you to stop right away. So only way we can transition off of that, Seth, we were just discussing this. Listen, Nico Collins, his season and hell Saturday night makes him look like a number one receiver. Do you think the Texans have a number one receiver in Nico Collins right now?
Oh, that's a great question. I think, all right, is he A.J. Brown?
Yeah.
Is he somebody like that? So I guess I don't worry about a number one receiver as much as – because there are teams that do it pretty damn well, having a couple of guys who just are different types perhaps, but they share the duties. I think, yeah, he's a number one receiver. I don't know if I put him in Hall of Fame category or anything yet, but he could easily be the number one guy on a good offense, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Seth. I mean, I think there's a tier above Nico Collins, but when you look at what the for instance, Brandon Ayuk is in San Francisco, and I use that obviously because that's what this system, and I think that's what Demeco and Bobby Slowick ultimately want this system to resemble at least. Whether they ever get there or not is another story, but that's what they want it to resemble. And if that's the number one we're looking for, to where the guy around him is like a Tank Dell that can be more of a gadget guy with a really good tight end, I think Nico is that in a nutshell. Like that is exactly what you're looking for. But boy, if you get in one of these pass-happy offenses where they're going to throw to win the game ultimately a good chunk of the time, then it's that tier 2 guy could be better as a 1B.
Yeah, and that's where that's where ultimately the team game element of it comes in. And I was thinking exactly the same thing you were, Clint, which is a lot of times people say, well, look, how good is Brock Purdy really? He's got Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle. And people don't realize as they're saying that, oh, wait, none of those guys are necessarily like guys that would have gone into any system and been the studs that they are in that San Francisco system. Like, it's all very complimentary. I think what happens with guys like Ayuk or Deebo Samuel or Nico Collins is that given the opportunity in a system like that, their physicality and their willingness to just bulldoze people like that goes a long, long way. And there are other guys, there are other guys in other systems that might be more athletic than some of these guys like Nico Collins, but I don't think they necessarily have that same mentality of like Nico Collins catching the ball and then like seeking guys out of bounds to hit out of. I thought the Texans were going to get a late hit by an offensive player and a defensive player out of bounds there, where Nico was just like searching for people to lower his shoulder onto. Yeah. I think it all depends on what scheme he's in. I think he's the perfect guy for this scheme.
Well, what these guys have done, and Demeco spoke about it. We played a piece of audio in the first segment. I mean, what these guys have done that I find it hard to believe if I hadn't watched it week in, week out, is they somehow find a way to get Nicco the ball in space, like easy completions. And look, I understand a lot of what Stroud does appears easy, but it really isn't. He makes it look effortless. But they just continue to get this guy the ball in space, whether it's underneath or it's over the top or mid-range game. Like he just – it's crazy how often he's got the ball in his hands. All of a sudden he's 6'4", 220, and a guy that's 5'10", $180 is trying to tackle him. And it's they do it time and time and time and time again. And in that role, man, it's hard to argue if the dude's a one or not. Let's stay on that side of the ball. There's a lot of smoke right now around this cycle of head coaches hires coming, and Bobby Slowick is starting to surface on a couple of radars in terms of being requested to interview. Just your thoughts on the possibility of that happening this year. Is it likely? Is it unlikely? What are your thoughts around Bobby Slowick as a head coach?
It feels, and this is just nothing but feels, and me watching every press conference since these guys have been here and all of that, it feels like Demeco and Bobby were kind of committed to each other. They had a pact, that's not a secret. That part's on the record, that they were going to, the Demeco was going to bring Bobby with him when he got that chance. And I feel like, without going too deep into whatever anybody's motivations are or anything, it seems like the most likely scenario would be that Bobby was like either without words or specifically with words committed to Demeco for more than just a season. And I don't think that that's because that's morally the right thing to do or anything. That's just the way it feels to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby Slowick takes some interviews. I would be surprised if he takes the job this year, because for one, whatever maybe agreement they have between them, which is pure speculation on my part. I cannot stress that enough. That's pure speculation on my part. But the other part of it is that, Bobby has been pretty open about, talking about how he had to learn and grow as an offensive coordinator this year, and there are things that he just flat out, the things you don't know until you learn that you don't even know them, and then you learn them, like all that stuff. I think the next step is, okay, after this year, he can start thinking about adding the plan for being a head coach onto it. And that's the best thing for him. Like, if you're just looking at it from his perspective completely selfishly, does he want to go somewhere and not be completely and totally ready to be a head coach? I don't think so. And I don't know if any of these situations out there right now are that situation. So I've got a good feeling that he'll be here for at least another year. And then hopefully, whether it's Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor or somebody else who's not even on the Texans right now, can step in and fill the role of offensive coordinator after that.
That would be big if he is able to stay one more year. We've just seen some of his contemporaries in that system go ahead and go early.
Yeah.
And
quite a few have gone after just 1 year as a coordinator.
Yeah.
I feel like it's different with because Bobby Slowick and Demeco. I've watched too many damn movies. Like, those two came into the league together, or at least came into the 49ers together as coaches, and I feel like it feels in some ways like Bobby hitched his wagon to Demeco's star. And I wonder, like, just how far he wants to ride that before he jumps off on his own.
Well, I think a big part of that, too, and it's, if he's not ready, he's not ready. This doesn't matter. But,
yeah.
Boy, the potential of some really, really, I would think, appealing jobs coming open, is got to play into that, right? I mean, you look up, and if you are Bobby, the smart thing to do is go I'm not going to get into a situation where it's no cap space, a bunch. They got 2 years of cleaning up a mess, and I got to figure all this. They don't have a quarterback, and you got to think if there's going to be some healthy organizations come available with the firing of Vrabel. Who knows what's going to happen with Belichick in New England? There's already a couple of jobs out there.
Chargers.
There's some sexy. It seems like from the outside. Again, I hadn't studied the salary cap on all of these, but it seems like there's some pretty sexy. Organizations out there right now in terms of inheriting a quarterback and something you feel like you could win with.
I'm deeply in denial about all this. You guys have to understand. And I might be the worst person to talk to about it because I don't know if you can tell, but I don't want Bobby Slowick gone just yet. I don't want to go through. No, I honestly, even some of the growing pains, you're likely going to have a first-year offensive coordinator again next year, having those same growing pains. And man, I don't want CJ to be in a situation already by his second year, or maybe he knows a little bit more than his offensive coordinator about this offense. That's a tough spot to put a quarterback in. Then he's got to fight the Aaron Rodgers tendencies. We're like, okay, I gotta mind myself here and be sure I don't piss off the coach and all that. I don't know, man. Let's just not deal with it, Bobby. If you're loyal, this is what I'm going to start doing. Listen, Bobby Slowick, I'm talking to you. I thought I knew you. I thought you were somebody that knew something about loyalty. I thought that your word meant something in this world. I have no idea what he's made promises about or anything.
Sean, Seth,
I'm gonna gaslight the hell out of him.
Seth, before we get you out of here, the numbers say that they are good. Do you believe that the Texans' run defense is a good run defense?
I think so, except that the matchup versus the Colts, those are the two worst rushing performances that they had this season, is something that I think those linebackers really got put into a blender by the RPOs. And I think especially in this last game where Pittman went off early, they realized, the coaching staff as well as the linebackers realized, okay, first and foremost, we got to not let these receivers eat. So they erred on the side of getting those hook and curl regions and areas and the flats all covered up. And then, but there's so many shots there where you see those linebackers just staring at Jonathan Taylor, waiting to see whether there was going to be an exchange or not. And that got them out of position. Even on plays where they weren't RPOs, I think it just put a little hesitancy there. So I think when it comes to the style of offense and quarterback that they play, it's something to watch for in the future. I'd be nervous no matter who I was playing the Ravens, but it's not going to be a matchup issue versus the Browns. It won't be at all. The Browns don't run the ball well. The Texans have already stuffed them. It's some of the matchups on into the playoffs that I would worry about.
All right, Seth, good to hear from you. We'll talk to you next week, hopefully talking about a W against the Browns.
Yes, and Bobby Slowick will have committed to the Texans by then. He'll have pulled his name out of there. Because I know Bobby, and Bobby's a good person, not a bad one.
Bobby wouldn't do that to you. He might. All right, that's Seth Payne, our guy. You can catch him every morning on Payne and Pendergast.
You hear me, Bobby?
6 to 10 a.m. That's Seth Payne with you. Coming up, by the way, Seth and Sean, they had a great interview with Nick Caserio, and Nick got a little he got a little testy there. Wait till you hear what he had to say in addressing his potential future with the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The AFC South. insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Woo! Welcome into The Drive on this beautiful Tuesday. We appreciate you, however you're listening to us. If you're listening to us on Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you. On the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, Tyler's waving at you. We appreciate you. And yes, I've gone with a brand new vest. That's right. If you can see it, it's popping. $23, baby. $23.
I think it's a hell of a purchase, man. I think it looks good on you, bud.
I felt like that was a good enough brand to step in there. Probably could do better, but I feel like it was a good enough brand. It's not George's from Walmart, so it feels good.
No, it looks good.
Who wear George's, shout out to you.
Never even would have considered looking at the brand. It looks good on you, man. You're very coachable. You went with a dark color right there with that looks like a charcoal with maybe some black piping on it.
Yep. But I only went with the dark color because I didn't have the size.
Well. I mean, look. Here's the deal. No matter how you arrived there, you made the smart decision. See, you're gonna get a lot of use out of that. I mean, no matter what. Now
this is getting worn once a week.
Well, no question.
So at least,
no question.
At least
doesn't matter what color the undershirt is. Doesn't matter what color the pants are. I mean, just throw it on and rock it, man.
It's versatility. That's I think I could put on some slacks and a button-up shirt and get away with it with this as well. Tyler, you got to think about it.
Unbutton a little bit, let that collar on that collar, on that button-up shine a little bit.
Step in, Tyler.
Yeah.
I'm not a vest guy.
I know it. I know you're not a vest or a jeans person, but just try it.
I don't know. I don't think it's my style.
I'm not a vest guy.
He doesn't wear jeans, so that's
it goes right along with I'm not a jeans. Like, it's one thing to not have a bunch of pair of jeans, but like I'm not a jeans. Like, you're just totally against it.
I mean, I do think the vest looks good on you, gentlemen. I don't think that it would work well with what I got going on.
Well, I mean, if you're going to hang around outside, it's because it's cool outside, and you may need to keep the.
I'm real hot natured though, man.
Well, there you go. You can air the armpits out,
man.
Yeah. You can air the armpits out.
Air them out. Yeah, I feel really good about this purchase.
I mean, you don't need to go have JJ Watt painted on the back of it or anything. Just a regular solid black one.
He would.
I mean, nothing like
he'd go 7.
What about Phil Collins?
He'll go no.
Phil will do. Dolly Parton, maybe. Reba.
Yeah, now we're talking. Man. Shania.
All right.
Whatever you do, don't do Mike Vrabel.
Because he's going. We'll address him here in a bit.
Nice cowboy hat, jackass.
Nick Casario, he was on with Payne and Pendergast. If you missed it, go ahead and you can check that out. It is on the Odyssey app. You can find that 7 o'clock hour. He spoke with the guys for a little bit. But one thing that had been floating around is the rumor that he could go back to New England. He could leave and go back with the Patriots, as it looks like the Patriots potentially may make some changes all throughout and start over. There have been reports that he may go and do that. Well, Seth and Sean talked to him about that, and he addressed it, and this is his response to those rumors.
Yeah, I'm going to try to hold my tongue here a little bit, but I would just say this time of year there's a lot of things that are said, and anybody that makes a jackass statement that they either know me or trust me, you can rely on this information, honestly, is totally off base. So respectfully, I know there's a lot of reporters out there that think they have information, but this becomes silly season. It happens every year, whether it's during the January-February cycle when you have coaching changes, whether it's around the draft. Those that really know me know how I operate and what I'm about. And other than, 610 Sports Radio, I'm not really a big media person, but I keep it to myself and just try to show up, try to do my job, try to support the people that I'm with on a day-to-day basis, and just focus on the things that I control and not worry about some offhanded statements that are made out of left field that, quite frankly, have zero validity. I've loved every second of the opportunity to work with Demeco since he was hired, since he and I have been together, and to work with his coaching staff and to work with our players and to work with the people in our building. And I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, which is doing the best I can for the Houston Texans organization for as long as ownership provides the opportunity for me. So, whoever these reporters are that make these, ridiculous statements, maybe you want to talk to me about it first before you put some information out there that has actually zero basis.
I mean, I just think he could have added a hoe in there.
Yeah.
really laced it up. By the way, Nick, don't worry, man. You're not alone. I did that for a clean month. Called it 610 Sports as well. That's the it's the Kansas City. The Kansas City station. He would have really dropped that if he'd have said Sports Radio station.
Oh, it'd have been smooth with it.
Hard, boy. He let it go. All right. Listen, there are rumors out, and he went pretty hard at that. Yeah, right now it would seem that he is in a great spot, in a great situation, and this thing is starting to turn. Any way you see Nick going anywhere?
Yeah, look, I think two things can be true. I think Nick could have weathered the storm the last couple of years and be in a spot where Demeco and him are a perfect marriage. Along with C.J. Stroud, and feels like this is a ride that he wants to be on here in Texas. And he's finally got it right. Why would he bail now? I could see that look on it, but I could also see where a place where he spent 20 years of his career, a place with a rich history that he has and that Robert Kraft has in New England.
Now, they probably have a pretty close relationship.
Yes, and an opportunity to hire your guy, change that structure that's been Bill Belichick specific. Hey, man, what we're going to do, we're going to structurally, we're going to have a legit GM, and you're going to be that guy, and you're going to run the show. You're going to hire your coach. You're going to be able to draft your quarterback. Whatever that looks like. A place where he spent 20 years, where his wife spent 20 years. I don't know the age of his little girls, but where they were born and for the majority of their life were raised. I could see where that would be awfully appealing as well. There's neither one of those things would shock me whatsoever. I think they both could be true. And both could be really good decisions for Nick. He's just got to make one of them. So, yeah, I could see where I think Nick's going to be pursued.
Yep.
I think he's going to be pursued heavily, rightfully so at this point in time. And if it so happens to be, if one of those teams that pursue him so happen to have 20 years of experience with him and his family, and there's roots that are in that area.
It feels like there's enough respect that he'd talk to Robert. Like if Robert wanted to meet with him.
Yeah.
You know
well,
I mean?
I
don't know
think
what happens, and he may be very, very happy here. But I
could see but that's what I'm saying. Two things could be true, right? Like I don't think he's just going to rank because he's going to get exec of the year. He's going to all of a sudden go over here and interview for the Titans job, or be like want out and want to go be a part of something else and move his family somewhere they're unfamiliar with again and take a huge risk. I mean that to me that would be silly to leave Demeco and what you got going on here. But man, if it hits him in the face that there's an opportunity in New England, and that is a place where he has always wanted to be ultimately, I don't think it's crazy to think that he would take that, especially with the Belichick out and the whole structure being completely different where he would be running the show. That wouldn't shock me one bit.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Nick, he really stepped out on these reporters, though, making up things. He's saying there's no validity to that. At least that report. Also, real quick, the Texans will wait until the official injury report comes out. As we know, they play Saturday, so everything is up a day. So this is a Wednesday-type practice. Not practicing today, but they did just have a walkthrough, Clint. No Noah Brown, no Laramie Tunzel, no Jonathan Grenard, no Shaq Mason, no Robert Woods, no Jerry Hughes, no Will Anderson Jr., Malik Collins, nor Sheldon Rankin. So the three guys who did not practice or play in last week's game, they still have not practiced or played. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a big deal, but we'll see how they are designated today when that comes out. But those are guys.
I didn't hear you say Robert Woods on that list.
No, he's on there.
So Robert he's
Woods.
On the no-show?
Yeah, he didn't practice.
Okay, he didn't practice.
Yeah, Noah Laramie, Jonathan Grenard, Shaq Mason, Robert Woods, Jerry Hughes.
The guys that are my concern, Noah Brown, Robert Woods, and really it's the combination of the two. We need one of those guys back at the very least, and then Jonathan Grenard. I mean, I think those are your, hey, we're going to change the plan a bit, guys. I think all the other ones you mentioned, Laramie Tunzel, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankin, I think all those guys are back. I mean, I think they're just, this is a vet day. This is a day where they need to be off their feet kind of deal, possibly.
I wonder how good Will is.
Yeah.
There were points in the game.
One thing
he wasn't
we know,
moving great.
One thing we know though, it feel pretty good. He's whatever he can give you, he gonna give you.
He's gonna try. Yeah, they'll let him. Yeah, he'll try to go out. So that is the latest injury wise. When we get the full report, the official report, we'll let you know.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint. Michigan won a national championship last night. Jim Harbaugh. He won there after 9 years, finally getting over the hump. Michigan wins last night. They win 34-13. The game was much closer than that. It was 20-13 in the fourth quarter, and then Michigan finally dominated again. They dominated in the first quarter, and they dominated in the fourth quarter. Listen, Clint, I thought they would be able to run the ball well. I didn't think they'd run the ball for 300 yards and run it for more yards than Washington had total yards of offense. But impressive last night. I know for myself, Clint, I had wondered how good Michigan was with their schedule. Ohio State was wondering. Yep. We'll see. With Alabama, it looked better. They were a dominant team this year.
Absolutely. They were a dominant team all year long, and they were dominant in the biggest game of the year, which is the college football playoff championship. And look, as we break this game down, I think Michigan – I thought Washington adjusted really well, stopped Michigan's run, slowed down Michigan's run, and gave themselves every opportunity to tie the ball game and even opportunities to take the lead had you capitalized.
They exchanged punt multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at whether it was penalties, drops, or Michael Pennix just flat-ass missing folks,
73.
They missed huge opportunities to change the way this game, the outcome of this football game, in a huge fashion, and really in a fashion. Typically this year, Washington had anybody that had given them an opportunity to score and pull even, or score and pull away and win a game, they had capitalized. This is the first game where, boy, they didn't really capitalize on the other team struggling and the other team giving them opportunities. And look, you can tip your cap to Michigan, no doubt about it, but as you break this thing down, there's no question Washington, and really Michael Pennix, he left a lot on the field, man.
What's the for you coming out of that? What do you think is the kind of the reaction, or what can happen following this game? Michigan wins. Now Jim Harbaugh's probably got a decision. Michael Penix Jr., we'll see where he goes in the draft. What do you think happened out of this game after?
Well, I tell you, my Michael Penix is the number one quarterback coming out. Took a huge hit. It's a fluid situation.
So that game changed some thoughts for you?
Oh well, yeah. I don't know how it doesn't. I don't know how it doesn't change some thoughts. Now I've got to go back to the drawing board and figure out where I'm going to couch him. I'll tell you this. I don't have I've seen some lists with J.J. McCarthy ahead of him. I've seen several lists with Drake May ahead of him. I can't get there. To me, Caleb. This is a Caleb Williams. Michael Penix Jr. draft. To me, any way you slice it. I mean, I think they're two different guys, obviously, play the game differently. But when you talk about what they bring to the table, whether you're talking about experience or skill set, I think those two guys are significantly ahead of the others. Now, Penix injuries obviously will come into play. I think Caleb Williams is his not off the field, but his kind of approach to the game, I think, is going to get questioned and picked apart as we move forward here. So I don't know how that's going to unfold, but I would say the biggest response I have to that, Ron, is I was convinced after watching that Texas game that Michael Penix Jr. is the best quarterback in college football. And after watching him struggle and miss the way he missed last night, you just can't afford to do that. You can't afford to do it. So one game isn't going to change everything for him because he was great throughout the entire season, but that was a rough look on the biggest stage, man.
No, it was. I'm with you. I think people were looking for reasons to kind of drop him a bit,
sure.
and I think they'll have reason after that game. He'll have some time to make things up with that. He'll be able to do some things. He will be impressive with that size and his ability to put the ball everywhere, but he probably did take a hit. I think Jim's gone.
I do too.
I think Jim. I mean, what else does he have to do in college football? I said it yesterday. I don't think Jim is some guy who wants to. Like, I think Nick loves college football and wants and strives to keep winning championships. Sure. I think Dabo Swinney is in the same vein. I think Jim wants to go to the NFL, and he will be a hot commodity to do so.
Yeah, Jim doesn't seem – he seems like a guy that grows a bit restless. And I think, to me, the state of college football is going to drive some really good coaches out of the game, and Harbaugh has options. You know, a lot of coaches just got to say, man, I'm going to hang this thing up. I've had enough. I'm not going to go into college football free agency. And I think Jim Harbaugh has the ability to look at it and go, man, it's the wild, wild west. I have no idea. Like, to me, the scariest part for a guy like Jim Harbaugh is immediately when the national championship's over, his guys have 5 days to jump into the transfer portal. Like, now he's got to go, instead of being able to go and celebrate that they just won it all, he's got to go worry about the 50% of his roster that didn't get as many snaps as they thought that they should have gotten, and are they going to jump into the transfer portal all of a sudden?
Yeah.
And people are out there coaxing them into the transfer portal, whether it's agents, parents, or other organizations. The money's crazy. And so, to me, a guy like Jim Harbaugh has got options. That would be the part that I'd be like, you know what, man, I got more security of my players in the league. At least I get them under contract. Other people can't talk to them.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the head coach thing in college is becoming.
Oh, man, what a mess.
You just got so much to deal with. You got to recruit your kids. You got to recruit those kids. You got to recruit transfers. You got to recruit all that.
And the reality is you can't pay them
legally.
All. I mean, the truth is you can't pay them all. I guess you could, but you can't. You ultimately, there are going to be guys that are disappointed, upset, and going to entertain the transfer portal. Even if they want to be at your place, they're going to do it to see if they can get more money out of you.
Yeah.
They're going to be encouraged to do it, Ron.
Interesting. Somebody texted, who does Michigan go to next?
Say it again.
Who does Michigan go to next if Jim leaves? Probably that OC that took over for him. Think they ready to Ryan Day this thing? That's what Ohio State did. Urban left, bam, Ryan Day, you can come on down. I wonder if they'll do it for.
They should call up Jimbo.
Trying to win a championship, man.
Hey, well said.
That was me. No offense.
No, I liked
Jimbo,
it.
Man, I'm sorry. Jimbo's won one, actually.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Jimbo gets a gig at a place like that where he's making $6-7 million a year on top of what A&M, because it doesn't offset, by the way. But I'm just saying, I mean, what if it?
Can we just? Jimbo won a national championship with that airhead.
You think he ever called an audible in the victory formation with Jimbo?
Wow. God, I'm sorry, Jimbo. We've sold you a little short. How did you pull that off?
Hey, I kept him on the field.
Trying to pull that off. All right.
Crab legs almost got him.
Coming up, we talked about a little bit. I want to talk something about with Will Anderson, as well as moves have been made in the AFC South. And I don't know if it's because of what the Texans have done, but teams are going back to the drawing board. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey.
gotta go anyway. Tell Grace she nailed her chassé.
Get the help you need from Progressive with our mobile app, online chat, or over the phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but the best looking guys in the game. And now we can prove it.
I'm 260 on my shirt.
Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we do, today's days are up a day for the Texans. Since they play on Saturday, everything is moved up a day. So we expect to hear from C.J. Stroud. When we do, we will let you hear from the quarterback as we generally do on Wednesdays. But since they play on Saturday, that will be moved up to Tuesday today. So whenever that happens, we'll have that for you. We'll let you hear what C.J. Stroud has to say ahead of this game, this playoff game against the Browns here at NRG. A couple of things around the actual division here. One, are you surprised at this? You fellas surprised at this? The Titans fired Mike Vrabel.
I was.
You surprised? He had 4 straight winning seasons, got him to an AFC championship game. They were the number 1 seed another one of those years. Now, the last 2 years, they've been kind of in transition with the quarterback situation. And he's been able to make this work with Ryan Tannehill, made him look much better than he did in Miami. You surprised by this?
I'm not. I'm not surprised. I mean, when I watched the Titans, look, I think this all started when they traded A.J. Brown, kind of the downhill slide, if you will. Then you bring a general manager in that didn't hire Mike Vrabel, and sure, everything from the outside looks on the up and up, but the reality of it is it's highly likely that those two don't necessarily see eye to eye. I mean, they could, but you get 2 strong personalities like that together, typical general manager and coach that are forced on each other. It's not always, the best fit.
And you could tell he had probably had a good amount of power.
Yeah,
that GM Vrabel did.
Yeah, and look, the truth of the matter is when I watch the Titans, they appear to be lost. And I don't even mean like from an effort standpoint. I just watch them like offensively. I just wonder who you are. What are you trying to get accomplished? Are you a downhill run team with one of the best, most physical backs the game of football has ever seen? Or are you just appeasing him by getting him some carries and then really more featuring Tyjae Spears, a guy that was drafted, I think out of Michigan, wasn't he? Was Spears?
Tulane?
No, that's right. He was out of, yeah, you're right. The other kid out of Michigan they drafted, I don't even know if he's there anymore. But anyway, the point being, like, you just watch them, they looked like a team that was backsliding big time, significantly. Lacked an identity offensively, lacked physicality on defense.
They used to be a team, one of the best in the league in terms of knowing what it is, who they are.
Yes, yeah. And so I'm not surprised. And then along with, I've thought from jump that if Vrabel gets an opportunity to go to New England, if Belichick is out, he's going to jump all over that. And so I thought that could very easily be a factor in the Vrabel situation in Nashville as well. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm not surprised that he was, just based off of watching what Tennessee was.
I am and I'm not. I kind of on the fence with both of you because I wonder what their expectation is, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they bring in a rookie quarterback, but then first off, that was weird. In back-to-back drafts, they use premium picks, and I think the top 3 rounds are premium picks. They use premium picks on quarterbacks in back-to-back rounds. Back-to-back drafts. They go with what's my man from Liberty?
Malik
Willis in the 3rd round 2 years ago. And then right after him, they go and draft with the 2nd round pick They draft Will Levis, and it's just like back-to-back drafts. They draft quarterbacks. So what the hell are you doing with these premium picks? And then it seems like their expectations are higher because then they say, all right, we're going to get DeAndre Hopkins. Okay, so what are the expectations? So it seems like maybe they feel like they have higher expectations and they're not meeting them. And then two, for me, it's just you do as well as he had overall in his 6 years. 4 out of the 6 years, he's got winning seasons. He's got a number 1 seed. They're at the AFC Championship game with a double-digit lead in that game with the potential to go to a Super Bowl. It's just interesting that they didn't give him more time because it does look like they're moving to the next phase, and maybe they should have started moving to that next phase last year. But you could see, as you were saying, it felt like there was a transition from this being a Derrick Henry downhill team to a Will Levis, let's just gun it downfield type of a thing. I'm surprised they didn't give Vrabel the opportunity to move into the next transition of what the Titans are going to be. That's the other part. With the success he had and the power it seemed like he had, I'm surprised they didn't move him in and let him have that
I could have seen him giving him another opportunity. Sure, I definitely could have saw that, but I'm not surprised that they didn't. Tim Kelly's your offensive play caller.
They made some unusual moves there.
Yeah. It's
draft wise and everything.
Yeah, I didn't get a lot of it, so I'm not surprised at the product that was the Titans. It looked the way it looked, and it looks like that. They didn't want to sit around and let this thing hit rock bottom, man. They want to go. I'm clearly Tannehill's going to be done.
Yep.
Clearly, big boy. Well, my mind just went blank.
Oh, Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry's going to move on. Yeah, he gave his farewell speech in the post game. So it's going to be a changing of the guard any way you slice it.
And then the Jags just said to hell with it. They just fired their entire defensive staff.
Yep.
Just said to hell with it.
Bring on the Jaguars.
Doug just said, we're gonna rock this whole every last safeties coach. Everybody.
The crazy thing is when the head coach starts firing, one side or the other. I don't care if he's offensive minded or defensive minded. When he starts firing offensive coordinator down or defensive coordinator down, that's usually the last straw before it's his ass on the line.
That's crazy, man. He just got hired last year.
Yeah.
They got to the playoff, won a playoff game last year. This year now they have a big collapse in. And it does feel like this is a move that if they have a losing season next year, they don't make the playoffs next year, that Doug Peterson might be up out there.
Yeah.
Potentially. So the AFC South making moves as it is wild. And I saw Brandon Scott kind of say something like this to the point of how quickly the Texans went from laughing stock to being the most healthy, arguably the most healthy organization in the AFC South.
The arrows pointed up.
Them are the Colts up at the top in terms of where they are. Good heavens. All right, coming up, what did Saturday's game tell you about Will Anderson? And I'm talking about from him, however you view it, to how he played and what that's going to mean moving forward. What did Saturday's game tell you about Will Anderson? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all we can do is control the controllables, value the things that we can control, and that includes addressing that hair loss problem that you're dealing with, that you look in the mirror and deal with every single morning.
Two for $3 Piggy Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, Tyler. I think me and Clint, we should do this and agree upon this together. I say by next week. I really like it by really this week, but by next week, we both agree we go buy new headphones.
Why do you think that?
Y'all need them, man.
Now listen, I'm fine with mine. I'm fine with mine. I feel like I could improve.
Can't go with the earbuds, man.
I like the earbuds.
Really?
I kind of do.
Like it.
But I do feel like I could have better product in terms of hearing
quality.
That's the word I'm looking for. And then yours have just, listen, yours have been in.
Clint's needed new headphones for a year.
It's been more like 2 years. But these are,
they've been in decay.
These are the station's property.
These are worse than mine.
I picked these up in studio about 2.5, 3 years ago when the other ones that I did purchase broke. And I said, well, hell, let me use these. And I liked them so much, I just put them on a bag.
Yeah, I know, but they're falling apart.
But I think I can just glue my earphone back on and be good.
So
to go.
we're getting into territory of like that tooth I had.
You had a snaggle tooth?
Well, no, I had one that just needed to get pulled that I just left in there.
He had something rotten in his mouth. It has nothing to do with
I think it's rotting right here on your ears. You're up there talking about you got to glue them together.
I think
for a pair you haven't bought.
I'm thinking about going earbuds because I think about I'm thinking about stepping my lid game up, man.
I think what if we bought each other a pair?
That's
cute. Hell no. Why would I want? I don't want you. No.
I'll buy your pair, you buy mine.
You'll be looking for the cheapest thing you can find.
Rod's got to come in here with some Hello Kitty headphones for you.
He'd go find the cheapest stuff he can find, even though in a roundabout way it impacts your career.
I would not get cheap. I would find a deal.
Yeah, guys, these are tools for our profession.
I bet we come in here and I found a great deal.
See, I would just Google what we do, what's the best headset. And in fact, I got a decent idea, and I would go buy them. I wouldn't be looking for a deal.
But then I would look for, all right, let's rank them here.
I really wanted to get you these right here, Clint. Man, I heard these are great, man. But I went in there, and these right here were half off,
much better
man.
Deal.
They told me, the guy at the counter told me that these are a much better deal. And
all right, I won't buy yours. I'll buy my own, and I'll find a really good deal.
Appreciate that.
But I think it's time. You want to glue these on, and you didn't even purchase this. This is very, dare I say, Ron of you.
I know how many parlays you've hit lately. You can afford some headphones.
These are really. I'll just be honest with you. These are really, they're really comfy, man.
Broken in.
And watch.
Good and broken in, man.
Watch. Let him get a new pair, and he'll be like, fellas. I don't know what I've been doing.
That's what I did with my iPhone. That's what I did. I refused the iPhone forever, man, and then I got it. I was like, what in the hell did I wait so long?
I've been sitting here doing. That's what you're going to do with them headphones.
That's what Ron will do once he gets a new car.
That's all right.
No question, man. Ron has never listened to radio on HD. He's never listened to HD radio.
Don't need to, because I can listen to it on Sports Radio 610.
Well, you can listen to Sports Radio 610 on HD.
Fine, but I feel really good about what the
product I'm getting. You can listen to your voice.
I feel good about
HD
the product.
voice, man.
I love
High
it.
def.
Even if I had it, I wouldn't do it.
Yes, you would.
I wouldn't. My car is fine. It's completely different. All right?
It's not going to break down any day.
Well, it's a bigger purchase,
It's not
man.
break down. It's not. It's good. You keep oil. You get that bad boy an oil change. Take care of her. In fact, I need to get one. Keep getting that bad boy an oil change. Take care of her. We're good, baby.
Little TLC, that's all.
I got 200 more miles easy. 250.
Do you think your do you think your life is better because that car's paid for it now?
Yes. Do you think your life's better because you are going to go to gluing the headphones to your to your ears.
Yeah, my life would be significantly better because they wouldn't fall off.
Yeah, why don't you just go buy them? You didn't even buy these.
I didn't mean that negatively.
Very
I did not mean that negatively. I just asked a question like, how is your life? How is your life improved because you don't have a car note?
Because I got that $500 that it gets dispersed in other places. All right,
about the kids, ain't it?
Kids, they're enjoying
That's right.
it. They wouldn't even know it.
Man, that's big time of you.
We got no car payment in this house, baby.
Oh, you got both cars.
Both of them off, baby.
Oh wow,
love that money. Woo!
When's Courtney gonna go get one?
Nah, man, we chilling right now. Got some other things we maybe want to look at.
You gonna get a Winnebago?
No, hell no. That's a car payment. Staying away from those. Gotta get it. Got to do some other things, man. I think we need to upgrade our rings. Thinking about doing that.
Your wedding ring?
Yeah. It's been the same since the one I grabbed that knee on 12 years ago. Same one. I think.
Are you gonna add to it?
I think probably just brand new one. Because that one was purchased. Imagine this is 39-year-old Ron that you're thinking of. Frugal. Imagine. 26.
That was not the word I was thinking of.
26-year-old Ron trying to piece it together. I went into that K Jewelers and I told that lady, I said, listen, there's no reason for you to upcharge. This is what I got. And this is what I have saved up. And this is where we're going. There's no, let's come in here. We don't need
all the cards on the table.
Right here. There's no negotiate. Right here. This is where we are. And she's rocking it. It's good. I think it's about time.
I mean, are you going to search for a good deal, or are you going to splurge a bit on this one? Where's your mind?
I'll let her go with it. I'll let her kind of take the lead for the most part.
Oh, that's ballsy.
Yeah, but I trust her. She's not gonna go crazy.
I mean, this is, if there ever was a time for Courtney or any woman that's not going to go crazy to push the limit a little bit, it'd be for that old upgrade of the diamond.
Like we talked about Beyonce. After it all shook out, she did go crazy. She found a solid deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm
Courtney. I think you should break the bank, Courtney. I think you should double the size of the diamond, sister. Just let it rip.
Well, hold on. Well, hey,
what happened?
We gonna do that.
It started out small.
Hey,
she's already made that clear. Huh?
That ain't breaking the bank. we gonna do that. We gonna do that. All right. Hey, man, what did you learn from Will Anderson Saturday night, and in terms of the game and in terms of moving forward? Because listen, the week before against the Titans, we saw him. He had 12 snaps, and man, he got the most of his 12 snaps, 6 pressures, and he got 2 sacks in that game.
Yeah.
This game, he looked different. He looked like he was struggling in terms of pain. He looked like there was a bit of a limp, more of it. And it has me looking at him a little bit different going into this game. He seemed a lot more injured against the Colts than he did against the Titans.
Yeah, he seemed like he was a lot more injured is I think the first thing that I learned. And I don't know that beyond that there was really a whole lot to learn. I tell you what did happen was I'm an old school minded guy when it comes to playing the game. When it comes to practicing and playing through pain, if you will. And so the level of respect that I have for Will Anderson went through the roof. I mean, look, there was no disrespect going into the game, but when you see a guy that's clearly injured, that you look up, one, the game is for all the marbles. 2, your position group is missing the most dynamic pass rusher in the group. There's going to be a depth issue if you don't play. And you go out there and you lay it on the line and play hurt and limp all over the field and continue to go back out there. Like, my respect for Will Anderson, personally, seeing it with my own eyes, went through the roof. I believed DeMeco Ryans and everybody as they talked about kind of how he approaches the game and the respect that he gets in the locker room because of how he approaches the game and how professional he is. I get it, but we as fans saw it all kind of unfold, I think, in that ball game. And just the respect went through the roof.
Yeah, the respect is because I said, man, I said it yesterday. Dude was clearly hurt. But, Clint, we'll see what happens this week. We'll see how he is. But right now, after watching him play and perform in that game and just the place he was in, I don't know, Clint. You know athletes better and know injuries. Like, Clint, he looked like he was 75%. And now I think my expectation level is probably not the same going into the game against Cleveland than it was going into the game against the Colts. And even in just pass rush downs, where it seems like that's where you probably want to use them, I'm not going to have a major expectation that he has a huge impact in the game. I think it's just going to be – I'm talking about in the game production-wise. I think there's an impact on, hey, man, one of our brothers is out here. Yeah. He is kind of giving guys plays off and allowing you not to have to just play Barnett and, hell, we'll see if Jerry Hughes plays or anybody else in that rotation all the time. But, like, I don't know if it's fair to have the expectation based off what we saw, and maybe he gets a lot better, but based off what we saw, it's fair to have the expectation of him to be, the Will Anderson from, hell, even against the Titans, the Will Anderson against, the Broncos, the guy that can really take over potentially and impact the game, the guy that was in the running for Rookie of the Year defensively. I don't know that it's fair to have the expectation that he's going to be that.
No, I don't have that expectation. I have the expectation now that he will play if at all possible.
Yes.
Because again, to your point, Jerry Hughes is out, and we don't know what the deal is with Jonathan Grenard, and so I mean we're at a spot with that position where, man, we're just running out of dudes.
Yeah.
Like now you're talking about depth issues and getting through 4 quarters of an NFL football game, playoff game. For that matter. So I just firmly believe that whatever Will Anderson can give us, he's going to give us.
Yeah. So we'll see where he is in this. They'll need at least him be out there to be in part of this rotation, so these guys don't have to wear themselves out. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
DeMeco Ryans, he spoke a couple times over the last couple of days, but he spoke about this defense. I think the biggest concern for all of us fans out there is what in the hell happened to the run defense against the Indianapolis Colts, and how's that going to fare in the playoffs? Well, DeMeco Ryans got explanations, if you will, and we'll hear from the head coach. We'll do that next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, man. Red tags are back at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. I talked to my man Sammy Modica this morning, and the savings are absolutely huge. Right now, you can get a 2023 Silverado. You can save up to $15,000.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Fellas, I just saw something on Instagram.
Uh-oh.
NFL on Fox. Something I'm thankful for here, by the way. NFL on Fox. The graphic playoff droughts. Guess who ain't on that joker? Them Texans, baby. Texans ain't on that joker. They used to be on that, about that middle row right there. 3-4 seasons. Was it 3 seasons? Right now,
2019, yeah.
Ooh, right now, man, you got about the Patriots are on a playoff drought, 2-year playoff drought, and Colts 3-year playoff drought. How about them Carolina Panthers and Atlanta Falcons 6-year playoff drought? Denver Broncos been 8 seasons. Has it really been 8 seasons?
Yeah, and they were always there.
How about this one, boys? I had no idea it was this long. I would have lost a lot of money. The New York Jets. How long do you think it's been since the Jets been in the playoffs?
10, 12 years.
T?
I was double digits, 13.
13. 13 years since the New York Jets have been to the playoffs. Finished. I mean, what we get? What we get? 14 teams get in?
It's been playoffs. It's been that long, huh? Yeah.
Goodness gracious, man. Anyway, I'm just thankful.
We're so excited about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God! How about that? How about that? Think about that.
Sucks.
Think about that as you watch his Achilles snap at the 4th play of the season or whatever that was, man. Dang. Good gosh! All right, let's talk about a winner. Let's talk about a team that ain't on this damn list. Them Houston Texans. All right, Ron. Here's the deal with the Houston Texans. As there's several layers to this, right? In terms of like going. Back to look at the last time they played the Browns. I think the game is, from a schedule perspective, it's near enough in the past that we should be able to look back at it and go, hey, man, there's a lot to carry over. Not like the Indianapolis Colts game we just watched where there was 15 weeks in between. No, there's 3 weeks in between. There should be a lot of carryover. And I don't know that is the case considering C.J. Stroud didn't play. This is the game that I think you mentioned where Jonathan Grenard went out early.
Jonathan Grenard got hurt.
You know, there's a couple of key
Will Anderson didn't play at all.
But, Ron, as we look at the Texans going into the playoffs and the game that they had to win to get in the playoffs, and the most concerning part about how the Texans finished the season, they won. They're in the playoffs. We were excited as hell about that. But the truth of the matter is they gave up 220-plus yards rushing.
Yeah.
To a team that hadn't had the ability to go 220 rushing this season.
It was a dominant at one point of the game.
I mean, at one point in the game, Jonathan Taylor averaged, I think, 12 or 13 yards a damn carry. Now, he ended up going for, I think, $188 and really put the hurting on the Texans in a way that it just hadn't happened often this year. Then you go back to the Colts game again, which was 15 or 16 weeks ago. They ran the ball not to the tune of 200-plus yards, but they ran the ball effectively against the Texans' defense. And I keep hearing this. Well, we ain't gonna have to worry about that this week because the Cleveland Browns don't run the football,
and they haven't. They haven't run it well.
They haven't.
And they
run
didn't
it
in
well.
the first game either.
And Ron, the only reason I revisit the Indy stuff is because the Colts hadn't necessarily ran it well either. They ran it well against us earlier in the season, but Jonathan Taylor hadn't been Jonathan Taylor all year long. Yeah. I mean, in fact, a lot of the conversations that I had about the Indianapolis Colts-Texans game was, well, you know, they ain't necessarily as physical and up front on the offensive side of the football as they once were. They're not as dominant. They're not as nasty up front as they once were. They damn sure were on Sunday. And I only say all that to say, in my opinion, the biggest concern for the Texans is that run defense. I believe a lot of what we saw from Amari
Cooper.
Not
the pass.
Look, I mean, no. Flacco scares me now. But I believe that the game will be different in terms of I don't believe he'll just be able to throw whatever the hell he wants to Amari Cooper and go for 250 or whatever it was and just have all the explosives that they had. I don't think the game's going to be that easy in the pass game. I'm still concerned about Flacco's ability to stretch the field from the pocket. He's seen all the different pressures and everything you could possibly throw at a quarterback. And so I think it's going to be a tough win, a tough game for the Texans to win because of Joe Flacco. But I think if we go in this thing sleeping like, oh, they ain't ran the football well, we could have a rude awakening. Right, and so I think DeMeco Ryans.
God, that would be disappointed if that group.
I'm telling you,
ran the ball.
That offensive line for the Cleveland Browns. I know they haven't ran it well. Hey, they ain't even made the run a priority since Nick Chubb got hurt. If we're being completely honest, hell, but it's still a lot of the same dudes up there. They got a lot of the same dudes. They got the mentality. I still believe this team has the ability to be physical, be nasty, and cause problems in the run game. And so I just hope like hell DeMeco Ryans can get that run game fixed so that that's not something that we have to worry about getting us booted up out of the playoffs. Here's DeMeco Ryans when he was asked the question, are you worried about your run defense after what happened in Indy?
Our tackling was not good versus the Colts, and it showed up. Right, not concerned about what happened there in the running game. I just know we can play better overall when it comes to how we play our technique up front, starting with the defensive line, also with our linebackers and second-level defenders, like being in better position to tackle. And swarming, we had one too many times where it was just one guy, and Taylor, also awesome player, and we knew it going in, made one guy miss, and he was able to create explosives on us time after time. So we just have to be better of swarming the football, but it starts with tackling. Right, it wasn't good enough, and we have to improve it this week.
Indy was able to get major push up front. The one thing that stood out to me that we haven't seen for the majority of the season out of this Texans defense was they got displaced. Like Jonathan Taylor, yeah, he made Blake Cashman miss and took it to the house. Absolutely he did. But if you watch that play, I mean, he could have went either direction and made Blake Cashman miss right there. You give Jonathan Taylor that kind of space in the hole with any linebacker in the NFL, 9 times out of 10 he's going to make a miss. So, yeah, Blake Cashman's got to tackle better. Yeah, the Texans have to tackle better. But the swarm part and not getting pushed around part is what has to get fixed sooner rather than later. I guarantee you give Kareem Hunt that kind of space that Jonathan Taylor had, he's going to have a day. He ain't Jonathan Taylor, but he's going to have a day.
And the thing is, unlike the Colts, they don't need to rush for 188. If they rush for, if they rush for 120, like that's a real problem. Yes. Because now if you have to kind of start to bring resources to try to stop their run game because you can't just handle it, now you've got play action with Njoku and play action with obviously Cooper. What Amari Cooper did to you. So that, like, they don't even need – like, the Colts needed to run the football because that was going to be a major part of their offense. This would just be an addition that will cause even more issues. And you thought, like, boy, Jalen Petrie had issues with being out of position before, and now let him think he has to run up on the run. So that's the other part is they don't have to be as successful. Like, the Browns – the Texans need to shut the Browns' run game down like they did before.
Yeah.
Because that would, if they have to honor that, like overly honor that, that's such a problem for what it is good that they do.
They've got to shut the run down, and they got to get to Joe Flacco without giving him zero coverage and a man-to-man across the board and exposing your corners and your cover defenders. Because we saw last time that just ain't the route to go. Either that or them cover defenders, Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, Des King, and all the other guys that could end up in coverage situations. They got to go out there and make game-changing type of plays. That was DeMeco Ryans in his presser. This is DeMeco Ryans from his coach's show last night answering the question, how do you fix the run defense?
It's going to start up front, as I always say, and I say it every week, is how we set the edges from our defensive ends. Didn't think we set the edge good enough. We were kind of running upfield to the quarterback, so there was a lot of space in our run in the interior of our defensive line there, and then our linebackers, safeties, we have to swarm the football and tackle it. And if you have a one-on-one opportunity, right, we got to put our body on guys and wrap them up, right, and everybody else has to show up to the party. So it's too many times, right, we're one-on-one in the hole. roll and we completely whiff. All right, we got our eyes down. We're just playing with poor technique. So we just got to get back to this week, just the fundamentals of tackling, right? And it's always, you continue to harp on that, like moving forward in the playoffs. What does it take? It's going to be the team who plays sound, the team who is on their fundamentals, on their techniques. That's what's going to win in the playoffs.
I'm telling you, man, space was a problem. Guys were getting pushed around. I mean, the reality of it is, guys missed tackles, but them big boys up front were getting pushed around for a good chunk of that football game, and that has to change. Because I just, again, and I don't think DeMeco Ryans and the Texans are in any way, shape, or form overlooking the Browns and the possibility that they could try to run the football. I would never put it past Kevin Stefanski and this offensive line, and really the identity of this team, not necessarily the last, the Joe Flacco version of this team, but this team, I would never put it past them to have a run-heavy plan, at least out of the gate.
Especially as a contrast to what happened the last time they played.
Come on, man. Yeah. I mean, you're right, because even Flacco and Stefanski are like, the odds of us doing that again are slim to none.
And they're going to play it. They're looking for it.
Yeah.
And, can we establish the run?
Yeah. So we'll see. But to me, I'm telling you, that's my biggest concern with the Texans. It ain't the cornerbacks. It's not Joe Flacco. It is legitimately the run defense. If you get pushed around like that by a team that can also do what Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper did on the outside, man, it could be a really, really long day. So get that run defense shored up, and we'll see what happens after that versus the Browns. Set, red 22. Ron, I always like to hear, when the greats talk about the guys that we talk about every day. I like to hear what great coaches, great general managers, great players, former players, what they think about what's going on in Houston. And one of the greatest, once again, Peyton Manning. He was asked about C.J. Stroud, and he was asked about C.J. Stroud making his rookie year look so easy. As you know, Peyton Manning's rookie year didn't go so well. Tyler, what'd you say? He had 28 interceptions his rookie year.
Mm-hmm. Record.
Set a record?
I think at the time
he still holds the record.
Does he still hold it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Rookie interceptions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think say Jameis got 30 of them in that one season. But Peyton Manning was asked about C.J. Stroud, and specifically about C.J. Stroud making it look so easy, which to me is, it's not the stats, it's not the wins. To me, if you watch C.J. Stroud, he is doing unbelievably difficult things and making it look effortless 99.9% of the time. Here's Peyton Manning on C.J. Stroud.
I mean, C.J. Stroud, the way he's played this year, the respect I have for his season, I can't describe it enough because of what my rookie season was like. I always say, well, it's tough being a rookie in the NFL. C.J. Stroud's like, it doesn't look that tough. It was extremely tough for me. So, look, the game is faster. You play at Ohio State, you play at Alabama. The NFL, it's just faster. I think I made my game too fast because I said, well, the NFL is so much faster, then my drops have to be even faster, and I have to go through my reads even faster. And that's not necessarily what you have to do. You just have to respect the speed of the defense and understand, hey, I just can't make that throw. I made that throw a ton in college. I can't make that throw, right? And that's how you prevent those turnovers. And I think CJ has figured that out so much quicker than I did. It took me a whole season. I kind of figured it out my second year, right? Yeah. But I had to go through that rookie year.
The way in which CJ is processing defenses and taking the ball to the right place, the percentage of time that he's doing that is it's good to hear Peyton talk about it and to know that it's blowing the minds of everybody, not just us that cover C.J. Stroud, Ron, but
you can hear it in his voice, just. And I think I get that a lot from you when you're watching C.J. and saying, God, how's he picking this up this quick?
There's just, even. It's crazy to watch the game, Ron, and because it's not just the throw he made, like the speed cut throw that he made to Nico Collins to his left side, or the dig route that he threw that got the Texans down inside the 10-yard line. It's not that he eventually got there and made a difficult throw while he was getting hit. It's that he knew where he would. The reason it looked so easy is that he knows where he's going before he ever snaps the ball. It's not like he's dropping back and going, oh, let me read this guy and see what this guy's going to do. Now, don't get me wrong, he's reading and processing, but it appears like the conviction in which he throws the football down the field is tremendous, man. It's crazy, and that obviously is due to a crazy level of confidence and a crazy ability to really process is a vague term, really, if we're being honest, but to almost manipulate the defense and know where they're going to be or where they're not going to be before it ever happens. The game, like, it took me, like, literally the year I got cut in Dallas.
Figure it out.
Well, the game slowed down for me. Like literally, it like in the blink of an eye, I started getting reps with Jason Witten and Joey Galloway and Rocket Ishmael, and not reps like early in my, like when I started the games my rookie year in Dallas. I'm talking about, like, at this point I'd been there for 3 years, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, damn, this is easy. Damn, I mean that linebacker, it literally looks like he's moving in slow motion compared to what was going on the first 3 years. When the games I started in Dallas, like, I look back on it, it's like everything appeared like in fast forward. If you're watching TV, like, it was wild once it slowed down. It's like CJ started his career in the NFL with things in slow motion.
Yeah,
it's wild. Blue 80, easy, white 90. Oh man, Ron, what? How you feel about this defense?
They're just pretty good. They're just they can be just so inconsistent. In some spots, you just don't know what you're going to get. I do feel confident that they will play better in the secondary than they did their last game. I don't think the Browns are going to do a number on them like they did.
You worried about Flacco? You buying Flacco yet?
I mean, I buy him as somebody that gives the Browns a chance to win. I don't buy him as, like, I don't think they have the quarterback advantage in this game or anything. So I mean, Joe is good and has been sensational coming in, but he does not scare me, no.
Well, how's it feel for you to be watching them Chiefs in the first round?
It's unusual, used to the old bye, but
all right. Used to having a week to gather your thoughts, aren't you?
Get a week to kind of pull out. That's all right. They got a makeshift bye last week. Didn't do much against the Chargers, but yeah, it's a little strange.
I like that one right there.
Just had to do a little different this time. That's all right. All right, coming up, speaking of our guy C.J. Stroud, we'll hear from him as he speaks to the media. Everything is moved up, so today is the day that he goes to the podium. We'll let you hear from the quarterback coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, I know a lot of y'all out there are just like me, and you love eating.
Get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the drive continues to ride through. It is basically the Wednesday of a normal week. It is Sunday, or the game is played on Saturday, not Sunday. So today is when we hear from C.J. Stroud. And let's go out to NRG and hear from the quarterback. Here is C.J. Stroud as he meets with the media.
Go ahead, guys. First, Browns obviously playing that game, but now you are back and healthy. What feel like for you to squat with them on Saturday?
Yeah, they're a great team. I'm excited for this matchup again. I think they're the number one defense for a reason. You know, they do a lot of special things. Starts up front. Of course, Myles Garrett is one of the best players to ever play this game, and he proves it week in and week out. And their linebackers do a great job. Six is a great linebacker. He's a great player. And then on the back end, they do a good job of having sticky coverage and things like that. So this got to be on our A game, execute at a high level, and I'm excited for the matchup.
What have some of the veterans told you about the difference between, week 5 and this week in the playoff game?
They said there's no difference. It's just what you make it. And for me, I think that's one thing that I can appreciate is the honesty, just not blowing things up with them. Like, they're always going to be honest with me and not tell me something's bigger than what it is or lesser than what it's going to be. It's just football. Just be yourself is what they always tell me. So I've played in playoff games before, big games, and the less that you put pressure on yourself, I feel like the more you just execute and do your job, then that's when good things happen.
CJ, you've had a phenomenal rookie season, but there's still some naysayers out there. What do you say to them heading into this game?
Say what you want. It's just, I don't know. I can't tell somebody how to feel. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I'm gonna do my job as best of my ability. If you like it, like it. If you don't, you don't. Most people just say stuff to get clicks and likes, and that's cool. But we're the ones out there. We're the men in the arena, So I don't really care, to be honest, and I respect everybody's opinion, and whatever it is, I'll get better. Whatever you guys think I need to get better at, really, it's just ultimately what my coaches and teammates want, and winning games. That's what matters.
I wonder if you could reflect on that moment when you were drafted. You're very emotional. You're going to come to Houston, and then the past 9 months and everything you've done, and being able to help turn around this team in just 1 year. Could you just? I know you have bigger goals, but could you reflect on what you've been able to do for this team in your first year?
Yeah, I really haven't put no thought to it. I've kind of just gone week to week, so I don't think I really can, to be honest. I mean, it's been cool. It's been a long, long year for me. Been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of growing, a lot of learning, not only as a football player, but as a man and as a person. And I mean, I'm truly just grateful and blessed to be in the position I am. But I'll probably start reminiscing whenever February comes around or whenever our season ends, So we'll see. I mean, I'm blessed though, and I'm really appreciative of everything that's happened to me this year.
CJ's two statistical categories that you finished first in touchdown interception ratio and the lowest interception percentage. Only you, Tom Brady, and Joe Montana have ever landed in those categories. What does that mean to you to be in that kind of conversation with guys like that, for Brady and Montana?
Yes, it's pretty cool. Definitely where I want to be is up there with those guys at the end of my career, and every year that I can go out there and prove myself and put good things on tape and protect the football, do things like that, I think that's a good thing for the Texans, and I'm really just, it's really cool to see those great names next to mine, but I know I have a lot more to do in my career, and I want to do a lot more, so my head is down just working and want to just do more, so.
CJ, on the last game-winning drive y'all had last week, early in the fourth quarter, Dalton was really big, 4 catches, 37 yards. Some of the go-ahead and game-winning drives in games before that, he's been really big too, even when he's been quiet the rest of the game. What kind of target does he present in a situation like that, and can you talk about just y'all's connection, y'all's relationship? Yeah, Dalton is he's a dog, man. He's a great player, but he's a great person. He's one of the first people that I really bonded with well when I got here, and he was just honest with me. He was probably the person to keep it really honest. This is the expectations that you'll have, bro. And I'm like, okay. So I appreciate him for doing that. But he's been a very reliable target. He's somebody who knows how to get open, knows coverage, he knows route depth, how to manipulate somebody, how to get into a certain zone at the right time. So he's just a really smart football player, and I'm really grateful to have him in my first year, learning it with him, and he's going to continue to be a great player.
CJ, we didn't get to really talk to you after the Jets game because of the concussion and everything, but that was sort of the last time with you leading the offense that the offense didn't necessarily have his best day. I'm just curious if there was anything from that day that you learned from your time away, if there was any lessons y'all able to apply and anything y'all able to improve upon from that.
Yeah, we really haven't. I mean, I haven't put any thought to it. I was more so focused on my recovery and things like that. So, whatever issues there were, we got them fixed, and that's really all that matters.
You mentioned how first time you saw Nicco play, you thought he was a superstar. I'm just curious what in particular you saw during that first period you were telling us. What in particular impressed you most?
I would say just his tenacity, his he really didn't talk much, but his mentality, like when he lined up, like you can tell he really wanted to get off the ball. He really put his foot in the ground and he declared where he was going. When he was jumping to catch a fade or something, he was grabbing it with two hands, aggressively putting it away. Like just all the attention to detail, like the little things that a lot of people probably don't notice that he does on a day-to-day basis in his routes and individual drills. Like those stuff come to light when you line it up for real. So those are like the first things that I've seen, and then we got to play in OTAs, got to like start doing 7-on-7, and he was a lot faster than I thought, so putting it out there for him and things like that. So just little stuff like that.
CJ, you and go ahead.
CJ, from the outside looking in, it seemed like you and Coach D'Amico Ryan's have a very strong bond. You guys were developing that bond. How much of that is just based off the fact that you two guys share the same faith? And along the same line, how much of that, kind of transpired in what you see in the locker room today?
Yeah, it was one of the first things that we actually talked about when I got drafted. I was in his office and he was going over a scripture. I don't remember what it was, but it was something I think it was about just like staying steadfast and just staying like on your course, and that just resonated into like what I was going through at the time. So it was just cool to see like a coach open up about his faith, and not shy away from it. So it was cool just to kind of bond over that, and we have a really similar mindsets. I feel of like how bad we want to win, how bad how hard we work, the focus that we know that it takes to win games. We come from winning cultures and winning teams, so really it was really up to us to get this team going, and it's not on us, but I think we're two type of people that we're going to put pressure on ourselves just to make sure things get done, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. And I appreciate him because he always holds me to a standard, and I know I hold him to one, but he's always met that standard. I've never had to question anything, and it's been really cool to learn and grow with him.
CJ, you and Will came in as we're drafted as a cornerstone to this franchise. What type of conversations have you and them had throughout the season and leading up to this week?
Yeah, we just talked about this is where we wanted to be. Like when we were getting drafted, we talked about it. We said something like when we all got drafted, we get a group chat together. It was just us, the rookies, and we were like, man, we're going to be the foundation to change this thing around and hold them low. Like that was kind of what came to be true. And of course it's not just us, there's plenty of vets and guys who've been here, a lot of different people who've held people accountable and done their job at a high level. But I definitely think like the group of guys we brought in, there's been times where the rookies have led, and I think everybody can agree with that. So it's been cool just to see like some of the things we talked about come to fruition.
Just as a fan of football, you grew up watching the playoffs and playing like those. What's like you now know you have an opportunity that a lot of teams around the league don't have, and also that opportunity at home playing the playoffs.
Yeah, it's super cool. I can't wait to see NRG and how loud and excited the fans are going to be. I'm really excited to play my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid. I've always watched it and things like that, like you said. So I'm really excited and just ready to roll.
Last one.
You mentioned obviously the league. One thing that has been really consistent on is positive energy. How valuable has that been to you guys throughout the beginning all the way to now?
Yeah, it's been great. He's a very positive person. One thing about like just being in a locker room in a team room full of men, like you can sniff out when somebody's not being real, and he's just not a negative person. Just not who he is, So there's not one point I've ever seen Demeco really, really negative. Of course, like he has times where he's mad and he's not happy with the standard or what we put out on the field, whatever. He holds everybody accountable, but at the same time he does it in his way, like not trying to force being the mad guy, the angry guy. But when he needs to yell and put his foot down, he does. So you know that's real when he does that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just cool to see a coach be real all the time.
All right, there's the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as he speaks to the media ahead of his first playoff game. As we all know, C.J.'s a top commodity you want to hear from, and there is your quarterback. Coming up, speaking of top commodity, there is someone in the Texans family who is looking like he is becoming a top commodity. How serious is this? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Soak it in. H-Town, our
Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. You just heard from C.J. Stroud as they get ready for their playoff game against the Cleveland Browns. I just want to say, I heard that talked about when he was posed the question about naysayers and letting a naysayer know. We saw that. I heard that. Who are naysayers? Are there really naysayers on C.J. Stroud? I don't.
Where are they?
I don't know anybody who doesn't. Like, unless you're calling a naysayer if you believe he's the best quarterback in the league, and you're saying that he's not a believer. But
no, I wouldn't. I would say I've yet to hear anybody even doubt C.J. Stroud and not completely stroke C.J. Stroud the way that he deserves to be stroked. I don't know who the
right.
I don't know who the naysayer. I've not heard a naysayer.
No, I mean maybe especially here not of late, who's just not thoroughly impressed by what he's done as a rookie. I would love for those. I would love. I literally. You can find them on the internet. I don't see anybody rolling through, yo, man, C.J. Stroud sucks and overrated.
Yeah.
I don't see – I think there's some who say, hey, let's pump the brakes at saying that you would pick him over Joe Burrow. I see some of that, but I don't think that's a naysayer. That's like, yo, let's pump the brakes. I think it's different. I just feel like everybody is thoroughly impressed by C.J. Stroud. Like you said, being stroked the way that he should be.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm okay saying that. I feel comfortable in saying that.
Just came out of my mouth.
I just hadn't heard a naysayer one.
Yeah, that was interesting. I heard that, and he said people going to say what they're going to say. Maybe CJ hears it. Maybe some people throw him in there. Listen, I'm not going to put it past this. There's nobody. I just feel like CJ's that dude, and everybody is starting to. And is saying it. And
in every sense of it. In every sense of it.
And impressed. But speaking of the dude behind the dude is starting to get interviews, or requests for interviews at least. And there is the Washington Commanders and Carolina Panthers, Clint, have requested interviews for the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick. And, Clint, I don't think that those are going to be the last two. And we see the Titans, they just have an opening. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't make a request to interview. They got to see C.J. Stroud up close and see what's happened in this division. I wouldn't be surprised. Demeco Ryans also spoke today. He gave some of his advice. He's been through this situation, obviously, for the last 2 years before taking the job with the Texans. He gives his advice that he would give to Bobby Slowick with these interviews.
Yeah, my advice to Bobby is just be selective. Right, you only get one opportunity to do it. You want to make sure you're selective, and you're going to, if you get the opportunity, go to a place that you feel like you can be effective.
All right, that's and that is clearly, what he did. Obviously, Demeco kind of started the process 2 years ago, and then took his name out of the hat.
Yeah,
and then was selective and found the Texans where he wanted to be, clearly. First and foremost before that, because I think there are some people who – we talked to Seth earlier, and he just is almost in denial of even wanting to even hear it. He don't even want to hear it. And I think there are some people who feel like maybe this is not something that's going to potentially happen, that, Bobby Slowick's not going to get a job the first time out. How real do you believe this is right now, Bobby Slowick getting interviews? Are these just interviews, hey, we want to talk to guys, or do you think there's a legit shot that Bobby Slowick moves in this hiring cycle?
I think there's a legit shot that Bobby Slowick moves. I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
You'll be surprised.
I will be surprised if Bobby Slowick is with the Houston Texans next year. When you look at the job that he's done, there's a few things that make him, I think, sexier than others. One, the tree that he comes from, that Kubiak, Shanahan, Mike and Kyle Shanahan, that tree has put off several really, really, really good coaches. Bobby Slowick is next in line. There's been a guy in Mike McDaniel that actually moved quicker than Bobby Slowick would move if he gets hired this year, and going straight from really an assistant to a head coach gig in Miami, having never called plays. And so number one, it's the lineage, where he came from, I think, and number two, it is the job that he's done this year would be impressive with any quarterback. But the fact that he did it with a rookie quarterback, and that rookie quarterback really from midway, halftime of week 2, the first game versus the Colts, they flipped the switch at that point in time and said, we're going to be a C.J. Stroud-centric football team. We're going to win and lose with C.J. Stroud throwing the football, and they hadn't looked back. The fact that he took a rookie quarterback and several other rookie young players that hadn't performed, like everybody on the team offensively has upped their game under Bobby Slowick and in Bobby Slowick's offense. And so you talk about developing the quarterback and really developing everybody in the system. There's no way you can overlook that in what Bobby Slowick's done. Obviously, calling plays is a huge plus. Offensive-minded head coach that's calling the plays. We've talked about that before. And that lineage, I don't know how much more. Like, to me, another year is not going to convince me any more than I am right now. Like, if Bobby Slowick stays another year and does good things with C.J. Stroud and a healthy Tank Dell and whoever they add offensively, maybe they create a little bit more of a consistent run game and an effective run game instead of what we've seen this year. He's not going to be any hotter than what he is right now. The headliners are still going to be the system he comes out of in that Shanahan tree and what he has done with C.J. Stroud. Those two things right now are the two biggest boxes that have to be checked for a head coach. And you look at the other offensive-minded head coaches, candidates around, right? Ben Johnson is a big one coming out of Detroit. Guess what? He's done a hell of a job. No knocking it. They have been tremendous. They've drafted extremely well, and he inherited a quarterback that had taken a team to a Super Bowl in Jared Goff. Like, I would say Bobby Slowick's done a more impressive job.
Now, I don't know, a lot of people have him at the top.
Yeah. I don't know when you sit across the table from somebody, like, well, I don't know what that, maybe Bobby doesn't have that it factor when you sit across the table from him. Maybe Ben's more. I've not sat across the table from
Clint,
Bobby.
The it factor thing, I don't know how many people care about that as much anymore. Because his it factor is everything that you just talked about.
Right. Well, no, I'm just saying. I don't know who's going to win the interview. Who's going to go in there and say the right things.
No, I know what you mean,
about all that.
But I'm telling you right now, like, based off everything that you just set it up, like, come on, you've listened to Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
You think he's walking in there winning interviews? Like, there's nothing about Mike McDaniel when you talk to him. I heard him do he did the halftime thing on Sunday night. And he looked confused sitting there with the lady. She's asked him a question because he goes, "Oh, we just got to keep our line good, right?
Right.
Is that it? Right? Like, there is nothing about Mike McDaniel when you listen to him and look at the things. Oh, God, he's just blowing me away. What's blowing him away was his game plan on how he saw he could change Tua.
Yeah, the way in which he's changed Tua.
And what they will do to do. Like, it's not about winning these things. His thing is his it factor is, damn, look at C.J. Stroud. His it factor is, what in the hell happened to Nico Collins? Yep. His it factor is, damn, you did that with no running game, and then you said, hey, I'm going to bench the guy who almost rushed for 1,000 yards as a rookie to go with the guy that we brought in to make $1 million a year to make a backup, and it's worked to that point with that offensive line?
Yep.
You want to run the ball in a certain way like they do in San Francisco. You have an offensive line that is completely the opposite of that, and yet you've made this work. I think those are going. I don't know how much of an interview he's got to win.
Well, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. If you and I were sitting there, if you and I owned a team, we want a guy to sit across there I don't need you to look and sound like Bill Parcells or Bill Belichick.
It used to be that way.
Sure, the CEO and be presidential and all this stuff. But the reality, let me watch the film and see what you're capable of doing. Sit down across the table from you and feel like you can lead men at the very least, and let's keep this thing moving. And I'm just here to tell you that what Bobby Slowick has done this year is second to nobody in terms of what a resume looks like to be a head coach, unless there are guys out there that have already been a head coach and they're in this year's cycle, which I'm sure there will be some. But your offensive play callers that are in line to be the next guys, Kellen Moore, I saw where he's getting interviewed by the Chargers, right? But Kellen Moore, Ben Johnson, what's the Callahan, there's a handful of guys that are out there. Nobody can lean into the most recent year in the NFL as a resume builder the way Bobby Slowick can.
So in your opinion you think if Bobby Slowick isn't a head coach this year, it's because Bobby Slowick didn't want to be.
Yep, it's because Bobby Slowick pulled a Ben Johnson last year and said, you know what, I'm not interested in that. I do believe that. Like the audio you played at the beginning of this segment where DeMeco said his advice to him is to be selective. Yep. Now, I firmly believe that. Now, if Carolina, if they're as dysfunctional as they appear and they come after Bobby, Bobby's going to probably be like, I don't want to get in owners throwing drinks on people. I'm not real interested in all that kind of bull jive. There may be some dysfunctional organizations that he absolutely runs from, but boy, if there's going to be, what is there, 5 or 6 right now already available, already open?
Yeah.
New England possibly coming next? Yeah, I mean, I would imagine there's going to be 1 or 2 of those that he's going to have a hard time turning down.
Well, we got some hating-ass people. Some of y'all talk about me. I'm a hater. Some hating-ass people out here on Bobby Slowick. What's Bobby Slowick without C.J. Stroud? Beating the Tennessee Titans on the road in a must-win game with Case Keenum and no Nico Collins and no Tank Dell. Let me stop. Here.
Let them know.
All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you the injury report right now and some news with the Browns as well, and a couple of big stories coming around the league, including something that could be effective to the playoffs in the AFC. We'll discuss that.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty the Dill.
The big dill.
That's right, baby. And Psycho T have the latest, and the latest is Clint. The injury report is out, and, well, listen, it looks like they just had a walkthrough, so they are not kind of taking this as they would a normal week. Last week they had on pads on Tuesday and Wednesday. This week they have a walkthrough. I would assume they'll have pads tomorrow, but this was the injury report for the walkthrough. No Will Anderson did not practice. Neither did Noah Brown. Malik Collins, Jonathan Bernard, Jerry Hughes did not practice. Shaq Mason, Sheldon Rankins, Laramie Tunzel, and Robert Woods didn't practice. Andrew Beck, and then center Michael Dieter with an elbow issue was limited. Andrew Beck and Dieter had their injuries, but they were limited today. The others did not practice. Now, it does say in here in the report that Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunzel is not injury-related. Both are for rest, but the others do have injury designations with them. Obviously, we know Noah Brown, Jonathan Bernard did not play in the last game along with Robert Woods, but that is the latest there. Anything that you put into this that these guys didn't practice on just a walkthrough, does that say anything to you that on a walkthrough that these guys didn't practice with their injuries?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're on this list and guys that didn't play last week are the ones that mean something to me. I mean, all the guys, even Will Anderson, who we saw playing injured, he's going to find a way to be on the field. Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, those are guys that were on this list last week and found a way to play. Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, rest-related. I feel like those guys are on and off this thing pretty consistently. But the ones that didn't play last week that we've been concerned about for a week plus at this point in time, the fact that they're on here and not at the very least at a walkthrough at this point in time is a reason to be concerned. Noah Brown, along with Robert Woods, give me one or the other, but both being on this list is painful to look at, just like it was last week. And then Jonathan Grenard with that ankle. I mean, I was seeing some highlights, showing some highlights, watching some highlights, up on the TV a little earlier, and I don't even know what they were saying because we don't have the volume on, but it was Jonathan Grenard rushing the passer, and I believe it was early in the Cleveland Browns game. He is a game changer.
John Greenard.
From a standpoint of what play call, what you have in the plan on third down, you feel like he can get to the passer by his damn self. Will Anderson, when he's not hobbled, you feel like he can get to the passer, at least push the passer at the very least with the way he rushes. With one hobbled and the other one out, man, you can get there. You know, you can get there, but you are definitely taking a huge step back in terms of what you can throw at an opponent off the edge. So this is about Jonathan Grenard for me defensively.
Yeah, again, and I said this last week, and now you're playing even better competition than you did last week. You played a fringe playoff team with the Colts. Obviously, they didn't make it because you beat them, but now you're playing a playoff team, and despite their loss to the Bengals, obviously they set all their important players. This is one of the hottest teams in the NFL, in the Cleveland Browns. They did a number on you before, and when you hear that your best defensive player is potentially going to be out, that is an issue, and it's even more of an issue against a better team at this point. I do find it interesting, boy, with some of these guys. Now, some for rest, but damn, man, they don't want you to get through a walkthrough. That's why I wanted to go with you. Like, how big is that? Like, not even a walkthrough. You know, those seem easy. Tomorrow will really tell the tale. If we don't see some of these guys practice, like specifically Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown, well, if they are listed as out again, now my concern would really grow that we're looking at them not being. They could be listed as potentially out.
Yeah, the guys. The interesting thing to me is like the guys with the ankles, for instance, Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, and Jerry Hughes. Whatever stage they're at in terms of recovery or treatment they're having, like standing on it for an hour and a half, even if it is just a walkthrough, it's not worth it. right? I mean, so it's just a matter of controlling the swelling, getting the strength work done that they need done. That they can do all that while the guys are on the field versus them standing on that ankle and getting whatever pressure is associated with that hour and a half standing on that ankle. I mean, I could see where those guys would be getting treatment in that window, and then when they're in the building with their teammates, when they're meeting, they're in every activity with their team in terms of the different the offense defense meetings, the position meetings, the special teams meetings. I could see where those guys would be getting treatment or getting work in terms of strengthening the ankle. So there are a few of those in here that leave you wondering.
Yeah, with the Browns, their injury report also out. A couple of guys to watch for. I think they are really concerned that their kicker, who actually got injured in the Texans game, yep. Hopkins, he is not going to be able to play. There's been reports wondering if he will be able to go, but he didn't perform or didn't practice today. Kareem Hunt did not practice today. He's had a groin situation for a minute, and a couple of other guys there in the secondary. Juan Thornhill didn't practice. He's been hurt, hadn't played in a couple of weeks. So, and then there's a couple like Myles Garrett. It's a rest day, not injury related, rest personal day. So they've got some concerns there, but I think the Texans probably have the bigger concerns when you look at Jonathan Grenard and their receivers. So tomorrow will be a big day. Tomorrow is like, Thursday, right? Tomorrow is like Thursday, so that'll be a big day to see if these guys can get back on the practice field.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, somebody else who's not practicing and has already been ruled out, and that is T.J. Watt, who has a chance to win Defensive Player of the Year. He's got 19 sacks, leads the league. Had an injury to his knee in the third quarter of their game on Saturday against the Ravens. At first, they said it was a grade 3 sprain on the MCL. Then it was a grade 2, but now they're already ruling him out of this game, which is huge for them because I think a lot of people aren't giving them a big chance against the Bills on the road. Your thoughts about this game now, seeing the Steelers with Tomlin and company. Mason Rudolph, by the way, is going to remain the starter there as Kenny Pickett is healthy, but they're going with Mason Rudolph. You give the Steelers any chance in this game?
Zero chance. Zero chance.
Were you giving him a chance if TJ played?
No.
We do not care.
No, I think I just saw where it's up to 10 plus points.
Is that what the line is?
It's up to 10 plus points this time. I think it's 10.5. Is it 10.5 Buffalo at home? Yeah. No, I don't. I give them zero chance to beat Buffalo. 10 or 10.5.
Right now, I got it sitting at 10.
Sitting right at 10. Yes, sir.
Damn, that's crazy.
It's a big number, ain't it?
For a playoff game. Yeah,
dude.
I tend to get with you on that, but the Bills play weird sometimes, man.
Oh, I mean, NFL's weird. It could very well be a close game.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh could win the damn thing.
Yeah, it's just, but Buffalo in particular, they had these weird games, man, where they just play. It seems like a lot of their games are tight here down the stretch. Now they ran the table to win 5 in a row, but. Like they played, they lost to New England, but they played New England tight again at the end of the season. The Easton Stick Chargers team they had to kick a field goal, trailing late in that game. They play weird. I think Buffalo wins. I do think it will be close. I do think it will be close, and then that's when Josh Allen, the wild card, comes into play. I think Buffalo plays everybody close for the most part, and I think Pittsburgh seems to find a way to play people close, and they're going to slow it down in a major way. I think I saw at one point Mason Rudolph was something like 16 for 18 for like 103 yards.
Yeah.
But they ran the ball pretty well against them to slow it down. It's just that if it gets close, like Josh gets antsy and starts to do silly things, but – wow, 10.
How would you like to be a Pittsburgh fan and have your first-round draft pick quarterback that's been there, what is it, 2 years? This is second year?
Second year.
And the
now,
organization has told you, no, we're going to go back to Mason Rudolph, a career backup.
Who we brought in Mitch Trubisky.
We've tried to replace him in every way, and Kenny Pickett's going to be a depth guy.
Mason lost his job to Duck Hodges.
Oh, wow.
It's over, right?
What? Kenny Pickett?
Kenny Pickett.
I would think so. I mean, if I were Kenny, I couldn't get out of town quick enough. I mean, they're telling you. I mean, look, whether it's warranted or not. I mean, they're telling you. Look, they are moving on from you, and they're moving on to a guy that's been buried on their depth chart multiple times over the last handful of years.
And it's working.
Yeah, as if you need proof that you are struggling and you may not have been ready yet. This guy goes out there and puts a good product on the field.
Yeah, they've won several in a row to get in there. So we'll see there. No T.J. Watt. That makes it much more difficult for the Steelers.
Buffalo by 20?
God, man, 10. We'll see. I think it's going to be close.
Depends on if Josh Allen turns it over twice or 4 times.
They just don't like. If you go look at their games here, especially of late. Like they beat the hell out of Washington earlier this year. They got Miami really good earlier this year. But man, they play everybody. They play a lot of teams tight. So we'll see. I don't know. Well, that's a big number. I feel like it's going to get bigger. What
5 o'clock fire.
I know it's going to get bigger, by the way. There you go. You're a nasty ass. All right. The Michigan Wolverines, Clint, they win the national championship last night right here in Houston. It was live. I saw a lot of people who were out there. I saw Lopez was out there. Saw Figgy was out there. It looked like a good time last night. Jim Harbaugh, his weird ass, spoke to the media afterwards, and this is him talking about what this thing means to him and what he potentially may do.
You beat everybody in the Big Ten. You go out and beat the SEC champion. You beat the Pac-12 champion. 15-0 making Michigan history. You're a history buff. This one will go down in the books forever. How fondly will you look back at this team?
I'm gonna get a tattoo that says 15-0.
No, you're not.
I'm doing it. I made that vow. I made that promise, and I'm going to do it. I like to quote J.J. McCarthy, bet.
To quote J.J. McCarthy, bet.
Oh, why he kept doing that.
Oh, did he kept doing it? He did it multiple times?
I heard him do it multiple times. I don't think he realizes, like, that's a word/phrase a lot of people say. Not just McCarthy.
Listen, man, congratulations to them. He is
tatted up, baby.
He's such an odd guy, man. And I think he is now doing it on purpose. I could tell he wants to avoid having to answer any of these questions. And when they come to him, he
turns that weird on.
Well, he turns the weird on and just turns it off. Like turns it to or just will answer it real quickly and walk off so you can't ask him any more questions. He walked away from who was it, Reese Davis, and they're like, Jim, you got to come back and accept the trophy.
He's
like
so
he just
peculiar, dude.
But he does not want to answer any. He wants to talk about any of the. He walks up, hey, my dad's got something. That's all he said was the bet thing from JJ, and my dad's got something to say. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. That's all that he kept doing, and he is so against. And then he won't. And then he'll come back and say things like, "Well, it wasn't tough. We were completely innocent.
We're innocent. Yeah,
we're innocent.
Yeah,
we're completely innocent. We didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. So Jim is so, but I can't take my eyes off of him.
It is entertaining.
He is so strange. I was waiting for him. I'm like, Jim, you just walked off the stage, man.
Did you see him pregame out on the field with the gloves, the receivers' gloves?
Yes, they had to tell him to lift the trophy. They handed him the trophy. He just held it. Was going to hand it to somebody else. They're like, Coach, lift it.
I love how weird he is.
It's just like, dude, it's odd. But Clint, they were dominant in this game and dominant this year. And Jim Harbaugh, man, they were clearly the best team out there. And this reminded me, Clint, of Ohio State, Miami, 2002, where it was hard for me to envision coming in that game that Ohio State's defense would be able to shut down. You remember those Miami offenses with recently fired Ken Dorsey.
It was Ken Dorsey and
Andre Johnson.
Jeremy Shockey there?
No, I think it was the prisoner.
Newsom or
whatchamacallit? Winston.
Winston.
Yeah, Kellen. Winston Jr. Soldier. I believe he was the tight end there, but they were cold-blooded. And obviously Willis McGay, he was there. Frank Gore was a backup. It was hard to see that group stop that offense, but defense won in that game just like last night. That defense just tore down the Washington Huskies.
Yeah, look, it was an impressive run by Michigan, which it was impressive all year long, but the doubt was that their schedule was weak. And then when the schedule got stronger, they continued the dominance. And so hats off to Michigan. And look, Washington had their opportunities. Michigan gave them plenty of time, held about 2 quarters to close the gap and maybe even take the lead, tie the ball game up, if not take the lead. And they missed. There were penalties. They dropped the ball. And then Michigan finally put that dagger in them when they went down and went up 2 scores, and it was over.
Yeah, that big throw to the tight end kind of opened it up. Boy, 73 had himself a rough one. All right, coming up, Nico Collins. Man, he has made himself some money for whoever he plays for next. Hopefully it is the Texans staying here, but he's going to make himself some money. But what is he? Is he a legit number 1 receiver? Do the Texans need to try to go get a number 1, or do they already have one in-house? We'll discuss that coming up next.
And the ability to run the ball on 1st and 10.
Subscribe to Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ will throw on the first play for the Texans. Steps up, fires deep down the field, and caught by Nico Collins at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston! 75 yards on the opening play. Hello, Indy! Unreal!
It is Nico Collins that kicked this thing off, and he didn't stop there. He was a man in that game.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
That was something special when you are the clear target, the clear person that the defense has to first and foremost stop. That's who they had to be game planning for with all the injuries that the Texans had and the year he had coming in. And what he did to them the first game of the year that they played him. And then him to come out and go 9 catches on 9 targets, or as Clint would say, 8.5 targets, 9 catches, 195 yards, and a touchdown in that game. And really, he had a man's season, man. He had I'll be honest, I'm certain we had conversations earlier this year was, like, you think who do you think's got a chance to get to 1,000 yards? And we didn't think any receiver did. We thought maybe Dalton Schultz might have an outside chance to get to 1,000 yards. And he almost got to 1,300, 3 yards shy of 1,300, and he played 14 games.
Kid is a freaking baller.
80 catches, just a shade under 1,300 yards, and 8 touchdown passes in those 14 games. He was special in that here is his general manager, the one who drafted him, moved up in the 3rd round to get him. He was on Texans radio. This is Nick Caserio talking about Nico Collins.
Nico's worked really hard. He's put a lot of time, and kind of going what we just talked about, I think there was belief. I mean, Nico has always been a talented player. He had a great offseason preparation, and there's some things that we modify. We've talked about in the show a little bit, kind of how we play in terms of emphasizing some of the run-after-catch principles, how we coach it, how we teach it. Bobby brought that with him from San Francisco, and then you saw it manifest itself into Nico's play. I mean, Nico's 6'4", 225, 30 pounds. He's a big, strong, physical player, and you saw that more and more this season, and he executed. And the big thing with Nico is just each week you could count on him. He was dependable, and he has really strong hands. He makes a lot of catches, contested catches, and then he was better with the ball this year than he'd been in the past. So it's a credit to Nico. It's a credit to the work that he put in with the quarterbacks. Credit to Coach McDaniels, who spent a lot of time with them really over the course of all 3 seasons. So, fortunate to have Nico here and excited to see him have success.
All right, that is General Manager Nick Caserio talking about Nico Collins, who is arguably one of his best moves he's made, at least what we've seen this year. And I said, do the Texans have a number one? Does he need to? Nick Caserio, can he put receiver trying to go out and find a number one receiver on the back burner because he already has one? Someone texted in, Nico is way too inconsistent. The Texans need multiple good receivers still. Nico is under contract. I want to make him prove it another year to see if it wasn't a fluke before I pay him. Your thoughts on where Nico Collins is? You think the Texans got a number one?
Yes, I do. But I will clarify. Like Nico is not a standalone one. There's about 6 or 7, maybe 8 of those in the league right now. But I do believe that they have a number one wide receiver if they are going to structure their offense the way that San Francisco has. Where you got a hellacious running back, you can run the hell out of the football. You got a tight end that's a hybrid tight end. You got a running back receiver in Deebo Samuel that's a hybrid type player that can do multiple different things. And you're end game in terms of how you play offense is to get mismatches, to get guys the ball in open space, and the run after catch that Nick Caserio talked about right there. Yes, I think he can be Brandon Ayuk. I really do. I think he can be that guy in a San Francisco-like offense, in a Miami offense. The way that they run offense. I do not think he's a guy that can just go in any system and be a standalone one and go out there and be a man beater and just stockpile numbers in any system. But I do believe the Texans, assuming that they're going to continue to move in the direction of what the San Francisco 49ers offense looks like, I do believe that, for me, Ron, it goes from an absolute need, have to go get a one wide receiver to a if you want to. Like, if you want to go get a 1A, 1B, whatever, wherever you see Nicco, cool, go get it. But it's not a necessarily a priority as we sit right now.
Gotta go get him. I think he is. I think he is if you kind of look at tiers, right? Like, there are a lot of teams that have number one receivers that I think he could get to, because I think Nicco can replicate this season again with C.J. Stroud, with this. I think Nicco can replicate this. I don't think this is a fluke. And I can understand it's fair for you to say that this is 1 year and we've seen him the previous 2 years, which led you to believe you felt like you knew what he was. And then he came out and had this breakout year. But I don't think it's a fluke. The run after the catch thing is a very real thing. I mean, he's just done it every week consistently.
Yeah.
Run after the catch. That's a real thing. And it looks like he's learning how to use his body with these slants and things like that. Yeah, this offense seems to suit him, and obviously with the quarterback. So I think with C.J. Stroud, especially with C.J. Stroud, I definitely think this is a guy that can put up 80 and 1,100, 80 and over 1,000 yards.
I agree.
I think I think that is something that he can do repeatedly. And so maybe he's not Tyreek Hill or Devontae Adams or A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. But as you said, I think he's Brandon Ayuk. If we look at number one receivers, on these teams in the playoffs, I think he most definitely can be what Amari Cooper is. I think he can be what Amari Cooper is. Like, I don't put Amari Cooper in the tier of those top guys. I think he can be on that range, on that level. The DK Metcalfs, I think he can reach that level. I think he could do that. So we'll see it. I don't think he is like those other guys we named that they can make John Browning look good, or Joe Browning, whatever his name is, look good, or they can come in and Skylar Thompson's going to start a playoff game and he still looks like he has a chance, or Tua is going to. Like, I don't think it's that, but I do think he is in that range.
Yeah, no, look, in a good system,
I think he can get better, Clint. I think there's when I say he get better, I think he can get used more and there could be more production.
I think I think he can. I think that's the deal with Nicco for me, is if you, which I don't know exactly what route they're going to take. If Tank's healthy, is he the guy that's inside catching a screen and going up the sideline, or is he the guy outside blocking for somebody like Tank Dell kind of deal? So I don't know exactly how they're going to use him, but I agree. To me, that's the surprising. That's where I was dead ass wrong about Nicco. He's a much better route runner than I gave him credit for. He's much better at running after the catch. He does have strong hands. At 6'4", 220, and everything the organization was telling us was, man, he's just a problem in the red zone. His size is a problem. He's 50-50 ball. And I was like, I just don't – there's nothing in his game that makes me think this guy's a great 50-50 ball catcher. In fact, he's literally – gone for 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns, doing the exact opposite, attacking the NFL the exact opposite. And so, to your point, is like, what else can they do with him? Will they ever use him in a capacity of being the guy that catches the screens out of the backfield and being almost like a Deebo Samuel type, or when guys get healthy, does he go right back to just that outside receiver?
But how many times have we seen – how many times this year did we see what he did to open the game? How many times did they use him to go take the top off the defense? Like, I don't remember seeing a whole lot of that.
Yeah.
Nicco, like, down the field running, like, big play like that. I feel like there's, as we would say in this business, there's still meat on the bone there with him. I'm not necessarily saying he is going to get a lot better. Somebody texted, I thought it was a good comp. He looks like Michael Thomas with speed.
Yeah.
From the Saints, big body guy. I like that, but he is more explosive than Michael Thomas is. I like the thought.
Well, you look at Godwin in Tampa. I don't know how good of a comp it is, but in terms of how he fits with Mike Evans, probably doesn't get the respect that he deserves, that his stats will tell you that he deserves.
Yeah.
Is that the role that Nicco could play if you did choose to go get a one kind of deal? I think that would be fair. But I don't know. Well, I mean, he's having a hell of a year, and we're doing things that I didn't expect we'd see him doing.
All right. Saturday's game against the Colts, Will Anderson Jr. looked a lot different than he did against the Titans. My question to you, and we'll discuss on the other side, is do you expect that he is a big-time impact player, based on what you saw Saturday, that he is a big impact player against the Browns coming up on Saturday? We'll discuss that next.
Soak it in, H-Town.
Pennix at Jackson Hewitt today. No fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, CJ doesn't need a one. He just needs wide receivers that can catch and get open.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
Okay. All right. No, I feel like he probably could use him.
Catch and get open is where it all. Let's just start like that. That's the requirements to even be on a team. Let's not get too carried away here. I mean, geez. What are we doing, man? I tell you what, all joking aside, Ron, we're going to find out this week. These Cleveland Browns,
yeah,
they are not afraid to play little man defense, and they got some dudes over there that are pretty damn good at it. So we'll find out this week.
They're talking about it right now. We are not going to let 12 just go off on us.
Without a doubt. And here's the deal. That they're going to play man. They're going to be sticky in that man. They're going to be okay with a couple of penalties, and we're going to see how Nicco handles it. These are the kind of moments. Last week was a really good game. It was win and get in on a primetime stage. No doubt about it. It was a monster game. This week it's a different story. You're in the playoffs. You're against the best defense in the NFL. That again, everybody knows likes to play man. Will play man. Will get physical. You go out and have a monster game against these guys and prove that you can beat man defense consistently, good man defense consistently, allow your quarterback and your play caller to nullify the best pass rusher in the game and a great defensive front, then the conversation around Nicco changes even more. Yeah. Be a big challenge this week.
Yeah, we'll see, especially as you talk. Especially, we'll see what happens with the other receivers because that'll be big, and if he can get at least one of those guys back, that helps things with them. All right, coming up behind us, a little Texans All Access. Make sure you stay tuned. And it is Wade Smith. He'll join Indy Kalu and Drew Doherty as they'll be talking Texans playoffs. So, Wade in the building. I ain't seen Wade around the neighborhood in a minute.
I worked with Wade one night when you were out, man.
Seen him.
You hadn't seen him around the neighborhood.
No, I hadn't seen him.
Well, he's been on the road a lot lately, man.
Yeah.
Got some girls playing volleyball all over the place, man.
He's got an SEC, Mississippi State, I believe.
He's got one at Mississippi State already. He's got one that's got a year of high school left, but is headed to Rice.
Yeah.
And then he's got two other younger ones that are coming up. Now I don't know. I'm assuming they're playing something, but I don't know where they rank on the volleyball chart yet.
I don't know where they are
The
yet.
first two set the bar pretty damn high, I believe.
Yeah, you get to hear him. I'm sure he was emotional as hell about seeing his Texans get back into the playoffs. So you can hear his thoughts coming up with Indy and Drew right after we get done. We'll turn it over to them. All right, listen. Last week, I remember we were doing the show Friday from FanFest, and it was like, yo, boy, what Will Anderson put forth against the Titans, you were in there talking, man, maybe this is a deal where we kind of pull back as many snaps as he gets so he can get back out there and give that level of dominance each time he goes out. He didn't look that way against the Colts. And I don't even think it's that the Colts tackles kicked his ass. Now they were better than 79 for the Titans. But it's not even that. It clearly looked like he was more compromised with that ankle than he was the previous week. Hell, even coming off the field, he was a clear limp, clear something in his gait where he wasn't moving the way he normally does. And you could see it in his eye. He's trying to come off. He's working hard, but he just doesn't have the same good. I don't know, Clint, he looked 75% to me, at least coming off field in limited play. Didn't record a stat, but his toughness was amazing. But when I saw that, Clint, it's making me think, well, what should we be expecting from Will Anderson on Saturday? He has been one of your impact players. He is in the running for Defensive Player of the Year, 7 sacks, and has really come on in the second half of the year. Do you have expectations that we see a Will Anderson that is a big-time impact player in this game?
Man, I don't know what to expect because, like you said, I mean, 2 weeks ago, he played minimal snaps but had a huge impact. This week he played more snaps, but you could tell. I mean, he was visibly, you could see him limping on and off the field, and so it appears that he was in more pain 2 weeks after the injury than he was in the first week. That leads you to believe that something else happened during that game. He rolled it again. I don't know exactly what happened, but I don't know what to think that in terms of his injury. What I do know is that if he is at all, in the least bit able to go, we're going to get whatever Will Anderson can put out there.
Yeah, I can't exploit the way he was moving. Like you said, he's going to be tough out there, but it's going to be hard for me to say, hey, Will Anderson, you got to come in and make, impact plays. Hell, we'll see what Jonathan Grenard looks like. But that is hard for me based off he looks like he was really gutting it out.
Yeah.
He looks like he is, and he's just going to be, I think, more solid. I think other areas, Malik Collins maybe, to look out to be more of somebody that gets there and makes big plays. Christian Harris, who's been coming on doing that. Other guys, it seems like he's just not physically there to come out and just go and make plays. But you're right. Who knows? Maybe something happens and he feels good and he looks better. Yeah. But just based off that, it's just like, ooh. Well, that looked like that they need to get him off his feet.
Whatever work he gets this week.
And by the way, he did not practice today.
Yeah. Whatever work he gets this week, if he can keep from rolling it again, if he can actually strengthen it early in the game, if he can go out there and play a handful of snaps and not roll it again and get comfortable with it, then I think good things can happen. But with those ankles like that, man, it's my experience with it is that once you roll it once, all the support around that ankle is you stretched it out and it's weak. Once the swelling goes down, you're good. Doesn't look as bad, but you've got to strengthen all the support elements around that ankle. And until you're really, to be honest with you, it's more of a luck deal, especially if it's in the season. If it's off season, you can post up for a month and just strengthen it and get it right. But if it's in season and you're active at all, like – your ankle's literally loose, and you just got to be lucky and not roll that sucker again long enough for it to strengthen itself back up or give you time to strengthen it back up in the training room before you can be full go. And at this point in time, how long will it hold up? How long can he go before, boom, he rolls it again?
It's the same thing on the other side with Bernard. We'll see, too.
And then the pain is unbearable, and it's one of those where, boy, you just hobble around as much as you possibly can.
You just can't do what you –
I mean, hell, you got Jerry Hughes now as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Jerry's got a foot, and the other two got ankles, man. It's so it could become a major problem. It will be interesting to see what –
like you said earlier, they just need bodies at this point. They're going to have.
Well, I just don't know. You're already asking Derek Barnett to play a ton of snaps. Myjai Sanders is undersized at the defensive end position, and so you're going to ask one of those injured guys or multiple of those injured guys just to, at the very least, be depth, and that could be a problem. I wonder what they do with some of their – because you got to think Cleveland coming in is going to know that, and I don't know how it alters their game plan, but I would think after last week they're going to have some level of commitment to the run. And so you've got to figure out defensively what you're going to do at that defensive end position. We'll see roster-wise what that looks like as we get closer to the game. I wonder if they'll use any of those bigger guys, Malik Collins or any of those big guys outside.
And hell, they may be forced to. I thought that the Dolphins went in and signed Justin Houston. I wonder if they're thinking about making a move out there. Frank Clark is out there. I wonder if they're thinking about making a move to add and with in their D-line room. All right,
they did. Matt Burke did say that this D line is plug and play. All you got to do is show up and it's pretty simple, pretty player friendly.
There it is. Just be healthy. Can we get some healthy ankles and feet coming up? As we said, Wade Smith, Indy Kalu coming up behind us with Drew Doherty. Stay tuned for that. Clint, as I'm seeing on the screen here, Michigan won the national championship again. Jim Harbaugh, is he gone?
I think he's gone.
You think you think this is it here? You don't think he's going to stay another?
Yeah, I mean, after what Jim Harbaugh's been through, the way the NCAA and the Big Ten has I'm sure from his perspective treated him unfairly, treated him, and given the way that the college game is moving towards really an unregulated free agency year in, year out. And I just don't know, especially those top coaches where, you know, you've got guys on the bench that are 4 stars and 5 stars, and if they're not happy, they're going to bounce. It sure seems like if Jim Harbaugh was ever going to get into the NFL, now would be the time that he'd do it. Get back into the NFL, now would be the time.
Yep, and I think there are some organizations that are going to give him the control that he wants. There are some organizations that there's a team in this division with the Titans. There's a team in LA that I think potentially would give him a lot of control. So there are a lot of options there. I just like, what else is there left for him to do? He has owned Ohio State. He's owned Michigan State here of late. They've now won the national title. They've been to the playoff 3 years in a row. Like it seems like this moment is that now how they lost last night. I think maybe then there was a better chance. I think it is done now. I don't. Well, and Michigan has a big check that they're willing to write. But
well, you wonder too how much of in Harbaugh's mind is okay. I've resurrected the program, for lack of better terms. We're at the top. And now, if I walk away, a lot of the negative noise around the program walks with me.
You think so?
Even though I don't know, the Stallions deal and like how much of it did Harbaugh himself literally execute and have in place? I don't know, but I do think that a lot of the negativity. That's why he is the way he is in terms of not letting reporters ask questions when he's on the stage. Is he knows the first question is going to be about the controversial season and him being missing 6 games and what the future looks like and I gotta believe that there's a factor there that if he walks away, he feels like the noise around the program walks too.
Yeah, he didn't miss suspended 6 games. Yeah, it's over. yeah, it's done.
Hell, I saw a report the other day. Is there still the possibility of another suspension out there?
Probably. I'm sure of it. I mean, the way he was going at him, I feel like honestly,